Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather coverage. I hope everybody's having a good afternoon thus far. We are back for the first time in a week with severe weather coverage. In fact, we do have a level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk of severe weather today across parts of the Dixie Alley, where there is an elevated risk of strong tornadoes this afternoon and evening. We are now starting to see our first signs of this tornado event, as we now have 2 tornado warnings. We have one near Montgomery, Alabama. We have another one near Natchez in Mississippi, which is southwestern Mississippi. Very high population, though, to start today. This is our only 3rd tornado warning of the day. We had one in Louisiana before we went live. We have now a new tornado warning for Montgomery, west of Pike Road. This will also include areas just south of Prattville. So if you live in this tornado warning here, this is going to be a pretty populated area. A little over 170,000 people are in this tornado warning. If you guys live over in Montgomery, anywhere in Atuga, as well as the Londes and Montgomery counties, I think I'm pronouncing those right, you need to be taking shelter right now, as there is a large hook echo currently developing on this supercell. There is also a ton of lightning. All these little lightning strikes that you can see here, that is a lot of lightning that is happening in real time. We have upwards of 100 lightning strikes every few minutes that are happening off to the west of Montgomery. So this is a highly electrified supercell, and this is going to continue to produce the risk of large hail, damaging winds, and even possibly a tornado. Right now, our velocities are, I would say, not super strong, but they are trying to organize right now. If we go over to the velocities here, you can see how the red, that is your winds going away from the radar. They are not really tightening currently with the green and blue. That is going to be your winds that are basically your rear flank downdraft that's going towards the radar. And so this rotation here is fairly broad as of right now, but the concern is that this supercell is trying to get its act together. We've been watching this really for the last hour or two. It's been a fairly unhealthy supercell up until about 20 minutes ago. And you can see how that hook echo has actually now begun to form with this supercell. So there is a real risk this could try to produce a tornado as it goes towards Montgomery. We also have a tornado warning in southwestern Mississippi. This will be near the Natchez area. So this is going to be another pretty populated area, about 30,000 people in this warning right now. Rotation's been fairly broad on this supercell as well. The greens and reds are not really that tight. However, we do have storm chaser Ryan Scholl, who is currently looking at this area of rotation. And it's not the best chasing terrain, guys. This is not Oklahoma, where you can see almost anything. This is in the forests of Mississippi and Alabama. And so these chasers are maneuvering between these large forests, and we actually have a pretty good view from the spot here over in Cloverdale. This is storm chaser Ryan Scholl. He's also streaming currently in southwestern Mississippi. This is an area that I do think this is going to be like a more heightened threat of tornadoes down the line. We can see how low the clouds are right now, only maybe about 2,000 feet off the ground. So our lifting condensation level is fairly low today, and that should help to lead to a better shot of tornadoes, just kind of depending on the storm mode. That's going to be one of the biggest question marks for today. I'm going to put Ryan Scholl on the bottom right side of your screen, and I do want to talk a little bit about our severe weather setup for today, because again, it's a pretty large area. We have tornado watches already in effect from Texas back into Alabama. There are about 4 states here that are included in these tornado watches. There are 2 separate ones. We currently have one for those in central southern Mississippi, Hattiesburg Meridian, just south of Tupelo, back into Alexandria in Louisiana, and just north of Beaumont. Our other tornado watch includes areas like Birmingham, Montgomery, Anniston, and all the way down just north of Mobile into Monroeville. So a lot of central, even northern and southern Alabama is included in this tornado watch. This one will go all the way until 11 o'clock central or 12 o'clock eastern. The one over here in Louisiana, Texas, and Mississippi will go until 11 o'clock central time. So again, these watches are going to go for quite a long period of time, and the reason why is because our environment is eventually going to get a lot more favorable for supercell development. Right now, our significant tornado parameter values, they are not super high at this point, but they will be increasing over the next hour or two. I am really watching this corridor here where a lot of our storm chasers are located. I do think 1 or 2 discrete supercells are going to become more dominant in southern Mississippi, and that could lead to a more significant tornado threat as we get closer to about 5, 6, even 7 o'clock this evening. And then over in Alabama, I would say the environment isn't super favorable here, but that one supercell that is currently near Montgomery, it is discrete, and if we end up seeing this storm become a little bit more latched to that boundary, there will be a better shot of a tornado. Back over to live radar near Montgomery, you can see that large hook echo developing right now, right over Whitehall. Very strong inflow is also going to the storm right now, and so this should continue to produce a more elevated risk of a tornado as it continues to track towards Montgomery. But again, the rotation is not super strong right now. I also also just fix my pen density. That should be a little bit easier to see here. This particular area of rotation will be kind of tracking to the east-southeast. It's going to be approaching I-65 here in about 15 minutes or so, and then it'll go towards Pike Row and as well as Fitzpatrick. If we go over to velocities, you can see, again, very broad rotation as of right now. I do think the wind damage threat will be more elevated with this. We could easily be talking about, 65, 75 mile per hour winds as this goes into Londonsboro and then eventually crosses over US Highway 80 as this continues to track down to the east-southeast. We also have storm chaser Brett Adair. He is located in Jones, Alabama right now, which is just east of Selma. He is going to be entering into this tornado warning soon. I believe he's on Alabama 14, and so he's going into Atugasville, and so he'll be kind of tracking probably into that hook echo here soon as this storm continues to go in the direction of Montgomery. Also, I do want to quickly talk about a couple things here. We do have a mesoscale discussion that came out from the Storm Prediction Center not too long ago. This one is going to be for those over here in southern Mississippi. This is an area where most of the storm chasers are located today. The reason why I am alluding to the storm chasers is because there are the storm chasers sometimes can be in the right spot when it comes to where that most significant tornado threat is. A lot of them are positioned in southwestern Mississippi right now. There are a few that are in Alabama, but I do really think the highest tornado potential will be across southern Mississippi this afternoon. They did mention that evolving supercells accompanied by an increasing risk for a strong tornado will ramp up around 5 to 7 o'clock or so. So if you live in this area, strong, possibly even an intense tornado can't be ruled out this afternoon and evening, depending on the evolution of these supercells. Damaging winds and also up to tennis ball sized hail will also be on the table. This storm, guys, near Montgomery is definitely trying to wrap up right now. On the latest scan, you can see that hook echo feature. It is becoming a lot more definitive. You can see the inflow going to the storm, very clean. Velocities have not updated yet. This is the latest update. I'm going to be honest, velocities do not look super concerning still, but that could change as it continues to move towards Montgomery. That is your rotation right now. So again, not super strong, but we're still keeping an eye on this as it continues to track off to the east-southeast, eventually going towards I-65 here soon. Also, I know a lot of people are asking and looking at this radar and they're like, what in the world is this? This is a new radar program that we are using on streams now. It is not public yet, what we're using, but it will be soon. It is the Weatherfront app. It's only on iOS right now, but we are using a brand new map. We have chasers already embedded in this. We're going to be embedding almost all of our cameras that we use as well, so you can kind of see all that in the map here soon. It's very basic, at least when it comes to the what you're seeing on the map right now, but I think it also kind of removes a lot of the clutter. We had a lot of clutter on our map before, and I feel like this is a lot more straightforward. With that said, I mean, I can toggle on and off storm chasers like that, so I can just literally click a little keybind. Also, flooding's a big risk today. We got some flooding out here in Natchez, Mississippi. This is Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey inside of a tornado warning right now. Look at that little flooding here on the side of the road.
These are heavy precip.
So we got a lot of water running on the roadways right now. And so they're inside of this tornado warning right now. Storm chaser Edgar O'Neill is also inside of this tornado warning. He's driving through the rain right now over there on the east side of Natchez. Rotation currently is not super strong. I'd say it's pretty broad as of right now, but that could change. I do think this will attempt to be a more long track supercell. We do have some new storms that are also going up near Macomb, Tylertown, and Bude. None of these are currently rotating, but I do think that'll change with time as our environment for tornadoes will eventually become more favorable here within the next half hour to an hour. Down near Jackson, Louisiana, we also got a few storms that are trying to go up right now. That's just south of the Mississippi and Louisiana border. Those will be tracking to the northeast, and down the line, those could also become a little bit more concerning when it comes to that tornado threat. Let's go back over to the Montgomery tornado warning. This is a radar indicated area of rotation. Right now, the supercell looks really impressive on radar. It's just not really getting a whole lot of an inflow. The significant tornado parameter values, which is one of those measures of like wind shear instability, just kind of our general tornado environment, it's not very high over here. In fact, it's actually pretty low because this supercell is kind of exiting the most favorable tornado environment as of 4:30. That's going to change down the line because in about an hour or two, it'll become a lot more favorable here, but it's going to probably take take time for this thing to produce a tornado, but if you do live in downtown Montgomery, which I know a lot of you tuning in probably do, you definitely gotta be taking shelter right now. This is a very dangerous supercell, not just because there is a tornado threat, but there's also an increasing wind and hail threat. We have quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds that'll be moving directly into Montgomery, Alabama, and as well as Prattville. Prattville's getting hit pretty hard right now, and then the northwest side of Montgomery near Millbrook and 143 will be getting hit pretty hard here in just a few minutes, and then after that, it'll be approaching Pike Road, where things are also going to probably get pretty dicey here very quickly. So I'll be keeping an eye out on that. Also, over near Jackson, this is a little special weather statement that we have right now. Over near Jackson in Mississippi and near Canton, we have some storms that are going up on the northern periphery of our tornado watch right now. None of these are currently tornadic, but I am monitoring this one near Canton in particular, as it is starting to organize into a one dominant supercell. So what's happening, you can see the loop here. We got all sorts of convection all merging into this storm right now over Canton. And so as it becomes a more dominant supercell, there is a possibility it could become more tornadic as it goes towards Carthage, Philadelphia, and then eventually towards DeKalb. And as we're talking about it, they have just gone ahead and issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for this. So if you guys live here in Madison or Leake counties in Mississippi, you need to get ready for quarter-sized hail. The tornado risk as of right now is pretty low. I do not see much rotation. In fact, the wind on this storm is very weak. If we go over to velocities, you can see right now about 25, 30 mile per hour wind gusts, nowhere near severe, but at least for the time being, we do have a little bit of quarter-sized hail falling right now near Canton, eventually going towards Carthage. If we look at the velocities here on the tornado warning near Montgomery, I'm going to go ahead and go back to this radar site here. Though the rotation's not very strong right now, it might ramp up here in a few minutes. If we go over to the velocities, you can see near Londonsboro, it's about 60 mile per hour winds that are being measured by radar, and that's crossing over, it looks like County Road 29, and it's approaching Brown Hill Road, and then it'll go over US Highway 80 here in a few minutes, and then approach I-65 on the southwest side of Montgomery. But again, this supercell is very, very nasty right now, and the hook echo is pretty impressive. There is just a ton of lightning. This lightning data, by the way, that you guys are seeing on the map, that is lightning data within the last 15 minutes. So that is a 15-minute loop, basically, of all the lightning that is happening with this supercell. And there's a lot of it. There is a lot of lightning with this storm. Thank you, Boom, for the $10 super chat. The new graphics look so clean and professional. I love them. What do you guys think about these new graphics? I know we're missing, like, you know, all the camera dots and stuff like that. We'll be working on that. That's going to be coming very soon. We obviously have access to all the cameras we had before. It's just, you know, we don't have them embedded in this program that you can visibly see. We have some of our chasers, only a few of them right now, but we'll have more of them here soon. Storm Chaser, Brett Adair, who's on the bottom left side of your screen, he's not plotted on the map, but he's about right here. So he's over Atugaville, and so he's going to be punching into that hook echo here pretty soon. A lot of you guys are saying they look nice. It's good to hear. I think they look good too. I think these, again, I think these are really solid. Thank you, Joan, for becoming a member. Thank you, Luke, for the super chat. Be safe out there tonight, y'all. A mighty large thank you to the Max Velocity team. Much love from DFW. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, today, again, let me quickly talk about today's threat of severe weather. Let me go over to the SPC outlooks here for today. So we do have an enhanced risk of severe weather in place. That does include Louisiana. It includes Mississippi. It includes Alabama. Jackson and Birmingham and Montgomery are really the main cities that are in this. Hattiesburg and Meridian are some of the smaller cities, but you guys are also in the line here for a more elevated risk of severe weather. We have a marginal threat that goes all the way into Del Rio and even up into Charlotte. So we're talking about really a numerous to widespread threat of storms today, and some of them could be significantly severe. And what I mean by that is that our damaging wind threat, it's not super elevated. I would personally support a 30% wind threat in southern Alabama and Mississippi because we will have a line of storms later today. But really, the tornado risk is where it's at today. This is why we have an enhanced risk of severe weather. You don't see this too often when we get an enhanced risk driven by tornadoes. That doesn't happen very often anymore. But we do have one today here in the Dixie Alley. This is the highest tornado threat we've had in many of these places so far in 2026. There have not been very many tornado threats in anywhere near Jackson or Birmingham. It's been very low end for quite some time. With that said, this is a SIG 1 tornado threat, which basically means that there is a legit threat here of strong EF2 plus tornadoes this afternoon and evening. Now, the odds of you getting hit by a tornado in your home today, if you live in this risk, are fairly low. It doesn't matter what day it is. It could be a 60% tornado risk. It could be a 2% tornado risk. It could literally be be anything, the risk is not that high of you getting hit directly, but it is a day that you want to stay really alert, because if we do get a tornado near your house, it is going to likely be on the strong side of things. Another big concern with today's severe weather setup is that we have a very high amount of moisture down here in the deep south today. If we go over to the dew points right now, these are the dew points currently. They are right now in the mid 70s. It is moist. That is the easiest way to put it. It is moist right now. And so what that really means is that our PWatt values, our precipitable water, is around 2 to 2.5. All we need for rain wrapped tornadoes is about 1.5. And so we're well over that threshold. So any tornadoes that happen today will more likely than not be rain wrapped, which makes that a little bit more concerning here across the Dixie Alley. Now, this happens all the time. A lot of the time when we have severe weather in the Dixie Alley, stuff is rain wrapped. But either way, that is one of the concerns that we do have today, is that if any tornadoes do end up happening, which I think we'll probably see a few, we are going to be talking about most likely a rain wrapped tornado, and you're not going to see it. So do not try to go look outside for a tornado today. Here's the latest radar scan here on our tornado warning near Montgomery, and that rotation is starting to get a little bit more organized. I wouldn't say this is strong rotation as of right now, but it is getting a little bit more organized as of the last scan or so. On the velocity scale, we put this about a 4 out of 10. So again, not intense. It's not a on the ground tornado, but it is definitely starting to get a little bit stronger as it is approaching the southwest side of Montgomery, Alabama. If you are just tuning in, we do have a tornado warning right now, only one at this point for Alabama. That's going to be for Tortuga, Londes, and as well as Montgomery counties. It is radar indicated rotation. We've not had any confirmed tornado with this storm as of yet, but that could change. We are currently using the Maxwell Air Force Base radar site, which is located only about 15-20 miles outside of Montgomery. So we're going to continue to watch this. We'll have another radar scan in a second. Thank you, Jay, for the $10 super chat. Just want to say great job, Max and Riley and the Chasers, for helping keep everyone safer. Like the new Weatherfront app too. I do too. And the exciting news about Weatherfront is that it is free. If you guys need a weather app, this is a free weather app. It's only on iOS right now, but it's going to be coming to Android very soon. We're probably talking around a month from now. That's just kind of a guess. And then also desktop will be coming even sooner than that. So even if you don't have, an Android or an iOS device for whatever reason, and you're living in 2001, you at least have a way to use it on desktop at some point here soon. So that'll be cool. Here's the latest radar scan, and currently not seeing strong rotation. I'm seeing a very strong RFD surge though, which means our damaging wind threat is currently increasing right near US Highway 80. So we have very strong winds right now near US Highway 80. If we go over to our velocity measurement here, we are looking at 72 mile per hour winds that are being measured by radar. So the wind is getting a lot more intense on this storm right now. It's actually 76 is being measured by radar. So right now near Lake Berry Road and County Road 37, we have a 76 mile per hour wind gust that's being measured. That is going to be approaching the Mitchell Young Road just south of I think that's Santa Road. Old Selma Road, excuse me. There's some lightning blocking it. That'll be going eventually towards I-65 here in about 10 minutes. If you guys live over there near I-65, or if you're traveling right now along I-65, what I recommend doing is pulling over, getting out of the way of this tornado warning. And if you're trying to drive right now, let's just say to Montgomery, you should try to just, if you're like on I-65 going southbound, I would just pull over up here or try to turn around real quick. Avoid this storm if you can. Don't drive into it because it is a dangerous supercell. It's producing a lot of lightning, very strong straight line winds, and there is a risk it could try to drop a tornado as it comes up on I-65. I do think this storm though is again struggling a bit. I do not think it's very surface based. I think it's more elevated. The rotation has not been that strong. With that said, it is a discrete supercell, and if it can become surface based, there will be a risk of this trying to become tornadic. We have some new storms going up off to the west of this near Demopolis. These are kind of brand new storms that are going up right now, located near Linden and Demopolis. We did have some strong wind gusts go through the south side of Demopolis earlier with trees down on Highway 69 just south of Galleon, and we are starting to see those storms trying to organize now, and those will be going off to the east northeast, going to be crossing over US Highway 80 here soon. We only have one other severe storm right now, and that's the one over here near 16 just west of Carthage. this is mainly just producing a risk of damaging winds and hail. There's not any sort of significant tornado threat as of right now with this supercell, but as it goes towards Carthage and Philadelphia, I do think that there will be a more legitimate risk of a tornado as this storm becomes more discrete. It's kind of clustered together with several different supercells right now. You can see that on the radar loop over the last 30 minutes or so. It's all been congealing into one supercell. So as it tracks into Carthage and Philadelphia, this should become a little bit more significant. Another cool thing I can do, guys, is I can show you the track of these storms. All right, and this is actually a really cool feature. So what I got to do, I'm going to see where the edge of the storm is. So we can track it right here. And let me actually get the, what is the speed of this storm? Do we know? I need to find the speed first. The speed on this storm in Mississippi is 40 miles per hour. All right, so we can track it out. Bang. I can put the little tracking tool at the top right, so you can see that. And I can also expand the cone size. Look at that massive cone. It almost looks like a hurricane. But that's the cone. And I can also add more cities to this, and I can add it to like 2 hours, for example. So I can actually track this out. It's pretty fancy. This is not something that we've ever had before, but we can actually congeal and expand the cone of where storms are going. It does look like a National Hurricane Center cone. I do have to say that. That's a very narrow look at it, but all the timings on the top right side of your screen gives you the approximate time guide in Central Time. So we're talking Carthage around 5:07 for impacts, Pearl River about 5:35, Philadelphia 5:43, and then down the line Scuba, you're about 6:40. So we're watching for you guys as well. Well, these storms going up down here in southwestern Mississippi right now. We got all sorts of storms down here. We are starting to get some more special weather statements. We got one here for Fayette, and then we got another one for Bude. Both of these are for 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We got a little bit of dime-sized hail. Not seeing a whole lot of rotation currently. I'm actually watching this one near Tylertown. That one has begun to rotate just a smidge. If I go back over to radar here, you can see that little area of rotation. It's not much, but it's developing right now over US Highway 98. So we'll have to watch this little storm activity that's going up right near the Louisiana and Mississippi border. Just a tiny uptick and a little bit of spin. Nothing too concerning as of yet, but we'll keep an eye on that. Back to our Montgomery tornado warning. Rotation is still pretty broad. I would not say it's, again, on the ground right now. It's definitely not there, but it is still rotating. It's about a 4 out of 10 on our velocity scale. It's just barely enough for this to be a tornado warning, at least according to our scale. With that said, take shelter. This is not just a wind. It's not just a tornado concern. I do want to reiterate, if you live in Montgomery, there's a pretty large hail core on the north side of town that's going to come right into you. That is going to be producing some quarters, maybe some $half. And then there's also a very strong surge of wind happening over near the Lodensboro area. So the wind right now is very intense, heading directly over US Highway 80, and that's going to be tracking towards Pike Road here soon. There's a ton of lightning on this supercell too. I mean, it is actually astonishing. The amount of lightning is pretty remarkable here. This is just the last 15 minutes of lightning data. I'm seeing at least a few hundred lightning strikes there. So there could even be some cloud ground lightning associated with this storm. If we go back over to our little parsing tool here and go back over to velocities. The velocities currently near Mitchell-Young Road, which is on the southwest side of Montgomery, are about 60 miles per hour. That's what's being measured by the Maxwell Air Force Base radar site. It has peaked around 75-mile-per-hour winds. So we'll see if that does intensify again or not in terms of the velocities going towards the radar site. The severe warning currently is for $half-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. They also did add a tornado possible tag to this severe warning. Hey, Wicked, for the $10 super chat. What are some good resources to self-study meteorology? There are so many resources online. I don't have anything in particular, but videos. There's literally textbooks probably online. There's books. There's so many resources nowadays. Even with AI now, I mean, like you could probably, ask ChatGPT. I'm not sure how accurate it actually be, but there's probably some level of right and wrong to using it. I don't know how right it is. I'm not gonna lie, I never use it for that, but yeah, it might be a good resource. I have no clue, but there's a lot of resources, man. Hey, you Sherlin, for becoming a member. And I also know, like, local National Weather Service offices, they do have they have local like classes. I know, like in Dallas Fort Worth, for example, when I used to live there, they offer like these springtime classes to kind of treat you on how to spot storms and stuff like that. I bet they do the same in Montgomery. I bet they do the same thing in Birmingham. Like, I bet there's a lot of resources out here. So, yeah, there's a lot of ways to do it. All right, over in Montgomery, guys, we got about 3 minutes probably until it gets nasty out there. If you're in downtown Montgomery, it's about to get pretty nasty here over the next few minutes. We got very heavy rain coming out of the northwest. We got a lot of lightning. And if we look at Storm Chaser Brett Adair right now, that's exactly what's happening. He is already in the nasty. All right, this is already kind of nasty out here. He's over in Prattville, which is going to be on the north side of Montgomery. You can see traffic has slowed down quite a bit. Very heavy rainfall. I know there's no audio. I'm gonna have to like make some raindrop audio or something like that whenever we don't have a chaser with audio on. But you know, you got the rain coming down, very heavy. Flooding is definitely a big concern today as well. And so he's kind of on the north side. I can't tell if there's a little bit of hail coming down. I'm not sure. I think I might be seeing some peas falling out of the sky right now. There might be a little bit of small hail coming down right now here in Prattville, Millbrook. I wouldn't say it's anything large. This warning is for $half sized hail. It's a pretty nasty looking storm though. And it's all about a slam Montgomery. The storm currently expands by, it's about 32 miles wide. The main core of it goes from south of Prattville into Wetumpka, which is about 24 miles northwest or northeast to southwest. So this is quite the massive supercell right now. Rotation, again, not super strong. It's definitely pretty broad as of right now. They have gone ahead and continued this tornado warning. It does go until 5:15 Central Time. Montgomery is in Central Time, right? Are you guys in Eastern Time? We're kind of on the edge of a time zone, which is always a little bit annoying. Also, random question. This is a brand new thing. Do you guys like the little thing up here at the top left? This thing up here. Do you guys like seeing the state as well? Because I think a lot of you guys are asking for this. There's like, whenever we're centered over a state, you know where we're at now. We're in Central? Okay. I don't know if you guys like that state thing. That is brand new to the stream. We got brand new, you know, reflectivity and all that. The little pop-ups too are brand new. This is super clean and easy to read too. What do you guys think about this? You guys like the little pop-ups? I think they're really easy to read. They have the counties. We're gonna add population to this down the line. Might add, I think storm like speed or direction will probably be added too. Everybody loves a state tag. We also got these little storm chaser pop-ups, which again, very beta right now because we were just working on this, but you can see like we can pop up chasers on here too pretty easily. Got storm chaser Ryan Schull over there near Bood. Got Edgar O'Neill, who's located just south of Fayetteville near Roxy. We got a few supercells that are trying to go up right now. The one near Brookhaven, this is the one I'd be keeping a close eye on right here. That's truly the storm I'd be keeping a close eye on down the line. It's kind of in between everything. This is the one that was tornado warned before. Now that's approaching Fayette. The one near Brookhaven isn't really hooking right now, but if it starts to take a right-hand turn down US Highway 84, I do think the tornado risk is going to become a lot more elevated with that. So I think this is going to be one of the storms we need to really keep an eye on. And then the one down here near Columbia will take time, but this one could also become tornadic down the line as it goes towards Hattiesburg. And Hattiesburg's pretty populated. Got quite a few people tuning in from Hattiesburg right now. If we go over to one of the live shots right now in Hattiesburg, this is what it looks like out there. So pretty milky skies. I'd say one of the big things with today's severe weather setup, it's that it's cloudy. There is not much sunshine out there. And so that's one of the reasons why we've not seen earlier in the day tornado warnings. If we had sunshine all day today, I think this would be, we'd already have probably 10 tornado warnings or something ridiculous, but we don't yet. And so we'll see what happens. Thank you, Super, for the $20 super chat, saying for the dinner fund. I appreciate that. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, real quick, I want to talk about an update we just got from the Storm Prediction Center. This is a mesoscale discussion for basically all of central Alabama. They're basically just saying the severe weather risk is going to continue across most of Alabama. Tornadoes up to 145 miles an hour and hail to 2.5 inches in diameter. Real quick, I want to talk about this storm that's near Montgomery. It is currently tornado warned. However, one of the things that we're seeing is it is moving out of the STP maximum. The STP maximum is actually a little bit further off to the west over here. The supercell should eventually move out of the favorable environment for tornadoes. That is why we see the tornado watch and at the Alabama-Georgia border over here. So hopefully we see the storm start to weaken soon and it no longer poses a tornado threat.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Also, this will look at satellite imagery. Another really cool thing that we can look at because, one, look at the quality of this, guys. Like, I've never had this high quality of satellite in a weather app ever. You know, like, you can see almost every single detail. This is like just crazy. I was I don't know how to describe it. It's just crazy the level of quality of this. You can see every single cloud, literally. But over here, just south of Birmingham, and really anywhere in our tornado watch, just look at all the cloud cover right now. That's one of the biggest observations that I'm seeing right now. There's a lot of cloud cover, which is going to probably lead to these storms becoming a bit more congealed this evening. I do think the instability is definitely a little bit lower, but you can see there have been some breaks in the clouds near Hattiesburg, Thomasville, even near Greenville and Troy. And this is a corridor that I do think could have a more elevated risk of a tornado, between maybe 5 and 9 o'clock this evening, if we see discrete supercells here, which I think we'll probably have one near Hattiesburg and Laurel. I think the risk further north is a bit lower because it's just such a milky cloud base. There's just really not a whole lot of sunshine out here, very minimal if any. So the only sunshine that's really happened is actually north of our warm sector. And if we go over to the current observations here for temperatures, this is current temperatures. Let me get rid of the pen here. So you can see that right there is kind of our warm sector line. So anything down to the south of that, there is a risk of tornadoes. It's a pretty large area. It even goes back down into Houston, but I don't think the risk is very high down there. But this entire area here, temperatures are in the mid to upper 70s, and then we got our cold front up there near Greenwood, Oxford, and Tupelo, which is about 60 degrees there. So if you're like Tupelo, for example, the risk of anything significant is pretty low today outside of hail. But the tornado risk is much higher further south of that little line that I just drew. Back over to our tornado warning for Montgomery. This storm has become pretty rain-wrapped here over the last few minutes. That rotation is actually very large and broad. I am very curious to see if this tries to spin up a quick-hitting tornado here over the next few minutes. If there is a tornado, you are not going to see it, guys. So if you live in this tornado warning currently, and if you live in Montgomery, or anywhere in Montgomery County here, we should be taking shelter and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible, because there is a possibility, and we've seen this happen before, where this has become so rain-wrapped, we can sometimes get embedded, quick-hitting, and even sometimes strong tornadoes. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but if we were to see that, it'll probably happen just to the south there of I-85, and then it's going to cross over I-65 here in a few minutes, and then track towards the Pike Road area. So if you live in this tornado warning, we got to be taking shelter and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. I think Brett is driving through hail right now. Brett is driving very slowly currently. He is on the northern periphery of this tornado warning. He's on Selma Highway, so not far from the Prattville-Gruby Field, which is a little airport here. And there's actually, it looks like some hail falling on his windshield. I don't think it's very large. It's probably just some peas, if anything, at least where he's located. The warning here is for half-dollar sized hail, so there could be some mixture of half-dollar sized hail falling right now, along with the damaging wind threat being around 60 to 70 miles per hour. So he's on the northern side currently of this tornado warning. Big shout out to Sunco for the $20 super chat. I'm a Boston viewer in Villa Rica, Georgia for my dad's wedding. We're tuned in for the night. Thank you for all you do. We'll keep you posted over there. Hopefully Georgia isn't too shabby today. We will see, though. Never know. Also, a shout out to Super for a $20 super chat. I don't know if that's a duplicate or if there's just one. I see two for some reason. Who's tuning in from Montgomery right now? I know a lot of you probably are. This storm over here near Uniontown is starting to get its act together here. We're going to have to watch this storm here near Uniontown. That's going to go towards Marion, Billingsley, and Mapleville. We are starting to see some rotation on this storm. The velocities aren't very strong. It's a bit of a radar hole. Unfortunately, by the way, I forgot to mention this, but the Birmingham radar site, that is this radar site right here, is down for the day. We do not think this is going to come back up. Unsure if they're going to do any maintenance here or anything along those lines, but this radar site is gone. It's chalked for the day, probably. There was some sort of mechanical issue that happened this morning unexpectedly, so that radar site is down. So we are looking at, mainly going to be looking at the KOOX radar site, the KMXX, and then KGWX radar sites. Those are the three that I just circled there, at least for Alabama. Maybe even the KHTX one, if anything gets going up there north of Birmingham, which we are starting to see a few strong thunderstorms get going over near Coleman. Starting to produce some gusty winds right now over near Coleman and Morgan counties. That'll be approaching Albertville and eventually going towards Gadsden and Fort Payne in about 30 to 45 minutes. And this is right near that frontal boundary, so most of the storms up here will be predominantly producing wind and hail. I'm not expecting as much of a tornado risk with those storms. We got to really look south for the discrete storms that are going up for a more elevated risk of tornadoes. Like this one here near Canton, which Might do something here soon. We'll see. It's starting to take that right-hand turn. There's not really much of a hook right now, but it's going directly to the east now. So I wouldn't be surprised down the line as it goes towards Philadelphia and Union if that produces a risk of a tornado. Right now, the hail core is getting much larger on this. Just west of Carthage, we are starting to see some much larger hail. It's quarter size warned for. One cool thing that I can do, guys, this is something that I don't think we ever were able to do before. This is really cool. I can go to MRMS radar, and I can look at the hail probability. So first off, I can see the probability of hail. They're saying the algorithm here is saying it's about a 35% chance that we got severe hail falling, which is quarter sized or larger. I can also see what the maximum size expected is. I have never had these tools. The last time I used tools like this was back in college when we had the Barron systems in our college. And so I can actually see what the radar thinks the hailstone sizes are, which is almost 1 inch right now, west of Carthage. It has peaked around 1.2 inches north of Canton. So this is another really cool tool that we can use. Got all sorts of cool new things on these streams that we're going to be able to kind of utilize. And we can use the one near Montgomery as well. We go back over to MRMS radar and you look at the severe hail and the maximum expected size. It's currently estimating around 1/2 inch sized hail, but back over near Prattville is up to quarters. So it's gotten a little bit smaller. Another cool thing, there's so many cool things, guys. Are you ready for this? I can show you the rotation tracks and where the strongest rotation is. Look at this. Look at this. This is the last 1 hour of rotation. Red, and the scale's kind of at the top here. The red is basically kind of low to medium. So, and even the one near Natchez started to get a little bit stronger. That's why they tornado warned it, but splendid. I know. This is next level stuff. We've never had this before. This is like, again, this is kind of like broadcasting tools that we've never had on these streams. Like these are things that mostly broadcasters have, like TV markets and stuff like that. Most of them have these types of tools. We never did. You know, this space just does not have those tools. Now we do. Pretty sick, pretty gnarly. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning here in Mississippi. This is that storm I was saying could become a bit more concerning. This is going to be for those in Copa, as well as Franklin, Lincoln, and Lawrence counties in southwestern Mississippi. We are watching currently for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. That is mostly impacting U.S. Highway 84 right now. Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl is currently driving into that right now. And we also have Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey and Edgar O'Neill back over in Bood that are also going to be approaching this storm here pretty soon. I believe Connor Croft is somewhere over here too. Yeah, he's over near Prentice, so we're keeping an eye on him. He's just off to the east of the storms currently. Rotation on this, not very strong, very weak velocities at this moment. The hail is definitely going to be one of the more dominant concerns. If we go over to the hail currently, the maximum hail expected, it is primarily over near Quinton Road southeast, just south of US Highway 84. And if we take that little probe tool to it, we're looking at about 0.6, maybe 0.7 inch hailstone sizes, estimated by radar. And so Ryan Scholl, he loves hail. He might be driving into it right now, actually. Let's see. Ryan Scholl is right now on US Highway 80. And I accidentally just clicked the button too many times. That right there is Ryan Scholl. He's on US Highway 84. He's going right into the hail core. And so far, I'm not hearing any hail. Maybe he's going to do a little hail intercept here as this goes for Brookhaven. Thank you, Kelly, for the $20 super chat. Missouri viewer for years. The location indicator box is outstanding. It's what I've wanted to see, especially with the larger outbreaks. Yeah, I think our streams are dramatically better already with what we have here. I mean, it's a major upgrade. Back to our Montgomery tornado warning. The last few scans are now showing the main area of rotation over the south side of the city. It's primarily near Court Street, and that's going to be going over Woodley Road here in a few minutes, and then eventually going towards Pike Road. They had just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning also here for the Montgomery area. That'll be for Pike Road, shorter, Tusky, west of Union Springs. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and also quarter-sized hail. So the risk of hail is a little bit lower. The wind threat is about the same. They just condensed the tornado warning as well. It's still ongoing here until 5:15 p.m. Central Time, just south of Montgomery. If you are in downtown Montgomery, you should still be staying away from windows as a precaution because the damaging wind threat is still elevated. The tornado threat, though, is not nearly as high. Storm Chaser Brett Adair is currently located here. on the northwest side of Montgomery. And you can see the conditions are not the best here. Very low visibility, very heavy rainfall. We got a lot of lightning here. The flooding risk is also increasing. So there's a lot of problems that are going to be coming in here into Montgomery here pretty soon. And they're already hitting a lot of central Montgomery. East side of Montgomery going in the direction of Shorter will be impacted here in the next few minutes. So if you live in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place. It's not very strong rotation, but if we did have a tornado, it would be located right now near Court Street and then moving towards Narrow Lane Road and Woodley. This is 100% still rotating. It's just not as intense as before. It wasn't really ever that intense, but it's still about a 3 to 4 out of 10 on the velocity scale. So it's kind of still medium rotation, but it could definitely spit out a quick tornado here as it moves over the south side of US Highway 8082 going towards Pike Road and Fitzpatrick. Very discreet supercell. I can also track this thing out. Let me track this out here. Let me get the speed on this severe thunderstorm warning here. It's moving about east-southeast at 45 miles per hour. So let me go back to this screen here. I'm going to... Oh, wait, actually, real quickly. I think Ryan Scholl is driving through hail now. Maybe. Either that or just getting hit really hard by rain. Might be some small hail falling on that storm in southwestern Mississippi. Let's track this storm out here with the little tracking tool. Start from Montgomery and go down to the south and east. It's going about 45 miles per hour that direction. So here's kind of a general idea of when it'll be arriving to your location. Got some cities there on the right. Oh, I just accidentally clicked. Let me do that again. So 45-ish miles per hour. So there are some of the cities in the path this. So we got Pike Road about 511, Union Springs 543, 558 if you're in Midway, Clayton 559, and then over in Hurtsboro about 559 as well. Let me go back to our 3-cam view here. Ryan Scholl is currently driving through that storm in southwestern Mississippi. And Tornado Pagey is right behind it. You can kind of see the structure from where Tornado Pagey is at on this new supercell that's gone up. They're currently in Addiston. I think is how you pronounce it, in southwestern Mississippi. This is one of the clearest shots that you will get in Mississippi. There's not very many places where there are no trees. It's kind of the chasing terrain out here. So they're currently located right now just to the west of Brookhaven. If you live in Brookhaven, we got a pretty significant hailstorm coming in right now. We are looking at probably at least quarter-sized hail, maybe half-dollar-sized hail. We can head back on over to our maximum hailstone size that is expected. And over the last scan or so, Ryan Scholl is literally in the hail core. Go figure. It's not very large hail, but he is in the hail core. We're looking at about half-inch sized hail estimated by radar. It's not always accurate, but a lot of the time it is pretty close to what the hailstone sizes are. Out of any storm that we have right now, I think that is one of the largest. The only other one that's larger would be over in Montgomery, and the radar is now picking up to 1.5-inch hail now on the southeast side of Montgomery. So the odds of there being large hail that is over quarter size would be about 60% right now on the southeast side of Montgomery with this tornado-warned cell. The odds have actually gone up quite a bit. Hey, Dean, for the sewer chat. How's Tuscaloosa, Alabama looking tonight? I think the main concern will be damaging winds. With that said, there is definitely an elevated risk of even a tornado. Look how low the clouds are, by the way, where Ryan Scholl is located, near Brookhaven.
Dude, this is so... This is why it's going to be tough to identify a tornado.
You see how low the clouds are? You got all... This is one of the things with Dixie Alley, and a lot of you guys probably have not watched us cover Dixie Alley for severe weather this year, because I don't think we really have. I think we covered Louisiana, and that's about it. I don't know if we've covered Alabama or Mississippi specifically this year. But with how much moisture there is, the dew points are in the mid-70s. There's almost 100% relative humidity. And so if I show you guys, I'm going to show you guys a sounding. And this is another cool thing I can do on this app. All right, on the desktop app of Weatherfront, which again, not out yet, but it will be out soon. I can actually generate a sounding on here, and you can see the temperatures and dew points here. They are very close together near the surface. So there's almost 100% relative humidity pretty much. And so that is leading to clouds being very low to the ground, and a lot of the time, that's why you get these scary looking clouds, especially in this environment here. They just upgraded the severe warning for Montgomery to a tornado possible tag. So Montgomery, Fitzpatrick, Shorter, and Tuskegee Pike Road, you guys are all currently in this warning now for ping pong ball size hail, so they upgrade the warning to what we were just talking about. The hailstone size is increased. We also have 60-mile-per-hour winds, and there is a tornado possible tag. Way too large. What is too large? By the way, if you guys have any feedback on the overlays, feel free to put in the chat. Like, this is not like permanent or anything like that. We're still working on the kinks. I know some of you guys are gonna have different opinions on it, especially since this is a very new, program, and we've never used it on stream before. So it's a good kind of testing phase, I'd say, to use it. Also, we just got another tornado possible severe warning. This will be just north of Hammond in Louisiana. So Greensburg. Got a little bit of rotation developing currently near Greensburg, heading up towards Kentwood, and as well as Oiska, right along the Mississippi and Louisiana border. They did put a tornado possible tag on this for a reason. That rotation is definitely trying to increase right now. Over the last few radar scans, you can see the greens and reds getting a little bit more mixed together here. Going up towards Louisiana 10. Less pink. You guys don't like the pink? The pink is a tornado watch. This is actually always how it's been, by the way. We've always had tornado watches pink. I don't know. It's been very 50-50. I've had a lot of people say they like the tornado watches being pink. I've had a lot of people say they like it being red. Like, this is red. I don't know. I've always been kind of in the middle. Like, the tornado warning. We changed tornado warnings, by the way. You guys probably might not notice this, but we do have a tornado warning, obviously, for Montgomery right now. We've made it so tornado warnings, normal radar indicated tornado warnings, are red. So it's not pink anymore. However, the observed tornado warnings, they go to dark red. And then PDS tornado warnings are pink. And then purple is for tornado emergencies. That way, we have differentiators between all the warnings, if that makes sense. Because before, there wasn't very, very few differentiators. They all look the same. I don't know if you guys like that part of it, but that is also new. I think I like the red. I like the red tornado warnings, at least. I think that's a good upgrade. Pink is just prettier. I don't know if we want to associate pretty, pink, and tornadoes all together. But it is a tornado watch after all. That is the colors that we're using. You lower the opacity? I can. It's a little bit lower. That's about 55%. What do we think about that? Is that better? Thank you, Bama, for the $20 super chat. I love a pretty pink tornado, bro. Oh my goodness. Imagine if somebody had like a one of those gender reveals. Just put a bunch of we got like a drone that flew into a tornado in the middle of Kansas hitting nothing, and somebody just flew a drone into the tornado and dropped a bunch of pink dust in it or something like that. Imagine. That would be crazy. Now that would be insane. Hey, Super, for the $10 super chat. Tuskegee.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Tuskegee. We have a brand new tornado warning here. This one will be for Alabama, Bullock, Macon, and Montgomery counties. So that's going to be for Pike Road, Fitzpatrick. I got to open up my light. It's not working. Tornado warning here is going to be for Pike Road, Fitzpatrick, Union Springs. If you guys live in this tornado warning, we got to take shelter here. Get as many walls between you from the outside as possible and get away from windows. This is moving down towards the east-southeast right now, and it will be approaching Fitzpatrick very soon. I think Fitzpatrick about 5:25, 5:30. The main area of rotation currently is just southeast of Montgomery. So actually, look at that, guys. We got a little tightening. Oh, that might be a tornado right there. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Max, that is a CC drop correlated with a ZDR drop. That is a tornado on the ground headed towards Pike Road.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, so we got a tornado now in progress. This is spun up very quickly. It is currently located near Jenkins Lane, and it's going to be just south of the Park Crossing. And this is going to be moving into Pike Road here in a few minutes. So again, that is a tornado debris signature. We do have a tornado now in progress. This is once again located currently just to the southeast of Montgomery, Alabama. It is currently located in Bullock, Macon, and Montgomery County. So those are the three that are in this warning. It is located in Montgomery County right now, and it's going to be moving towards Fitzpatrick here soon. So we really got to be taking shelter right now. If we live in this pink polygon and put as many walls between you from the outside as possible, I would assume they're going to upgrade this to observed. We'll have to wait and see. but I do think this is deserving of an observed tornado warning. Again, a tornado is in progress now. This is just to the southeast of Montgomery. We'll have another radar scan here in a second. That is a little tightening there. It's in a, looks like a kind of in between some homes here. We are very thankful that this did not hit the downtown area of Montgomery. It's not far from it. This is just southeast of Montgomery. There's a lot of homes. If this dropped about a half mile further north, this would have been a much more damaging situation. Currently, though, it is going through a lot more rural areas on the southeast side of Montgomery. And it's going into Pike Road, Alabama here in just a few minutes. By the way, I was asking this. Do you guys like the, the opacity now of the tornado watch? Is that better? It's a little bit less bright. Let me know if that's good. If you like that or brighter, just let me know in the chat. We'll have another radar scan in a second. Still waiting for a radar scan here. By the way, the timestamp at the top left of your screen, that will be the time of when the latest radar scan came in. Just a heads up. And here's the latest scan. Looks like the rotation has gotten a little bit broader. So if there's still a tornado, it's going to be pretty weak now. And it's basically sitting in the same exact spot. I don't think it's really moved at all. It's developed over the last few radar scans. It might have actually been on the ground here for a few minutes. This tornado may have actually began right over 271. We didn't have a debris signature until this latest scan right over north of Jenkins Lane. And if it's still on the ground, it'll be coming up on Park Crossing here in a few minutes. They did not upgrade the warning to confirmed. I don't feel like they will because it looks like that rotation has gone, or at least the tornado has probably lifted. It's a very quick little debris signature. The debris fallout is now going over Park Crossing and not far from Payne Road on the southeast side here in Montgomery, just south of I-85. So this was a pretty quick tornado. We definitely could get another one of these. If you live in this area, definitely make sure you're still taking shelter because this storm is probably going to cycle and produce more tornadoes as it continues to track down to the east-southeast over the next several minutes. It was, again, very quick-hitting tornado. That could happen again. There's also a risk of ping-pong ball-sized hail. The hail core right now over I-85 is getting even larger. If we go back over to our hail indicator, the radar is actually estimating. I am not sure how accurate the radar is. I don't know if the radar's lying, but it's up to 2-inch sized hail right now on this storm. So there is a possibility that our hailstone sizes are getting larger and larger. They could be up to almost 2 inches in diameter near Pike Road. That is our hail swath here over the last several minutes. We can do a 1-hour hail swath. You can see the hail track here with this storm. It's actually been getting larger on the southeast side of Montgomery. Hey, Rob, for becoming a member. This is also our rotation track. I'm actually curious. Look at that rotation. So this is where we just had a tornado, guys, right here. You can see the rotation on our little rotation radar. That red means there's a higher level of rotation, and that's where our tornado just happened. So another little cool tool that we can use to identify the rotation, the mid-level rotation over the last hour or so has been getting actually a bit stronger as it's gone through the southeast side of Montgomery. So it looks like this supercell here is definitely getting more and more organized, which is not a good thing because it could produce more tornadoes down the line here. Latest radar scan, definitely broader. So I don't think there's a tornado anymore, guys, but it did drop a tornado just a few minutes ago. Might do it again here as it continues to move southeast. Our strongest area of rotation currently is located just west of Pike Road. It's going to go right into Pike Road here in just a few minutes. And then go towards Vaughn Road. I know it's kind of confusing. Pike Road is an actual town, I'm pretty sure. I don't think that's a road. There's a lot of roads over here. Hey, Super, for the super chat. My cat says hi. Hi. Watching you for my tractor. Nice. If you guys are in a mobile home, an RV, or a manufactured home today, which you might be, if you are one of those people, I definitely recommend having a tornado action plan set ahead of time and knowing where you're going if you are under a tornado warning. All right, like it doesn't matter, where you are, even if you're under a severe warning. Like these storms are going to be pretty significant here today. Also, do you guys like the bigger naming conventions here? Again, these are a lot of updates that we've done on the stream. Do you guys like the naming conventions and how they look? They're larger. I think it's much easier to read as well. I don't see a whole lot of negatives right now. Obviously, we don't have all of our cameras here yet, but we'll add them in here soon. We just got a new tornado possible upgrade for Scott and Leake counties in Mississippi. Also, the storm up here near Philadelphia, that is the one that we're talking about. This one is actually up to 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So this is a pretty significant supercell that is developing right now near Carthage going towards Philadelphia. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, which means the damage threat is going to be more elevated as this continues to move off to the north and east. We have a lot of lightning with this supercell right now. We got a lot of hail. Look at the lightning, guys. Look at how many lightning strikes are on the map right now. That is absurd. We have just an unbelievable amount of lightning on this supercell. And so there is a legitimate risk that we could even get some cloud of ground lightning, which could spark a fire. Look at the velocities. They did get a little tighter for a few scans there. So we had a little tightening there just west of 35. May have seen a brief unwarned tornado. It's hard to tell. Definitely not something we can fully verify here. I'm not seeing a very clear debris signature, but we might have had a brief tornado or at least just a spin up there. And it might try to do that again as it goes into Standing Pine, Walnut Grove, and just north of Union. This is the other supercell that a lot of chasers are on right now. It's the one near Brookhaven. The supercell isn't really rotating much right now. We got Storm Chaser, Tornado Pagey, Edgar O'Neill also on this, and then also Ryan Scholl. All of them are looking at this supercell. So far, it's been pretty minimal when it comes to significant severe weather, but we are keeping an eye on it. Also got Storm Chaser Connor Croft, bottom left side of your screen. He is going south right now. He actually might be going down to the storm near Kentwood, which also has a tornado possible tag on it. This one has been rotating just a little bit. We got a little bit of rotation just to the west of Greensburg. And then maybe something trying to develop over Kentwood, but that's going to take at least a few minutes to really ramp up. It's a little bit disorganized as of right now, but I think down the line, that one could also become a bit more concerning. Heading back over to our tornado warning in Alabama. We're back down to one tornado warning. This one just produced a tornado. There's a lot of convergence that just happened. We had a little storm merger, which is probably why we just had a quick spin up tornado there. Might try to do that again. The hail core is massive. It's getting even bigger right now, right over I-85. This could easily damage vehicles here, right along the interstate, west of Shorter. Got black showing up on reflectivity now, so the hail is getting larger and larger. Thank you, Jess, for the $5 super chat. The amazing mods, amazing and baddie mods. I see y'all working hard. W for the mods. Thank you also R for the 5 months as a member. If there are tornadoes, will they be rain wrapped? Not all of them, but I think most of them will. Again, we have a lot of moisture today, and if we go back to the tornado that just happened a few minutes ago, this is where it was located near Jenks Lane. Pretty brief tornado, right? It might have been visible. I'm gonna be honest. This one probably was visible because you could see the reflectivity. It's not wrapped around. You definitely could see into that, I think. With that said, there are trees everywhere in Alabama and Mississippi. This is not the place to be looking outside your window and trying to see if you can see a tornado. Don't try to be like the Twister movie, right? So here, Jenks Lane is the area that we did have a tornado just a few minutes ago, just southeast of Montgomery. The hail is definitely getting more significant as well. If we go back over to the hail radar, this is our hail swath. The maximum hailstone size expected still almost 2 inches in diameter currently. Near Vaughn Road and just to the south of Alabama 128. So the hail is still pretty significant. Looking at golf ball sized hail possibly right now, going towards Fitzpatrick. Right now on the warning, this warning is currently for ping pong balls, but I could see it getting upgraded. Both warnings are for that. Also, I can tilt the radar a little bit. I think this is kind of cool. Got a little tilt of everything that's happening here. But also just go to MRMS radar and see everything. What state? Alabama. If you guys are wondering what state we're in at any given time, for the most part, it'll show it top left. If we're zoomed out like this, you won't see it because you can probably tell what state we're in. But when we're zoomed in, you'll see the state pop up on the top left. The system is obviously better. It's better. And by the way, guys, a lot of what I'm showing you, not all of it, but a lot of it will be free at some point once the desktop app comes out. I'm pretty sure it's going to be a free to download sort of thing. At least the browser will be. A lot of the other extra features will be in the subscription, but I mean, again, if you guys are wondering, we have now partnered with Weatherfront for the remainder of severe weather season, and maybe even beyond that as well. But we're gonna be using their app here on live streams. We're gonna be using it, basically all the time for the rest of severe weather season. So if you guys need a weather app that's free, again, free to download, you can get it on iOS. It is the top link in the description below. It will soon have live storm chasers as well inside of the app. We think that's coming very, very soon. And it already has a lot of the features that I'm showing you guys right now. It has incredible satellite imagery, has all the radar tools, all of which are, a lot of that stuff is free. And then you can also get the advanced subscription. If you want to try out some of those paid features, you can get a 1-week free trial. And there's no risk with that. There's a fly in my room, and it keeps flying around me. It's annoying me. All right, latest radar scan, currently east of Montgomery.
A new tornado warning.
I was about to talk about this storm near Pike Road, but we need to go to the new tornado warning. The new tornado warning is all the way back over near Marksville. So this is going to be over in Marksville, Louisiana for Avoyelles Parish. So if you live in this tornado warning, you need to take shelter, put as many walls between you from the outside as possible, and get away from windows. This will be moving off to the east at about 35 to 45 miles per hour. It's located over Effie right now. It is radar indicated rotation. We'd have a good amount of lightning on the supercell too. Rotation currently is pretty broad from the local radar site, but if we go back over to that other radar site near Hammond, you can actually see the rotation is pretty strong in the mid-levels. And so there is a possibility that this could correlate down to the ground level at some point here soon and actually lead to a tornado. We will see if they issue a new tornado warning going towards Monterey. This is on the edge of a National Weather Service office line. What we call this is different, basically offices issuing different warnings. And so one office here is responsible for this tornado warning, and then a different one is responsible for any of these other counties over here. And so we will probably see a new tornado warning going off to the east here towards Monterey here soon. We also have a new tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning over here in, that's Louisiana. That's actually for this storm. All right, so they just issued a new one here for Monterey near Louisiana 124 and going towards Mississippi, or Louisiana 15, eventually going towards Natchez. Natchez, Mississippi, you guys have already been under a tornado warning today, and you might get under another one here at some point down the line. So you guys are not quite done yet. And you probably won't be done anytime soon, actually. I do think the severe weather risk is going to remain pretty elevated. For the people that are wondering, by the way, whenever a new tornado warning gets issued, we usually have a flashing light. That light is not cooperating today. So not sure if it's going to work here on stream today. I've been trying to figure out how to fix it. That's not really that important, but thank you, OG, for the 24-month membership. Please turn off the Texas watches. We only got one watch right now. It's only in East Texas. I ain't turning off any watch. I don't control the watches. I know people think I control the weather. I, in fact, do not control the weather. Believe it or not. That is not something that exists. We could use some pretty heavy rain in Florida. Well, one of the good things about this severe weather, not for Florida, but the good news for those here in the Dixie Alley, we got a lot of rain. Like, this is great. Like, this is actually a good thing that we're actually having weather here for once. We have not had very much weather at all for a while. For an eternity, it feels like. If we go over to the amount of precipitation that is expected for today, this is an area that is in a significant drought. This is the HRRR model run for today. And look at the widespread amount of rain that's going to be happening here across the Dixie Alley. Unfortunately, this is not all a good thing, though. North of Montgomery, near Clanton and Alexander City, even Moundville, we're talking possibly 2 to 5 inches of rain. The reason why this is not good is if we go over to the Weather Prediction Center's outlook for excessive rainfall, we do have a moderate risk here of excessive rainfall. I would honestly say having that a little bit further north would probably be the play, but at least for now, there's a moderate risk from Natchez all the way back into McGee, Laurel, Thomasville, and Montgomery and Jackson. So it's kind of a double-edged sword today. We have significant severe weather on the table. We got that enhanced risk of severe weather, and then on top of that, there is a moderate risk, which is a level 3 out of 4 on the excessive rainfall scale for rain. But the enhanced risk includes a large chunk of Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. So if you guys live in this, orange area, that is where the greatest concern is today. is literally a double-edged sword. And that's the tornado threat. Once again, pretty elevated tornado threat for this afternoon and evening. I would say there's a pretty high ceiling with today's tornado threat, which I do not think we're going to meet. But there is also a low floor, so we'll kind of have to see how things pan out over the next few hours. There is a pretty real risk that we could have at least a few strong tornadoes. There is also a possibility we could have very few tornadoes today. We've already had one tornado, though, already, just southeast of Birmingham. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Philadelphia and Union here in Mississippi. If you guys live in the severe warning, we are watching for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and there's also a risk here for up to $half sized hail. This is a live shot right now from the Philadelphia area. This is from Choctaw. You can see the lightning off there to the left. This is one of the better live shots that you will see out here. Has a pretty good skyline view. And so we'll be keeping an eye on this as it rolls in. The wind is going to get pretty intense, I think, as this storm rolls in here pretty soon. We got a little bit of rotation currently near Standing Pine. There is a tornado possible tag on the severe warning back off to the west of this. And so I wouldn't be surprised if we were to at some point get a tornado warning down the line, but it's going to have to come down to this storm actually organizing as it continues to move to the east-northeast. We're also watching all the other storms down here to the south and west. I'm not seeing anything currently that would make me think we're going to get a new tornado warning yet. I am starting to see some convergence, though. Look at this here. Near, I think that's Oyster? I don't know what it is. But that's going towards Tylertown. All right, that's going to go into Mississippi here soon. That rotation looks a little bit more interesting. It's not strong, but it is a little area of convergence coming together. We got a clearing inflow notch now, and then a hook developing. And so there is a possibility this could become tornadic as it moves up in the direction of Tylertown. And then down the line, Columbia and Hattiesburg will be in the path of that. Osika, thank you. Osika. Believe it or not, it's not oyster. Back to our tornado warning east of Montgomery, Alabama. This still includes Union Springs, Fitzpatrick, Pike Road. This did produce a brief tornado approximately 15 minutes ago now. It still includes Montgomery, Bullock, and Macon counties until approximately 6 o'clock Central Time. Rotation's been pretty broad over the last several minutes. One thing I am noticing is that the wind inside of the storm is very intense. This is the wind coming out of the storm. So that's the wind going away from the radar, away from the Maxwell Air Force Base radar site. And that is actually very strong velocities. If we use the measuring tool here, we're looking at 60-mile-per-hour winds right now north of Fitzpatrick. So that's pretty intense. This is definitely no joke. If you guys live in this area, you definitely got to be, taking shelter. We do have a few photos and videos that you guys have been sending in to us. If you guys do have any photos or videos, you can go to reports.maxvelocitywx.com. Just notice the scaling of this is off. I don't know how to get this on the screen, but this is from Alex over in Rusk, Iowa. This was a dust devil from about 2 days ago. So this was sent in a couple of days ago. For some reason, the naming conventions are not showing. I think I can fix that somehow, but I'll have to figure that out in a second. And then this is also a photo from Redstone, Colorado. Guys, we got snow over there in Colorado. I don't know if you guys saw. There was a pretty significant winter storm event that pretty much happened over there here over the last few days.
A tornado warning has been issued.
If you guys do have any photos or videos, QR code's on your screen. It is also reports.maxvelocitywx.com. There we go. I kind of fixed it a little bit for now. It's also a link in the description. We do have a new tornado warning. All right, this one's going to be back over in Louisiana and Mississippi. It's right on the border of Louisiana and Mississippi. This is going to be near Monterey, just southwest of Natchez. If you guys live in this red polygon, you need to be taking shelter and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible and getting away from windows. We have Avo Yellis, Calahula, Concordia, and Adam parishes. These are not counties, they are parishes here in Louisiana. One of these is in Mississippi. That's going to be Adams County. So Adams County, Mississippi, you guys are also in this. So you need to take shelter if you're in that red polygon and put as many walls between you from the outside. The rotation currently is located just to the east of Highway 15 or Highway 115. And it'll be going over Highway 124 here in just a few minutes and then approaching Monterey in about 15-20 minutes. If you guys live in Natchez, I know we just had a tornado warning not too long ago, and there is another one. So just get ready. You don't have to take shelter yet if you're in Natchez, but you should be getting ready. Cloverdale on the west side, you got a few minutes, but you should be taking shelter here shortly. We got a lot of storm chasers currently in southern Mississippi. I know we only can see 3 dots on here right now, but I do want to remind you there are a lot more than 3 people. We just don't have all of them integrated right now. But here are all the chasers. We got a lot of them in southwestern Mississippi right now, some of which are going south towards Mite City. And Connor Croft is actually positioning pretty well right now in the supercell that might organize soon near Tylertown. That will be tracking towards Columbia. So we definitely need to keep an eye on this one near Osika. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, real quick, I wanted to talk about this storm that's now got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning on it. I do think they're going to upgrade this to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for hail. On radar, that is tagged with hail up to 3 inches in diameter. And I want to show you what happens as you go way up in tilt on the radar. Look at this 3-body scatter spike that shows up in the upper tilt of this storm. This thing is huge, and you can see all the very high reflectivity values on this. This means that there is a very strong updraft right now. It is taking that hail and it is throwing it way up into the atmosphere. We're talking around 21,000 feet into the air. That's where it's being held right now, and that's going to continue to grow in size before eventually falling, probably somewhere around Hardaway.
That is massive. Thank you, Riley, for the update. That is some really big hail, guys. Look at this thing right here, south of Shorter in Alabama. We got giant hail coming down. This is this is where the hailinator needs to be right now. We need Ryan Scholl driving right into this thing. That's what we need. Oh, this hailstorm, guys, this is no joke. I mean, like, I wouldn't say the tornado threat's very high, at least in the moment, but that hail core is giant. If we go over to the hail radar here, this is what's estimated by radar. And as Riley was just talking about, it is estimated to be near baseball-sized hail currently, near Macon County Road, just east of Vaughn Road, north of Fitzpatrick. Ryan doesn't need that, bro. Ryan Scholl needs the hail. That is some really big hail, though. And this is blown up over the last couple scans. In terms of the probability of there being severe hail, there's about a 99% chance that we at least have quarter-sized hail coming down. And here's that hail swath, by the way. So if you're curious on the longevity of this hail core, it hasn't updated yet, but you can just see it's been an increasingly dangerous hailstorm here in southeastern Alabama. So if you're in Hurtsboro, just south of Tuskegee, you gotta be getting ready for this. Also, here's this is also the lightning density. Again, this is another tool that we've never had before. This is our 30-minute cloud-to-ground lightning density map. And there's upwards of 5 flashes a minute here east of Pike Road. So another really cool feature on here. The storms are also towering up to about 53,000 feet. Rain is coming down at about 5 inches an hour. Again, these are all things that we've never had before, so it's actually really fascinating that we have the ability to look at this. Got like flood reoccurrence stuff. Right. I cannot wait for you guys to be able to use this. I'm being serious. This is like an incredible app. There's so much that you can use on here. It will be sick. Tuskegee, is it that? Hey, OG for the super chat. Thank you, Trucker, for the $10 super chat. Checking in from Genesee, Wisconsin. Enjoy watching your live streams. Your streams have motivated me to start my own disaster relief company. That's awesome. W's in the chat. Helping people out. We're going to be doing something here soon, too. We're working on something. Stay tuned. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning near Tylertown, just southwest of Columbia, right along the Louisiana and as well as Mississippi border for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That is moving to the east-northeast right now. And back over to our tornado warning right along the Mississippi and Louisiana border. That rotation is pretty strong in the mid-levels. It is not correlated yet to the ground level. You can see the rotation, not super strong near the ground. It's getting a little bit more organized. I think in about 5-10 minutes, it might become a little bit more organized in terms of that tornado threat. So there's even a possibility this could go a little bit to the south of the tornado warning. It might be going more south of Natchez than before. It kind of looked like it was going to go right towards Natchez. It's going a little bit south, though. So if you live over here, south of Natchez, near like Cloverdale, I would definitely be getting ready for this. There aren't really a whole lot of places right along the Mississippi River Valley that I'm seeing. Pretty rural area here. When is weather front coming to Android? Again, ideally, probably in about a month. It might be sooner. It might be later. I don't know. I'm not involved in the developing process, but that's about what we're looking at. Again, it could be sooner than that. I just don't want to get people's hopes up because, like, again, I don't know for sure. I've been in like I've at least heard of rumblings of when it might be coming, and I know a lot of you guys are waiting for it. So it's one of their top priorities. They're working on a lot of stuff. So they have desktop coming, I think, before that. I think desktop will probably be sooner than that. This is the desktop version of the app. And so, yeah, this is, again, still pretty beta, but it's phenomenal. I mean, the amount of stuff that we can show you guys is actually wild. I do want to remind you, if you do have an iOS device and you need a weather app, you can get Weatherfront. It's the top link in the description. It is 100% free to download. There's no cost. 100% free to download. Has a lot of the features I've been showing you guys. And if you want to, try the advanced mode, which is their like subscription, which basically gives you a ton more features, you can get a 1-week free trial on it too. 100% free to get that 1-week free trial. Let me see the hail radar here. This has been an unbelievable hailstorm over here. I'm surprised we still have a tornado warning in Alabama for the storm, but the hail is incredibly high on this right now. It's still warned for golf balls near Shorter, just south of Tuskegee. Tuskegee. I'm trying to do it, guys. I'm trying. Trust me. Let me go back over to MRMS and show you guys the hail here. Maximum hailstone size has shrunk on the latest scan. But again, we might have had a little peak there, baseball-sized hail. It's back down to about golf balls, estimated by radar, just south of Shorter. Weatherfront has to include city pronunciation. Honestly, it has to do that and county pronunciation. We need both. Here's that 1-hour hail swath on the supercell near Montgomery. There's that baseball-sized hail right there. Pretty significant. There's no doubt about that. This has been a pretty significant storm. Over in Philadelphia in Mississippi, it's getting hammered right now. Look at this camera. This is live, one of the radar megacyclone ports here back over in Philadelphia. We got a giant hail core coming through, or a giant windstorm coming through here with also some hail. Look at the camera shaking. The storm is currently producing 70-mile-per-hour winds. You can see that scraping the rooftop on the bottom. I'm not sure if this is a hotel or something like that. I'm pretty sure there's a casino like right down the road or something like that. But we got some really intense winds ripping through Choctaw. Weatherfront also covers Canada, not just the United States. It's also Canada. Does it have a trampoline index? We'll probably integrate something like that soon. Well, guys, a lot of the stuff that we have will be integrated, I think, down the line. Probably at some point. I don't know what will be, but. And that camera just went down. I'm not sure if it lost power, but the winds are pretty strong there over here in Philadelphia. We got upwards of 70-mile-per-hour winds right now, ripping right through Philadelphia and Union, just north of Decatur. So that camera has gone down, more than likely because of the wind being so strong. And so now, this storm is going to go towards Collinsville and Meridian soon. You gotta get ready for this if you are in this area. Let me go back down to that Louisiana storm right along the Mississippi-Louisiana border. This one had my attention earlier. Look at that large hook echo developing. I think in about 15-20 minutes, guys, this storm is going to be cooking when it comes to the tornado threat. I truly think we're maybe 15-20 minutes away from this thing actually gearing up. The rotation's been pretty broad, but you can see that large hook shape. It's kind of like a little circle. It's a half a donut sort of look to it. And we now have an inflow that's pretty clean coming out of the south and east. It's been really organizing. It's starting to turn to the right. Much more organized updraft, and that should lead to a higher tornado potential as this moves into Tylertown and Thomas. Rotation right now, not super strong. It's, I would say, pretty broad right now, but definitely could change as it continues to move to the east. Now we have Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey. They're located on the north side of this warning. They're over near Macomb. Storm Chaser Connor Croft, he's right here, about just south of Tylertown.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They have issued a new tornado warning. I believe that is for this storm here. Yeah, so they have issued a new tornado warning here for Tylertown, Thomas, just southwest of Kokomo. If you are in this warning, we got to take shelter. I do think this storm will probably undergo tornado genesis here soon, and it might end up producing a more significant threat of a tornado. As of right now, we got a lot of lightning. The rotation's broad, but keep in mind, this is an organizing supercell. Storm Chaser Connor Croft, he is currently located on Louisiana 25, so he's getting out in front of this right now. He might even have his drone up here soon, and so we're keeping an eye on Connor. And then off to the west, we got Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey, and I believe that is Edgar O'Neill, who are going south. Or Edgar O'Neill's actually back up here, but they're all kind of over here, so they might be on the storm here soon. I would say, though, again, this storm has a high potential producing a tornado down the line. If we go over to our rotation tracks, right now the rotation's actually gotten stronger. This is the instant rotation, so basically over the last 6 minutes or so, and we're starting to see some reds pop up, and that basically means the rotation is stronger. It's getting a little bit stronger here. And that'll be going towards Louisiana 27 here soon. This is pretty cool. Somebody just sent me a video on the Weatherfront app of the storms going up here on satellite. You can see this inside of the Weatherfront app for free, I believe. I think this is a free feature. I know they have geocolor. I think that's what this is. This is on Mezzo 1 Channel 2. You can see the storm blowing up there. Pretty cool. Storm Chaser Connor Croft is now approaching this area of rotation. He's currently located in just south of Tylertown. He just got out in front of the he's getting into like the hook echo almost now. He's getting closer to it. He's crossing the Louisiana-Mississippi border. You can kind of see a little bit of that storm right now from where he's at.
Oh my god, that last radar scan.
All the trees, guys. This is not Kansas. This is Mississippi and Louisiana. So we'll keep an eye on him. I don't know when we're going to see something. It'll probably be soon. He has a drone, I'm pretty sure. So we'll probably have a drone shot. But that is the life of chasing in Dixie. Dixie Alley is one of those places that just, again, very difficult for storm chasers to be out here. Give a huge shout out there to Connor and some of the other people out there. I mean, again, these chasers, they're going through a tough terrain. This is not easy. And they're at least able to give us a ground truth of what's happening in real time, corresponding to what we're seeing also on radar. And this tornado warning, in my opinion, again, pretty concerning. I wouldn't say this is, again, on the ground yet or anything like that. I don't think it's going to be on the ground in 2 minutes, but about 5, 10, 15 minutes from now, there's a good shot it will be producing a tornado. So yeah, really take that one seriously north of Roseland. They did cancel the tornado warning here in southeastern Alabama. They did upgrade the warning to golf ball sized hail. It's still producing 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. The thicker yellow polygons are intentional, by the way. You might see they're a little bit smaller on like a few of them, but the thicker they are, that basically means it's either considerable or destructive. This is another feature that I've added here. That way we can kind of identify what's more significant and not. Almost every warning right now, though, I'm pretty sure is a considerable threat, other than this one. That polygon's a little bit smaller. But yeah, this one right now, again, over here near Union Springs, still producing a significant hail and wind threat. We got golf ball-sized hail south of Tuskegee, going towards Huntsboro, and going eventually towards Lumpkin in Georgia. It's running out of the tornado environment right now, so I think the tornado risk with this supercell is low, but not zero. I'll just say it's low as of right now. Connor is now getting a little bit more of a clear view of this tornadic supercell. And I think he's going to lift the drone up, so we'll wait for that. If we go back over to the severe warning in Philadelphia, this thing is producing a nasty amount of hail and wind. One of the cameras that we're looking at there near Philadelphia went out. There might be power outages happening near Philadelphia right now. Main concern with this storm is going to be the risk of damaging winds, but it's also producing 2-inch-sized hail. So we've got 2 inches happening right now here near Union. That'll eventually go into Tucker, and then DeKalb, Potterville, and Lauderdale and Collinsville. We all got to get ready for this. Very significant hailstorm right now tracking to the east, and maybe down the line it'll produce a risk of a tornado as it goes towards York. Here's a view of that tornado warning. I think you might be putting up the drone here in a second.
What's up?
Storms? You take pictures?
Yeah.
Look at the mezzo bottom right. We got a tightening of rotation, so he might have a wall cloud right now.
Yeah, we're good. We're good. Yeah.
Probably have a wall cloud. Well, rotation not super tight near the surface. I'm gonna go back to that 3-cam view. So that's what we're looking at. Rotation's not super strong near the surface right now or near the ground level. But if we go back over to the radar site off to the north, you can see how it's a lot stronger here in the mid levels. And so this probably indicates that we have a wall cloud or something that's lowered to the ground now. And we might have ground truth of that here in a second, but just based off radar imagery alone, that's probably what's happening right now. You can see that hook echo too. Very definitive supercell. This thing's been rapidly organizing. And we've been talking about this for the last 20, 25 minutes. This will probably become a pretty tornadic supercell, and it so far is. It is at a very favorable environment for strong tornadoes. I think they're lifting up the drone here in a second. Tuskegee is kicking here behind. Am I not pronouncing it right still? Tuskegee? Are we still not in the right ballpark? Tuskegee? All right, here goes the drone, guys. Here we go.
You're good.
This is looking at this supercell near Tylertown. Look at that, guys.
CG. Zoom in there.
This is a live shot of this tornado warning that is rapidly intensifying near Tylertown. They're a good 5 to 7 miles east of this.
I'm about to drop south of 27.
Yeah, this freaking lightning is crazy. I got a bird. We got bird in the air. I got a visual on the area of interest. It's still decently far away from me, but definitely a clear area of interest.
Looks like a wall cloud back there. This is what all the chasers need here in Dixie Alley is drones.
Dude, this lightning is...
Hopefully organizing on that.
We have a new tornado watch for Georgia and South Carolina.
That way or focus on the bolts over here.
Ooh, big cloud ground lightning
that
strike.
bolt was crazy.
Oh my
Oh,
gosh, dude,
whoa.
what the heck?
Got 2. Back to back.
Look on the stream. Lightning's going crazy.
Dude, this
Crazy
is
cloud ground lightning out of here.
ridiculous.
This is all in the tornadic supercell right now in Tylertown, Mississippi. Notice how they're panning out to the entire storm. You can see the slanted view right there. That slant is the, basically the cloud spreading out aloft.
Oh yeah, lads on it. I don't see
And the winds are
anything
very
down.
strong aloft, so it has that kind of look to it, where like the lower clouds are not getting pushed as much as the higher up clouds. So we get that large overshooting area, about 20, 30,000 feet off the ground. Stuff
Yeah,
lower to
I'm
the
on
ground
the
is not
south
moving as
side
much,
of-
and that's all back in here now.
Let's see, what am I actually closest to here?
West of Thomas.
I'm by No Town. I'm just south of Tylertown, watching it come at me. I don't see anything too interesting at the moment. I mean, clear.
Velocities
kinda
aren't super
RFE
tight yet. They're still
surge
broad.
happening. It looks like it probably isn't too far off from getting rain wrap from my vantage point. I know.
My car shut off, guys. I got hit by lightning.
Whoa, what? What was that?
Ethan's rolled on a massive house fire. You were right.
Dude, I'm telling you, I was like, that does not look right.
What happened? Somebody's
Dude,
house
I
got
feel
by lightning?
terrible.
Yeah, Jane, I gotta jump in. Keep it
Oh
up.
my god.
Yep, let me come back to you.
Sounds like somebody's house got struck by lightning.
This thing is freaking throwing haymakers. We just almost got pounded too. Raceby, are you good?
Aaron, give me 10 seconds. I gotta move my passenger seat bag and everything, and then you're good.
Stormer Media has it? Do they? Do we have Stormer Media in the program? Stormer Media is not working. Can we get their YouTube link in like a slot?
It was definitely lightning. I saw a big bolt earlier.
Oh my goodness, guys.
Crazy. I knew.
Look at this. This is right now. This just happened. So this literally just happened. This is from a lightning strike over here in this tornado warning. This is literally from that. I don't know if it was one of the lightning strikes that we just saw on stream. They arrived on scene when it started. There's a full-blown house fire. Really dangerous situation because we have a tornado that is trying to drop while they can't even shelter in their own home. But again, this is live here. Got police on the scene now. Let me know when they're in a slot, and I'll put them up on full screen. This is literally live. Like, again, this is happening in real time.
Again, don't see anything down in there except just these.
Here's what it looks like live.
It's time to get south. It's in the storm. We got a ditch.
So that is, again, from this supercell that is currently producing
Just keeps
a
getting
lot of cloud to ground lightning. One of the most
getting more
concerning
involved
things
there.
is obviously the tornado threat today, but cloud to ground lightning can be dangerous.
All right, get your semi truck out of here.
Oh, see, now we can't even get out of here.
No.
Gosh dang it. Guys, pray, please pray for these people.
This is, again, look at that right there. Like, this is what I'm talking about. We got endless cloud to ground lightning right now happening out here in right along the border of Louisiana
Did I really know? Get out of
and Mississippi, and we now have a significant house fire
It is raining, which probably
that is ongoing. Again, this is all live. What we're looking at here is a live shot
even bigger than it could be, is
We'd hope
because
so.
there is some rain falling.
of a
but
fire. This is about to produce a tornado, by the way. Probably in the next few minutes. This could be a tornado on the ground, which makes the situation a lot more dangerous.
We do have a tornado warning
Yeah,
storm.
we're going out of here. We're
Not a
leaving.
tornado on
Like,
the
we're
ground
looking at
right now,
a
but it's
fire right
kicking
now
around.
while there is a tornado trying to drop. So the people in that home are now out of the home. They don't have a place to shelter right now, unless they found a neighbor's house. Yeah, I mean, that's a very scary situation to be in.
Cannot stick around there.
And so now look at this right here. This is a live shot looking right towards where that tornado's trying to develop. It's right there in the middle of your screen. Got that large wall cloud lowering.
Incredible. Wow.
That's the area of interest back there, that little lowering in the middle.
The rotation has gotten a little bit stronger on radar near Silver Drive. It is gearing up for a tornado right now, southwest of Tylertown.
That's crazy that a house fire in Rigsby's car getting struck by lightning and turning off at the same time.
Is his car dead?
He said my car is off. It won't, like, I think so.
Just dodging lightning strikes here.
Stefania donated $1.99. Big CC drop on radar.
I don't have a CC drop on radar as of right now, but I don't think it's far from it. I think we're pretty close to having a tornado here near Tylertown, Mississippi.
Might just be Contam. See anything?
Hey, Robert, for the sewer chat. Yeah, that's definitely a lowering back in there. What we're looking at, you can see the inflow feeding. You can see the storm, the very strong inflow feeding into the storm right to left. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, there's a CC drop on this. There's a tornado on the ground headed towards Tylertown.
All righty, so we do have a tornado in progress now. Again, this is just southwest of Tylertown, Mississippi. It's going to be moving into the town over the next 2 minutes. If you guys live here, you got to be taking shelter.
It's going to be really weak, guys.
It's a fairly weak looking tornado right now. This will probably be the first of many tornadoes this storm tries to produce. If we look at live radar, you can see that rotation.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We now have a confirmed tornado warning, so they have upgraded this. This dark red polygon means it is a confirmed tornado warning. All right, so this is an observed tornado via radar. You need to be taking shelter now if you are in this tornado warning and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. If you live in Thomas, if you live in Tylertown, you got to be taking shelter right now. All right, the correlation coefficient actually has a much more definitive CC drop on this latest scan. That is near Brock Road and Osika Road going up towards Stalling Bridge. All right, so this tornado is going to be trying to track up into Tylertown here soon. Storm Chaser Connor Croft's drone has been looking at this for quite some time. It's been kind of panning back and forth. And again, one of the other concerns is that there's a lot of cloud to ground lightning. Be very vigilant of your surroundings if you are in any of these warnings today.
The super chat reader now
Because of all the cloud to ground lightning that is happening. These are, very dangerous storms. We just had a house fire in this tornado warning. And they are now inside of the warning here, so we're going to keep an eye on them. Again, that main area of rotation currently located, that tornado, I should say, is located just north of Magnolia Road. and it should be tracking to the east-northeast over the next several minutes. It is almost undoubtedly a rain-wrapped tornado, so you will not see it. So do not look outside for it. If a storm chaser with a drone cannot see it, you ain't gonna see it either. There's literally no reason to try to look for it. So you need to take shelter now, again, if you're in this dark red polygon. We also have a tornado warning still on the Louisiana and Mississippi border. This is just south of Montgomery. That rotation's getting stronger now. You can see the velocities, they're starting to tighten, so this might be producing a tornado here soon as it crosses over the Mississippi River Valley. That'll go right towards US Highway 61. So if you live in this tornado warning, you gotta be definitely taking shelter here. I definitely think there's a real risk that this could also produce a tornado down the line. Let's go back to the Tylertown tornado warning. Unfortunately, this is an area, that CC drop's getting bigger. On the latest scan, tornado's getting a little bit stronger, a little bit larger. This is going to be going right over towards Brockdale Road here in a second, and then tracking up towards Stallings Bridge Road in Tylertown. So the tornado's getting a little bit stronger here on this latest scan. Definitely has not weakened. Storm Chaser Connor Croft, he's very close to where this tornado is. He is currently located just south of Lexi. So he's on the Highway 27 corridor. And the tornado, as of now, is only about 2.5 miles to his west. So he's going to be kind of looking towards where this tornado's located. He took his drone down because he didn't want that thing to, you know, get flown out or something like that. I would definitely say, guys, there is a possibility we could have a tornado on this storm too, as I was just talking about. The one south of Monterey, I definitely think there's a possibility this could have a tornado too. I'm definitely not for certain about that, but I do think there is a pretty high likelihood that this is producing a tornado, if not very close to it, in eastern Louisiana, going towards Natchez, Bude, and Centerville down the line. Real quickly, going to zoom out here. This is all of our warnings right now. I know they're all kind of different colors. This means radar indicated tornado warning. This means confirmed. And then this up here is actually a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. That's for baseball-sized hail in eastern Mississippi now. So we have baseball-sized hail currently tracking into DeKalb, Scuba, and Porterville. So you got to be taking shelter if you guys are in this severe warning. This is a very nasty hailstorm that is currently impacting Kemper County, just north of Meridian. Looks like we still have a tornado here in progress. The CC drop isn't as large, but there is still a tornado down right now. Very faint, but that is currently approaching Highway 27. This is still going towards the south side of Tylertown, Mississippi. 48 is also going to be in the path of this. We have a lot of storm chasers currently in this warning. And on this storm, Connor Croft is still on the ground level here. He's on 27. He's only about a mile or so now from this tornado. It'll be right in front of him.
Rainy mass in the rain right there.
So it's gonna be, you see the leaves flying off the trees, but it'll be right there where he's pointing the camera in the middle.
Say. Also to the right. That whole area. Even further right. Might be just about to cross to our north.
See the smoke up here.
I can't get a... Yeah, it's gonna cross just to my north.
Right, boys? Everything good down there?
Might be down too.
This car got struck by lightning. We had a fully engulfed house fire in Tylertown, and the storm.
I just heard something else about a house fire.
You okay?
Oh, there's another house fire, or
Did it like demolish all the electrical stuff? Like it just catches car fire?
Not moving.
Off to the left, guys. I know it's panning the camera to the right. Off to the left is where the tornado would be. You can see the winds are going right to left right now, so they're going
We haven't even
more towards it. That might be possibly from where this tornado was. I mean, it'll be going right over them here in a second. This, I think, is it right here. I don't think it's on the ground. It's hard to tell, though. This might be the remnants of a tornado. If not, that could be the tornado.
Yeah. I mean, that's weird right there. It's just it's barely rotating, but I wouldn't... I mean, actually, the rain is moving up in front of us, so I bet it's still... But this is just... This probably isn't it.
Okay, so Connor doesn't think it's it.
Definitely a little funny.
It will be crossing over 27 at any moment.
Tornado's going to be up here in the rain, chat.
Just south of Tylertown, Mississippi.
Yep. Yeah. directly in front of us. But at this point, that was a couple minutes ago. It's probably right in front of us. I can see the rain currents are rapidly in front of us.
All right, so it sounds like the tornado's gonna be right ahead of them. Sounds like somebody's car got struck by lightning. What I've been hearing, it's
I wouldn't think it'd be to the left because we have
hard to verify anything, but velocities haven't updated here in about 4 minutes, which is not ideal for a storm chaser because they don't know where this tornado is. We're in the forest.
Right in front of us.
It's also a highly rain.
Whoa, it's right here. It's right here. It's right here. It's right here.
Yep.
All right, so tornado's on the ground right here somewhere.
It's about to cross the road. It might be just the outer edge of it.
Yeah, look at all the vortices.
There's a lot of turbulence.
There shows a really tough
Yeah.
I don't see a CC drop on it though.
I mean,
north of corner to...
yeah. I mean, we have it in front of us right now. It's not condensed, so they could. We're just
latest scan has completely weakened that rotation, so it's gonna have to cycle. So the remnants of the tornado just crossed over the highway, or this highway that he's looking at right now.
CC's back on it right now. Southwest.
It sounds like storm chaser Aaron Rigsby. His car got struck by lightning.
Yeah, it's definitely just right up in there.
It's not very strong.
This is so weird.
That is from what I have heard.
I've never seen this much motion in such a big part of a storm.
Hey, his car got struck by lightning, and so his car is now dead.
Give me a second.
But he is okay.
Yeah, it's very bizarre. I have like the RFD right in front of me. Like literally the RFD certain, there's like vortices and rising motion dancing
PayPal
on
donation.
the outside of what I think is just the collar cloud of the bigger circulation.
Yeah, that's also what I'm looking at. It's very odd. But it's also
See all the motion right above their head right now. So again, this is the remnants of that tornado that just happened.
So weird. I'm like,
I do think the supercell is going to try to reorganize as it does track up towards Columbia.
The circulation is moving. It's so bizarre.
Baxterville, also in the path of it.
I wanted to drive further and get up in it, but it's like I thought it was right in front of me, and it might be. I still have no idea what I'm looking at.
So those clouds rapidly moving over their head right now. So again, this is live here. Also, this is back to that house fire, guys. It's still going on. We're in the middle of a tornado warning. This is from lightning that struck a house.
Oh my gosh.
That entire house is getting burnt down right now. Even though there's heavy rain, we have a house that is fully burning down right now from a cloud to ground lightning strike here in Tylertown.
The storm is not doing too much right now of interest.
Mississippi.
I'm gonna jump off and do some driving and get out in front, so I'm not gonna have much of a view.
So hot in front of the house too.
I have a solid view of it.
Man. Yeah, we're gonna have to get out of that spot we were in earlier there anyway.
Yeah, I'm glad we left when we did.
Yeah, because we didn't want to. We really, guys, we really did not want to get in the way of any of the law enforcement.
Basically just off the ground, so where the actual couplet is probably buried somewhere in there.
This really it's a terrible situation for many reasons, not just the family losing this house. I'm not sure. I'm guessing they found a place to take shelter. But we also have a confirmed tornado warning, which luckily there's no tornado anymore from what we're seeing. But you know, it could have been a much more dangerous situation if there was also a tornado coming right towards this area.
127.
There's still a lot of lightning. The rain's pretty heavy. We got a little bit of hail falling too.
From the sounds of it, it definitely put down a tornado earlier.
Guys, it looks like it did put down a weak tornado.
It did drop a pretty quick tornado just south of Tylertown a few minutes ago. Hey, Kibo for becoming a member. And I mean, that fire's still engulfing the entire house, even though rain is pretty heavy right now. Such an unfortunate situation here in southern Mississippi. And we've seen several cloud to ground lightning strikes. Like, that's not the first one. We've seen a ton of cloud to ground lightning strikes now that have happened, and you can just see the amount of lightning that is happening currently with this storm. And we can use this product on MRMS radar with the Weatherfront app and go over to the lightning. And this is the amount of cloud to ground lightning that's happened in the last 30 minutes in just certain locations. We have upwards of 8 lightning flashes every minute right now, which some of this is hitting the ground. We got almost 13 being estimated by radar just out the 48. And so these storms are highly electrified, every single one of them. This one is the highest electrified currently. So, unfortunately, this is a very dangerous situation that's evolving with this very powerful supercell. And I do think the tornado risk is going to once again increase here soon. But right now, the tornado has lifted, but I would expect down the line, we will see this recycle as it moves towards Columbia, Hattiesburg, Purvis, and as well as Baxterville. So you guys got to get ready if you guys live in those areas. We just got a new tornado possible severe warning in Alabama. It's a pretty large one for I-2059. This is going to include York near Demopolis, Greensboro, Moundville, and as well as Utah. Baseball-sized hail is one of the big concerns here. We also got 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This is a destructive hailstorm that is happening right now near DeKalb, and it's going to go right into Alabama here soon. So Hale, Marengo, Greene, Sumter, and Tuscaloosa counties, we got to be getting ready here for a very significant hailstorm. Damaging winds are also going to be very elevated, and there is even a possibility that this could produce a tornado down the line. The storm has already been producing some giant hail over here in Mississippi over the last half hour. We have broad rotation going over 495 right now and going towards Potterville. There is a new hail report also coming out of golf ball-sized hail reported by an emergency manager on Highway 21 South and Highway 488. Hey, Gildan for the super chat. Any thoughts on Columbus? Are you talking about Georgia? If you're talking about Georgia, I think you'll be probably just looking at a strong thunderstorm here. There is actually rotation developing on this storm near Hurtsboro right now. See the last few scans on radar. Got a little bit of rotation just southeast of Alabama 51, so there is a possibility they'll issue a tornado warning heading towards Pittsview here soon, just south of Hurtsboro. So if you guys live there, definitely get ready for a possible tornado risk. We've also had some very funky areas of convergence developing over here near Highway 2 on the backside of the storm, south of Tuskegee. So that might become tornadic as well. So we're looking at two different areas of rotation right now. Just south of Columbus, Georgia. They did issue a new tornado watch as well. This is our brand new tornado watch that was issued. That's going to include Gainesville, Atlanta, near Greenville, South Carolina, Albany, west of Macon. Goes until, I believe that's 1 in the morning or 2 in the morning. I think it goes until 2 a.m. Eastern time. And there's about a 30% chance of at least 2 tornadoes and about a 20% chance of at least 1 strong tornado. So it includes quite a bit of area here. Going back to our confirmed tornado warning here in Mississippi. Rotation has gotten broader, but there is a new hook echo developing now near 48. And that's going to be tracking right towards Baxterville and Columbia here soon. I'm going to draw a little path here so you got an idea of where this thing's heading. This is right now Walthall County, Mississippi. It's moving east at about 25 miles per hour, according to the National Weather Service. But I'm going to track this out as if it's going 30 miles per hour, because I do think it's trying to speed up right now. All right, so we're going to track this out. I'm going to put the little box here at the top right of your screen so you have an idea of where this is heading. We're going to add about 12 main cities to this, and we're going to expand that cone just a little bit, and we'll add it for 2 hours. All right, so that's your kind of timing guide here. It shows some of those main cities. So Purvis, we're looking at about 7:17. Hattiesburg, about 7:36. New Augusta, around 8 o'clock. And then Richton, about 8 o'clock as well. Let's see, there's really no cities, like at least in this general area. I can make the cone spread a bit bigger too. That might help a little bit. Let me do the cone spread a bit larger. Add maybe one more city to this thing. There aren't a whole lot of towns, at least in the immediate path. Columbia is really the main one. In Columbia, we're looking at about 640 for you guys. What app is he using? I'm using Weatherfront. Is the new weather app we're partnered with here for severe weather season. It's only on iOS right now, but it will be coming to Android and desktop very soon. I'm using the desktop version, but it's beta right now. Should be out very soon. Storm Chaser Connor Croft is in the middle of this storm right now in Tylertown. You can barely see anything out here. Hey, drive by for the $10 super chat. We are no longer working with Radar Omega on the app side of things. So we're working with Weatherfront. I've had a lot of people asking that, and again, we made an announcement on social media. I do want to clarify, if you guys have Omega, it's still a great app. We're just kind of moving on to the future. You know, we think this is going to be a very, it's already a very futuristic app, but we're kind of looking at the future and trying to provide you guys the best possible resources for weather. And I think having a free app like this is definitely going to be a big step in the right direction for a lot of people that watch us. We have, again, a lot of people that watch us nowadays. There are literally millions of people that watch these live streams. And so I think it's important to have more free resources. And this one is a great one, and it has a lot of the capabilities that a lot of other weather apps do, and even some that there's some that are free as well, and this actually has free features that are not on other weather apps. So yeah, I think it's again a step in the right direction for what we're trying to do here. Going back to the Louisiana and Mississippi border over near Louisiana 15, that rotation is still pretty strong. I would expect a new tornado warning here in a few minutes going in the direction of Bude. So if you live south of Natchez, west of Bude, it's a fairly rural area. We got it's basically Crosby that's in this area. There's really not any towns that I'm seeing here. But if you live over here just south of Natchez, definitely get ready for a increasing tornado risk. Rotation on this has been fairly strong, but there might be a tornado at any time. It's in a bit of a radar hole. Luckily, it's not in the most highly populated area going, but definitely a concern right now moving into Mississippi. Also, for those that are wondering, this had nothing to do with financial things or anything like that. A lot of people are been saying like this partnership, you must have got paid a lot for it. No, I mean that's not the goal here, guys. We're trying to have long-term partnerships and that also benefit you guys. All right, so I just want to make that clear because that's not the intention that we're going for. We're really investing ourselves into the future. That's what we want to do. Can't wait for the Android version. It's coming soon. Coming soon. Every single storm chaser right now, including Connor Croft,
Brandon,
they are in the heaviest of rain. Connor loves rain. We know that. Tornado Pagey is also driving through some very heavy rain. They're on 48 right now, on Highway 48, from Tylertown all the way going towards Columbia. See how heavy the rain is right now, right along the highway. Storm chaser Connor Croft, I believe he is in Tylertown right now.
Setting up for another big hook again, and mergers in the forward plane.
I do think what's going to happen here in a few minutes is that this storm did become a bit disorganized. You can see this is about 5:39 or so. You can see that hook echo, and we called this probably about 20 minutes before it happened. We thought this was going to produce a tornado, and it did. And now it is cycling. And so it is attempting to form a new hook echo. We got all sorts of confluence bands basically going into this storm now. Lots of little showers popping up out in front of it. That's all going to merge into the updraft, and this should create a more powerful supercell down the line. And as we start to see that RFD surge again, I do think the tornado risk is going to increase as this goes towards Hattiesburg. I would anticipate a new tornado warning here for those just south of Columbia. The tornado warning right now is just for Walthall County. I would expect a new one that will include areas near Baxterville here very, very soon. So if you guys live over in Baxterville, definitely get ready. If you live over in just south side of Columbia, definitely get ready as well. Thank you, Katie, for the super chat. It's been a sad week with no Max, my favorite show. I know, guys. No live streams. It is. It can be quite the sad period. It's probably it's a good thing though. I mean, I'd rather not be live covering life-changing storms because I mean, a lot of the time that's what we're doing. A lot of the time, there's a lot of life-changing storms that happen.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I'm glad we haven't really been covering that recently. We have a new tornado warning that will be for those in Wilkinson counties, Mississippi. This is a very strong area of rotation. I want to remind you guys that this storm has the capability of producing a significant tornado. Storm chaser John McKinney is actually going towards this storm right now. He is on US Highway 61. The velocities are very intense right now. For this being mid-level rotation, it's a very intense area of rotation, and there is a high likelihood that this will try to produce a tornado. So if you guys live over there near Crosby or even Roxy, we need to get ready to take shelter here soon. This has been a very impressive supercell here on radar for the last half hour or so. You can see the little hook, at least from this radar site. A lot of lightning as well. A lot of this is probably clouded ground lightning, and there's a pretty high likelihood that this is going to drop a tornado here at any moment, or at least sometime soon as it approaches US Highway 61. We also should get a new tornado warning for the storm south of Columbia here in a second, and I believe we have. Yeah, we did. So that's going to be for, oh no, actually that's not, never mind. This is the other storm, Adams and Franklin counties. That is going to be just south of Natchez. So again, different National Weather Service offices have to issue these two tornado warnings, so that is the reason why. It's two warnings here. If you live in either warning, you got to be taking shelter. There is a very large area that is now under this tornado warning. In terms of the distance, it's actually about 40 miles from west to east. The reason why it's such a large warning is because the National Weather Service does expect this to be a long-tracked supercell with a heightened tornado threat. And so just south and along US Highway 84, that's what we're looking at right now. And that rotation is fairly strong right now. It's in a little community right along the Louisiana and Mississippi border, and it is going to be crossing over the Mississippi River Valley here in just a second, just south of Cloverdale. Storm chaser John McKinney is approaching the storm right now. He is not currently with any connection, but as he approaches the storm, we're going to keep a very close eye on him because I do think this has a pretty decent chance of producing a tornado here. Will the tornado be north of Baxterville? If there's going to be a tornado, it's going to be arriving there in the next, like, 60 minutes. So anywhere near Baxterville, you got to get ready here over the next 60 minutes or so. Be approaching you very, very soon. Hey, drive by for the super chat. Holy crap, Max. Now I see why you're using Weatherfront now. This is amazing. Thank you for finding us this free app. No problem. I know it's going to, like, if you guys download it, whenever you guys actually get the app, it is going to be crazy. Like the difference. Very user friendly too. I think it's like one of the biggest pluses to it. Again, I would expect a new tornado warning here soon, south of Columbia. The Hook Echo is getting more defined. We also have a very strong inflow going into the storm. Baxterville is one of those places that will be in the path this year soon. We go back over to the full shot of all of our storms right now. So currently we have 4 tornado warnings. 3 of them are all on the same storm. And then we have 1 southwest of Hattiesburg. And then we have a slew of severe warnings elsewhere. We actually have a new one in Georgia. That'll be just off to the north of Dahlonga, near Blue Ridge. That'll be for nickel-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Got a couple of strong thunderstorms kind of riding right along that boundary in northern Georgia. We can go over to the temperature map right now. These are the observed temperatures right now. And you can see the warm frontal boundary pretty clearly here on the observations. This is at about 3 o'clock, so this is a little bit old. Let me go to RTMA, so this is a little bit more recent. But that warm frontal boundary, or at least a cold front, is well off to the north. So our warm sector is still very large. And if you live in an area that the temperatures currently are in the 70s or even in the 80s, this is where that warm sector is. That's where the most favorable environment right now is for significant severe weather, including, New Orleans, Pensacola, Columbus, back into Atlanta, and Birmingham and Jackson, and anywhere in between those areas. And that is why I want to remind you, you got to be staying weather aware right now. We do have a level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk of severe weather, and there is a risk of strong tornadoes. There is a 10% chance within a 25-mile radius of a EF2 plus tornado, anywhere from Birmingham back into Jackson. And we even have a SIG 1 risk here, which includes the risk of EF2 plus tornadoes anywhere from western Louisiana all the way back over into South Carolina. So if you guys live anywhere in this area, we really got to be staying alert right now. We're going to be entering our peak tornado window. It starts now. We'll probably go until about 10:30 or so. It's going to be a pretty large window tonight, but we are starting to go into that peak time frame. Somebody was asking if there's a CC drop here. There's no CC drop, but we still have strong rotation right now crossing over the Mississippi River Valley, and this is quickly approaching Roxy. So Roxy is in the path of this, eventually going towards Bood. It's a fairly rural area. Storm chaser John McKinney, again, he's on this. He just doesn't have connection. That's kind of one of the other things here in the Mississippi Valley. Don't get a whole lot of connection out here with the storm chasers. But if he does come back, we'll keep you posted. I would, again, expect that that's probably close to being on the ground. If not, it is on the ground in southwestern Mississippi. The rotation on the storm near Tylertown's gone a little bit broader. It's not been getting any stronger. There's still a very clean Hook Echo.
A new tornado
Still a strong inflow, and
issued.
they have just issued now a new tornado warning for Lamar and Marion counties in Mississippi. So that's going to be for this supercell here, Columbia, Baxterville. We now need to be starting to take shelter if you're in this area. The National Weather Service has high confidence that this will once again produce a tornado as it goes in the direction of Hattiesburg. This is moving east at about 30 miles per hour right now. So take shelter if you're in this warning. We also just had a ping pong ball sized hail report from a spotter network chaser. His name's Thomas. Can't see the entire name, but Thomas reported some ping pong ball sized hail over there in Tylertown. Rotation, again, not super strong as of now, but it should strengthen as it continues to move to the east-northeast. Also, Storm Chaser John McKinney, he is back. He is looking at that area of interest right along the Mississippi River Valley, so we're keeping an eye on him. I mean, man, I actually want to see, what is he looking at right now? That rotation is so strong. That was thunder. Probably cloud of ground lightning, which is a real concern today. So we're going to keep an eye on him. There's a lot of lightning. He's on US Highway 61, so he's still several miles back from where a likely tornado is located on the Mississippi River Valley. I mean, man, like the latest scan, still very strong. It's coming up on Highway 61 right now. You can see the roadways when I zoom in. There's a lot of people that live in this area. That's another concern. There is a legitimate risk right now that we could have a tornado on the ground. Again, west of Highway 61, Storm Chaser John McKinney is currently in position for it just south of Natchez. Also, Tornado Pagey's just gone out in front of this storm over here near Columbia. That rotation hasn't been as strong. I'm, again, very curious to see what John McKinney sees here. Can't see anything quite yet. Again, he's on that highway, which... Holy crap, was that lightning? Bro was still sticking his phone out the window, or whatever camera he has. That sounded really loud. I think that was lightning. These storms are insane today. I mean, they are producing so much cloud ground lightning. We had a house fire over at Tylertown from this, if you were just tuning in and didn't see. Like, this has been a serious, you know, series of storms here in the Dixie Alley. Dude, I'm getting scared looking at this. If I was in person right now, I would not be just sitting with my car window open. Dude. God, I don't know what's even striking right now, but this is wild.
Like some inflow.
John McKinney doesn't care. He's chill.
In a little bit over here, right there.
Yeah, so that's the inflow going into the storm right there. And again, the wall cloud. I think he's just north of that rotation, so it's gonna be down to a south here.
Flowing in over here on the right.
It's a very healthy supercell. Velocity is very strong on radar. It's in a large radar hole, so this will help with ground truth here. Hey, Super, for the super chat, what's the word on Atlanta? Should be mostly a wind and hail threat. Hey, Robert, for the $10 super chat, go back and look at the drone shot. Definitely looked like a funnel. Have to look at that later. I'm going to go back to him in a second. That rotation, once again, pretty strong, just south of Natchez in Mississippi. We also just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for those in Monticello and Prentice. This is going to be producing some half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds for those in Jefferson Davis, Lawrence, and Simpson counties. So get ready for that. The supercell that is south of Columbia, still not really that strong of a rotation. Still has a large hook echo, but this hasn't really organized a whole lot here recently. We're still keeping an eye on it in case it does try to produce a tornado. It is heading towards Baxterville right now. And Purvis. Over in Alabama, we have no active tornado warnings. We do have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning now moving into the state. This is near the Utah, Greensboro areas. There's quite a few people in this warning. I would expect they'll probably downgrade this severe thunderstorm warning since the other one is now down to golf ball sized hail. So Utah, Moundville, York, and Demopolis, just get ready again for the risk of baseball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. The tornado risk is, I would say, low as of right now in this storm. I don't think it's very high. And then back over to the south of Columbus, Georgia. This has been a pretty nasty storm here near Hurtsboro and Lumpkin. And that right now is still producing the risk of a tornado. But the rotation's been broader over the last few minutes. Still watching for a low tornado risk as it goes into Pittsview and Lumpkin. Let's still look at our tornado warning in southern Mississippi near Tylertown. So Storm Chaser, Storm Intermedia.
Once you get to MS-35S,
There's a lot of trees. They did have a little scuddy lowering, it looks like, off to the right there.
to get on the other side of the river.
Yeah, they're losing connection. We'll go back to them in a second. Tornado Pagey's driving through some trees, and John McKinney has lost connection. Welcome to Dixie Alley, folks. This is the first time I think we've covered Dixie this year, at least in depth. The Storm Chasers, a lot of them actually have very good equipment for chasing out here. You know, Tornado Pagey invested a bunch into some really solid connection type stuff, and so there's a lot of other chasers like Connor too that have done the same thing, and it does make a whirlwind of a difference. But even then, there's a lot of trees in the Mississippi Valley here, and so that kind of blocks that cellular connection that they rely on. They don't just have like you know, it's not like they have Ethernet plugged into their car or something like that from, I don't know, from some like internet source. It's all through some very top tier internet or not internet, cellular equipment. So it's pretty cool. But this is a live view inside of a tornado warning south of Columbia, guys.
Yeah.
If they see a tornado at any moment in the next 5 minutes in this road, they're probably going to win the lottery someday. Because like this is the type of stuff I'm talking about. Instead of seeing tornadoes, they are seeing trees. With how many trees are here, it's actually kind of surprising the quality of this stream is as good as it is. If I mean, this is pretty good. This is a better view. If I ever run storm chasing down here in the Dixie Alley, which will never happen, but if I did, I would probably lose my mind. I could never storm chase here. There's just so many trees. PTS tree intercept. Thank you, Mickey, for the 5 gifts memberships. Appreciate that. We got a little bit better view of the storm here. Very ominous skies. The sun will set in about an hour and a half or so. So we got plenty of daylight still ahead.
It's to the east, could be to the east of us.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lauren, for becoming a maximum velocity member.
How we gotta take to get over the river anyway.
Up here, so you want to go up to Columbia and then down, probably?
Who is Storm Intermedia chasing with? Apparently, they have a special guest today. I don't know who they're with, though.
We can do that.
Look at that, lost connection. Storm Chaser John McKinney, he's on that tornado warning.
That way. I'm going to go back south a little more.
Here's a look at that rotation, bottom right side of your screen. He is located just to the south right now.
Looks like
of
these
Natchez.
clouds back here are rotating right over the road here.
So it's gonna go right over this road here in a second near US Highway 61.
Let's see if I can get that.
Oh, Ethan Muck got you. Okay.
Looks like it's rotating right over the road.
Hey, you see all that motion right there. There's a tornado. It's going to cross US Highway 61, about 15 miles south of Natchez. There are quite a few homes here. There's no, like, main city that is your town. It's near Deerfield Road and Hutchins Landing, if you guys are familiar with that.
She's hooking.
There's a pretty clear hook echo on radar now, too.
Got a clear spot here where we can kind of see what's going on. I think it's right over there, maybe. I think the rotation's right over there.
So he's going down US Highway 61. He's going southbound right now. He's going in the direction of Woodville, Mississippi.
Might have a clear spot right here.
If he gets a clear spot, we'll be able to see what the storm actually looks like. There's a lot of motion above him right now.
Got a clear spot.
But the wall cloud or any sort of lowering or tornado would be off to the right side of what we're looking at here. The hook echo just got a lot more defined bottom right. Very clear hook echo currently.
Take this spot right here.
Ooh, look at that, guys. Now that looks suspicious. Look at that lowering behind the trees. There's a lowering bottom right.
I see rain curtains that, let's see.
A lot of motion here.
Oh gosh, don't even have a camera up here. Let me, I have to go to my iPhone here. Let's get a camera.
This might not be a rain wrap tornado either, if there is one. From this angle, it might be, but I mean, it'd be right there in the middle of your screen. Look at all the motion above them. Rain curtains rapidly moving. Pepsi sus. Guys, I'm not drinking Pepsi willingly. I don't usually drink Pepsi. Just gonna be honest. I just have a bunch of cans from a friend that left them here.
Let's see.
This is rapidly moving over his head here. Again, that rotation currently is ramping up. We got a large hook echo right over US Highway 61. Strong inflow as well. And this is going to go right into Bood, Roxy, and Crosby here soon. So if you guys live here, we got to be taking shelter. See all the rapid motion on the left. Like, look at all the motion. I mean, he's in the storm. He's getting into the storm and into the hook echo now.
I think it's coming in.
Well, it's hard to see right now, but hear the wind hitting his car now. Rotation is definitely on the stronger side of things.
Spinning on the road right there. Spinning on the road right here, man. Look at it.
This camera's out of focus, but it was on the right there.
Might have just went over my head. Let me see if I can cut.
I'm gonna go back to him in a second. Riley has an, oh, 1 second. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, real quick, I want to talk about this hailstorm going on near Silver Creek in Mississippi. This is currently a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, but if you take a look at the radar, we have hail up to 4 inches in diameter. Actually, the reason it says 4 is because that is as high as the number goes. It's actually radar indicated 5-inch hail here near Silver Creek. If you go all the way up and tilt on this radar site, we once again see a 3-body scatter spike very high in the atmosphere. That means there's some very large hail up in the top of that storm, and of course, what goes up must come down. So we're probably going to see maybe even softball-sized hail here near Silver Creek. I would support an upgrade to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for this, maybe even an extremely dangerous situation severe thunderstorm warning, because if this is producing hail 5 inches in diameter, that'd be a very bad situation.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. All right, real quickly, John McKinney. He had connection. I don't know if he just lost it again. Yeah, he just lost it again. He was actually driving through some really intense wind a second ago. So again, there might be a tornado or one trying to drop right now to the south of Natchez. So if you live there, take shelter. By the way, I do apologize about the QR code. We got to fix that. All right, they just upgraded this warning. It is up to 2-inch sized hail now. It is radar indicated 4-inch sized hail. And I want to take you to the MRMS radar data. This is, again, a new tool that we have on the stream where we can show you the radar indicated hail, basically the maximum expected hailstone size. And this hasn't updated for about 3 minutes or so, but at least for right now, from the MRMS data, it is indicating on radar about 1.3-inch sized hail. There is a possibility, though, it could be larger than that. The hail swath over the last hour has been just getting larger and larger. So this hailstone size is gradually getting bigger as it goes towards New Hebron and Prentice. So definitely stay away from windows. This hailstorm's been wild over here near DeKalb. This one's not as intense as it was before near Potterville, but it got up to 4-inch sized hail estimated by radar just south of Highway 16 east of Philadelphia. So that's a 1-hour hail swath there. We can also do the 6-hour hail swath to show you all the different hailstone or all the different hailstorms that have happened here over the last few hours. It's a pretty large area. There's also the last 1 hour of rotation. We did have a tightening just south of Tylertown there. See some of the darker reds. There was another tightening a few minutes ago here west of Baxter. This is the storm right now that is trying to produce a tornado south of Columbia, going towards Hattiesburg. A lot of our chasers are on this storm right now. The hook echo currently is still very defined. Strong area of inflow going into the storm. Rotation, though, is very weak. So I'm not sure if this one's going to regain its intensity, but if you live in Hattiesburg, this is the storm that you got to be watching, as it will have a pretty good shot at trying to produce a tornado here down the line. Nike sponsorship when? I wish. They still haven't downgraded this severe warning here in Alabama. It is still for baseball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds, but they did downgrade the warning a while ago. in Mississippi for golf balls. I would, again, if you're here in western Alabama and you're in the severe warning, I would have the expectation that you're going to see some large hail. I don't think it's going to get to baseball size. But I would at least have some expectation that, yes, there will at least be some hail with this storm. According to radar, the hail's not that large. If we go over to the hail track here, this is the most probable sized hail over Emily, Alabama. It's down to about 1 inch hail. So we got some 1-inchers over here. The percentage is about 50% chance of it being severe hail, which would be quarter size or larger. So that's kind of the probabilities of significant hail right now. The storm that's over near Prentice is about a 65% chance that we at least have 1-inch sized hail falling. We do have a new severe warning. We actually got a few. We got a lot of warnings getting issued right now. This is a wide view of our map right now. We can go over to the MRMS radar and you can see all the different storms out there. A little bit of a tilted view. We currently now have 8 severe thunderstorm warnings, and we also have 3 tornado warnings in effect. The 3 tornado warnings are all in Mississippi right now. The severe warnings are pretty scattered at this point. We got some near Jackson and all the way back up here into Georgia. If we go to the one in Georgia that just got issued, this one's going to be for mainly a risk of nickel-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Also have another storm near Ellijay that's trying to do the same thing. That one might become severe here pretty soon. I do think for northern Georgia and upstate South Carolina, we should be mainly talking about the risk here of damaging winds. I think the tornado risk is pretty low with these storms, but we'll be keeping an eye on this activity in case something does change as they continue to push to the east. Since we have a lot more people tuning in now, we got about 34,000 people here. What do you guys think of this new style that we have here? Like all the mapping, all everything. Just let me know what your thoughts are in the chat, because I'm going to go back even after the stream and look at all your opinions and stuff. We are using, again, new, everything's new. A lot of this is literally brand new. We're using the Weatherfront app. It's free on iOS. It'll be coming to desktop and Android here soon. If you have an iOS device and you want to download Weatherfront, it is the top link in the description below. It is completely free, 100% free to download. We have a new wind damage report coming out of central Mississippi near Carthage. Emergency manager is reporting that trees down on Highway 25. There's also some pea-sized hail with that storm too. That's the latest update there. Storm chaser John McKinney is back. He's on that tornado warning
right here.
South of Natchez. This one has strong rotation right now. Look at that rotation bottom right, and he just lost connection, I think, again. He's getting pounded by wind right now. Hope he's back. Look at the rain curtains going across the road right now. This is on US Highway 61 here. Colors look much nicer. When did we start standing? I've been standing since I went live. Got a couple people parked off to the side of the road. I'm not sure if those are chasers or not. Rotation, again, has been pretty strong on this storm for a while. It just crossed over the highway he's on, so it crossed over US Highway 61. It's going to be tracking towards Crosby here soon.
Whoa, strong winds here.
Got a Dodge Charger pulled off to the side of the road too. We also have Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey. They're inside of the tornado warning southwest of Hattiesburg. A lot of rain. It's a good observation. A lot of rain. We're going to keep an eye on them as that continues. By the way, one of the exciting things about what we're doing here with at least this new app with Weatherfront is that there will literally be updates all the time. They've been very consistently pushing updates like every single week, which is the ideal world, right? So there will be updates fixing bugs. There'll be like fixing the app, making it better, adding features, like even some features that we have. There is a plan. I'm not sure when this will be out, but there is a plan to have you guys be able to put your location on our stream inside of the app here soon, instead of going to our website to do it. And it'll plot on this map beautifully. That way we can actually see where people are tuning in from. Might be able to like leave a message or something like that. There will be more features down the line. So That's kind of why, again, we've switched. There's a lot of features that they're going to be adding that will very significantly benefit our live coverage and make our live coverage better. And it's also free. And there will be Storm Chasers live in the app here soon, but not yet. It's coming soon. John McKinney is back inside of some very heavy rain. This is on that tornado warning east of US Highway 61 now, south of Natchez. Very low visibility. I'm not seeing any sort of strong winds where he's located. He would be in the rear flank downdraft now. So that wind would be surging over US Highway 61 between Woodville and Natchez, and it's going to be going towards Crosby. If we go back over to live radar, right now that rotation is not, again, super strong, but it's definitely on the stronger side of things compared to what we've mostly seen so far today. Reds and greens are mixing together, and this will eventually probably go towards Crosby. There is a possibility that if it keeps tracking east, they might have to issue a new warning. It's a little bit south of the current warning, so just south of Bude, near Crosby and north of Gloucester. Might need a new warning for that area here pretty soon. I have a new severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be for a lot of counties here in Mississippi. It'll be just south of Jackson. We actually got two different ones. We got one south of Jackson, west of Forest, and we got another one for McGee. So this new one for McGee is going to be for the threat of 2-inch sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. You see that moving off to the north right now. McGee's going to be in the path of that. Mendenhall will also be in the path of that. The other severe warning is going to be for those in Puckett, Polkville, and Morton. So for Rankin, Scott, Smith, and Simpson counties in Mississippi, just southeast of Jackson. Jackson, you're not in the warning, but this one's producing quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. We are starting to see an uptick of storm activity near our cold frontal boundary. The storms that are way up here on the northern periphery of our tornado watch are not going to be very tornadic, at least like up here. It'll be mostly wind and hail. There will be a low tornado risk. The highest tornado corridor should stay in this general area over the next few hours. We can still see tornadoes elsewhere, but that's going to be the main corridor for a more significant threat of severe weather. Going back over to John McKinney. He's on that western tornado warning right now. So he's again over near Natchez. If you look bottom right of your screen, you can see that rotation is very strong in the mid-levels. He's getting out of it, so he's going to reposition. But if you guys look here, this is a little bit, there's a little range folding here, which is a little radar artifact. You can see that little like line there. And so there is a little bit of range folding, but the velocities are very intense in the mid-levels. So there is a legitimate risk here of a significant tornado trying to develop with this supercell near Crosby. This is the other radar site, which is a little bit closer. As of 6:31, which is 10 minutes ago, the radar hasn't updated in 10 minutes, but that strongest area of rotation is currently located near US Highway 61. Looks like the reflectivity has an update, or the reflectivity just updated. Oh my goodness, guys, that's not good. This is going to produce a significant tornado, guys. That is a huge uptick in rotation on this latest scan. There is a real risk that this could produce quite the significant tornado here in a few minutes. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, this is actually something we talked about in the last couple streams after not saying it for at least a few times, but I would support another radar-indicated PDS tornado warning here. That's not something that happens frequently. However, I would support it. A few of these last storms we've had these last few streams for whatever reason. So if they do go ahead and issue that warning, it is for a legitimate reason. This storm is worthy of a radar-indicated PDS tornado warning.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, that uptick is very concerning. Again, I don't think they're going to issue a PDS warning right now. I think they'll probably wait for another radar scan. With that said, this is pretty concerning, guys. I would say this is actually really concerning.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So Adams and Franklin counties, this has been upgraded to at least a confirmed tornado warning for right now. If you guys live here in Roxy, Bood, you need to take shelter. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, so there's a very large TDS on that storm headed towards Garden City.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So, again, this storm now is producing a very significant tornado. You need to be taking shelter, again, if you are in this warning, and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible, and get away from windows. So there is a large tornado debris signature right now, and the velocities, again, are off the charts currently on this supercell. This is, again, an extremely dangerous situation. I would expect this will probably be upgraded to a PDS tornado warning at any moment with how strong that rotation currently is on radar. So if you guys live here, we got to be taking shelter and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible and getting away from windows.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
They have upgraded this to a PDS tornado warning. As we've been talking about, it is now a particularly dangerous situation here. If you guys live that's going to be for Wilkinson County, Mississippi. All right, we got a large and extremely dangerous tornado. You need to be taking shelter now if you are in this tornado warning and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible, and you've got to get away from windows.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We have now another PDS tornado warning. So we got two. It's for the same storm, though. All right, so Roxy, Bood, you all need to be taking shelter and putting as many walls between you from the outside as humanly possible. There is a large debris signature being picked up by radar currently, and this is going to be quickly heading towards Bood over the next several minutes. So you need to take shelter. Storm Chaser Matthew Capucci with my radars looking at this right now.
The tornado itself will probably pass. Oh my gosh, did you see that lightning?
There's so much cloud to ground lightning with this.
Momentarily. But
oh wow.
Oh
god, yes. I saw that.
Wow.
Got a ton of lightning here.
People are on the bridge as they are, just because I would not necessarily want to, be out during this. And in fact, I can see some of the people right there trying to seek shelter elsewhere. Yeah, oh my gosh. I don't know if the camera even picked that up, but this thing's shooting positive bolts out the side.
So this is going to be crossing over the highway here in a few minutes near 33. Capucci is on 33 near Garden City.
Left, I can see, and I'll tilt the camera momentarily, I can see the entire, inflow.
I'm not on my green screen up, but in the middle of your screen, you can actually see, inflow basically going into the storm right there.
How many, how much the whole...
So he's currently looking at this right now. If you're just tuning in, we again have a significant tornado in progress right now, located just to the south of Cloverdale. If we go over to the velocity measurement tool here, our gate-to-gate shear is probably pretty high. I don't think it's this low. I mean, this is about that's about 90. It's probably not that low. It's definitely a stronger tornado than that, but this is going to go right over Highway 33 here soon, just south of Roxy. It's going to be tracking towards Bood. And then Brookhaven is going to be in the path of this. I want to remind you guys, if you're just tuning in, this is a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning that is currently in effect. That is your tornado debris signature right there. It's not very, it doesn't look that large, but it is definitely a very significant tornado here. Storm Chaser Matthew Capucci is looking at this right now.
It's going to pass about probably...
Did you see the fog a second ago just start getting sucked in?
Oh yeah,
it's neat.
I'm considering going north.
He's considering going north.
But I just drove up there.
The tornado again is going to be right where he's looking currently.
I
think it's going to come across right here on this road right in front of us and tree everything out.
Look at that debris signature on the bottom right side of your screen, guys.
Yeah, be careful, Matthew. So what Matthew's doing, Matthew is a train spotter. So he knows what he's doing. He knows.
This is a giant debris signature.
I think I see debris on the road right there.
No, you don't.
Bro, I think Capucci just schooled some, I don't know who that is, but...
Not yet, there's not.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
What are you seeing?
I'm an atmospheric scientist. The tornado's still about probably 10 miles north, or 10 kilometers northwest, about 6 miles northwest.
So yeah, what we're seeing right here
This is what the debris signature looks like right now, guys. That is a significant tornado over Ireland. Again, this is going to go right into Garden City here in a few minutes in Perrytown. Again, significant tornado currently in progress. You've got to take shelter if you're in this tornado warning. And you got to be putting as many walls between you from the outside as humanly possible. This is a very significant tornado right now. that is producing some major tornado damage. Again, the velocities are just absolutely insane on this storm right now. That is all debris being lofted up into the atmosphere. If we go back just a few scans here, which I can't hear. Let me try this. Try a different radar site real quick. Here's the latest scan. My God, look at that, guys. That's the latest scan. We got, oh, again, we got a giant tornado in progress right now. Likely a large, if not even maybe, it could be a very large tornado here. Going directly towards Highway 33. This is the last several scans. So this is going right over Perrytown Road right now. It's approaching Highway 33, and then it's going to go directly towards the town of Bood. Once again, this is a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning. You need to take shelter if you are in this tornado warning. Storm Chaser Matthew Capucci is once again looking towards this tornado. He's obviously going to keep his distance here. He's on Highway 33, so he's about a mile or two east of where this tornado is currently located. But it's going to be crossing over this road literally right in front of him here soon.
And soon we'll get into the rear flank downdraft.
And he's talking about the storm. You can hear him talking about it here.
Once we start getting close to the RFD, that's a sign that it's probably safe for me to try to blast north. But yeah, any tornado would be right in there. And in fact, I mean, it's funny. So this is a confirmed tornado from the Weather Service, and just based on radar, but no one's able to see it on the ground just because it's all but.
I do want to point out, by the way, this tornado will cross.
I can see where
probably about a 3/4 of a mile down the road here. I would say in about 4 minutes or so. So it's going to cross over this road that, like, again, he's looking straight down Highway 33. It looks ominous to begin with, looking down that roadway. But this is a large, likely cone, maybe even bigger tornado that is going to be going right over the highway here in a few minutes.
So again, we are looking at this storm.
And as a reminder, this is the second highest level tornado warning that you can possibly get. That debris signature is still very, very large. Look at the values here. They're down to about a 0.35. So that just basically means there's a lot of debris being lifted up into the atmosphere. Keep in mind, this is on a scale of 0 to 1. And so the lower the number is here, the more significant that debris, or the higher quantity of debris that's basically being lifted up here. And so there's a lot of debris being lifted up. The velocities are very strong. We have a velocity scan of 100 miles per hour going one direction right now. That's just going east, basically. And then going away from the radar, it's upwards of 70 miles per hour. So a large swath of wind is happening. And again, this is a very dangerous tornado. Really can't stress it enough, guys. If you live in this tornado warning, you need to take shelter. If you're on the outskirts of this, you need to also take shelter.
See, because it's directly north of me.
This is likely an intense, if not violent, tornado that is happening right now, approaching Highway 33. Matthew Capucci is now driving towards it, which he knows what he's doing. He's a professional.
It's still about...
He's also with my radar.
Miles to my north.
Yeah, Roxy. Looking at...
oh my gosh, this guy is dark.
TDS is already at 11,000 feet.
Oh my gosh.
11,000 feet. So...
Oh my goodness, guys. He's driving towards this. I'm going to go back to him in a second, but look at this latest scan and look at the velocities going one direction. 107 miles per hour going one direction right now. And
this is an emergency alert.
And I honestly think a tornado emergency could be needed for this. I truly think this, could classify as a tornado emergency at this point. I mean, we have a very dangerous tornado that is in progress. It's hitting a lot of homes right now near Perrytown Road. It's approaching Highway 33 as we speak. And they issued a new PDS tornado warning now. That will be for Wilkinson and Mike counties. So Crosby's included in this. You need to put as many walls between you from the outside as possible if you are in that new tornado warning.
Guys, the sky is pitch black. I've never seen the sky get so dark so fast. And I see what may be the edge of the tornado or the mesocyclone.
Pucci has a little bit of lag on his stream. You can still hear his audio really clearly. He is in the on Highway 33 near this tornado right now. I know the quality's not going to be the best. We're in Dixie. Again, the cell service is not going to be perfect, but with that said, pretty solid connection. You can obviously see the very ominous, almost pitch black skies as he was talking about. Tornado would be off to his left. He is in between a ton of trees, so he has to be very careful of where he drives to. He's driving, though, in the direction of this tornado. For reference, he's right there. That X right there, that's where he's located, bottom right, guys. The tornado is going to pass right in front of him. You can see the rapid motion above him. And this is going to cross right in front of him here soon.
I think.
All that rapid motion right above his head. Wow. Oh, guys, this debris signature is still huge. This is a very significant tornado crossing over Highway 33 right now.
There are trees going down.
Here comes, yeah, you can see some of the leaves flying out. That's gonna be some debris, possibly from the tornado or just the strong winds here. This tornado over the next minute will be crossing over this highway, so it's gonna be happening here in the next 60 to 90 seconds. Those trees are hanging on for dear life there at the top left. So again, there is 100%. I want to remind you guys, there's 100% of tornado on the ground. It is a large tornado. It is producing significant damage approaching Highway 33. You can see the debris starting to fly in front of him. The winds are getting stronger and stronger. This wind field is huge. And he's probably still a mile maybe from the tornado. Now you can see the wind changing directions. And Capucci's now getting out of here because he's very close to it. Look how strong the winds are getting here. He's playing the safe card here, which I 100% agree with. With this being a very dangerous tornado, also in the middle of a forest, it makes this very, very dangerous to be in. So he's driving away from it right now. But our tornado right now is still very significant. This just crossed over the highway. So it just crossed over that highway a second ago. So he probably saw it or was very close to it. And now the velocities are still incredibly strong here. We now have a much clearer view on velocities of this tornado. And right now we're looking at 75 versus 70 mile per hour winds. We have gate-to-gate shear of about 145 miles per hour. So this is likely an intense tornado that's happening right now around Highway 33. And it's going to be tracking towards Bood and US Highway 98 here soon. So if you live in US Highway 98, you got to be getting ready for this near Bood. I really strongly recommend taking shelter if you guys are out in front of this. I do not. This is almost a life or death situation right now near Highway 33, and it might be as well once it gets closer to Bood. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, this is lofting debris, 15,000 feet in the air. This is certainly a violent tornado. 100% I would support a tornado emergency for the towns of Meadville and Bood.
Hey, Riley, for the update. I can't stress enough how significant this tornado is, guys. This is, again, likely an intense, if not violent, tornado that is happening right now. Tornadoes do not usually lift debris 15,000 feet into the sky. They just don't. Most tornadoes don't do that. Capucci is inside of this PDS tornado warning. The tornado just crossed over the highway a second ago.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So yeah, this just crossed in front of them. All that debris is gonna be down the highway here. We have a new tornado warning for Hattiesburg. If you guys live in Hattiesburg, we gotta be taking shelter. That rotation's ramping up again. If we go over to Hattiesburg, this is that brand new tornado warning here. So again, Hattiesburg, you gotta be taking shelter and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible and get away from windows. All right, so Purvis, Hattiesburg, west of New Augusta. Oak Grove will also be in the path of this. That one's starting to ramp up right now. So if you live in Hattiesburg, we got to get ready for that. Going back over to our PDS tornado warning. This is a serious tornado. I don't know how this is in a tornado emergency right now. The rotation is so strong. This is likely a very large tornado, and it's also intense to violent. This, again, meets tornado emergency criteria here. The debris signature here is still very large. If we measure this with the little ruler here, it's about 3 miles from west to east. The velocities are still well over 140 miles per hour combined, which does indicate that this is likely at least an intense tornado, probably violent. Debris is being lofted up over 15,000 feet into the air. So if you guys live over here, closer to Bood, you need to be taking shelter. If you live in a mobile home, you need to get away from windows. You got to put as many walls between you from the outside. This is not even a suggestion at this point. It is almost mandatory. If you want to get through with this tornado, you got to get underground and get to a basement, if you have one, or a storm shelter.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
The tornado warning near Hattiesburg is now confirmed. So we now have a tornado on the ground near Purvis and Hattiesburg. So you need to take shelter if you're in this tornado warning for those in Lamar and Forest counties. We'll come back to that in a second. I really cannot stress, though, how significant this tornado is. We are now getting our first signs, too, of some trees down and some damage where this tornado just crossed.
And this road is completely blocked now with the tornado having just passed by.
Yeah, and right now it's like you should see the debris signature from the other night where last Monday we were looking at the correlation coefficient. We don't have any blacks yet.
Look at all the damage here. So we had significant damage on Highway 33, and for those that are looking at this and thinking, oh, this isn't that bad, it's bad, because this is probably the very far outskirts of this tornado. Like, this is probably a half a mile from where the tornado actually hit. Also, if you look at reflectivity here, guys, this right here, that is a debris ball on radar. You only see this with the most intense tornadoes. That is a full-blown debris ball east of Highway 33. That is not, there's rain, but that's not rain that's being picked up entirely. That black and pink area that I just circled, that is not, again, rain specifically. There's some rain in there, but it's a lot of debris. That is how significant this tornado is. This very dangerous and, again, violent tornado is tracking towards Bood. If you're just tuning in, this is for Adams and Franklin counties in Mississippi. It also includes Wilkinson and Amite counties. The tornado is going to be rain-wrapped, and it is barreling towards Bood right now. Bood is in the direct crosshairs of a very significant, violent tornado. It's been on the ground for about 15 to 20 minutes now. You can see the beginning of this tornado. It started here over the old Highway 61, and it has just been a tearing through trees, homes. Hopefully everybody is okay that's been hit by this so far, but we need a... There we go.
This is an emergency alert. A tornado emergency warning has been issued.
We now have a tornado emergency here in Mississippi. All right, so I have gone ahead and upgraded this. It is a tornado emergency in Mississippi. We need to be taking shelter once again if we live in this tornado warning and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible and getting away from windows. All right, north of Crosby. This is now officially a PDS tornado warning. Or sorry, a tornado emergency. This is the highest level that you can possibly get. It is a catastrophic tornado in Franklin County, and it is going to continue to produce catastrophic damage. This is likely EF3, EF4, at least, maybe higher. We're talking about a very violent tornado that is happening right now. I cannot stress enough, if you live in Bood, we need to be taking shelter, and we got to find a sturdy structure now if you live in this warning. You can see on the latest scan here, it is a very significant tornado right now, just east of Highway 33. This is hitting a lot of homes right now. It's approaching Bunkley Road, then going towards Meadville and Bood. Let me track this out here. Let me get the exact timing here. They've also, for those that are wondering, in the tornado warning text here, they have said the hazard is a deadly tornado. Like, again, I cannot stress it enough. If you are in this tornado warning, it is going to be deadly if you do not take shelter properly. Like, you do not want to be in a mobile home right now. Mobile home, if you're in a mobile home, you got to get out of there. RV, same thing. If you live out in front of this in Bood, you got a couple minutes. I would quickly get a helmet. I'd put a mattress over top of you, but you've got to be running to your safe place if you're anywhere near this right now on the southwest side of Bood. This is a violent tornado that is happening currently. They've also condensed the PDS tornado warning for Crosby, so that one's not nearly as large as before. That is going to be for those in Amite County, so no longer includes Wilkinson County. The one over here near Bood is still ongoing, and that one's still producing. Again, this is still that tornado emergency. It's a very significant tornado that is currently on the ground here, going right into Bood. This is, again, a tornado emergency. You need to take it seriously. This has been on the ground for almost 25 minutes now. Such a serious situation that's evolving here. Let me track this out. So this storm, again, is moving east-northeast at about 50 miles per hour. Very fast-moving storm here. All right, let me track this out here. Here's that tornado emergency, by the way. There you go. All right, so again, this is going to be tracking into Boot here soon. Let me track this out for you guys. It's moving east at about 50 miles per hour. I'm going to give you an idea of where this thing's heading. I'm going to try to track it out the best I can, at least for the general direction. So here's kind of the general idea where this is heading right now. If you are not in this cone that I just drew here, I do want to remind you that there is a chance that you could still get hit by this tornado. And you could still be in the crosshairs of this tornado. I'm just drawing a general path so you have an idea of where this is going to be heading over the next hour or two. All right, so I put a bunch of towns and cities on here. And if you live in one of these, you need to start preparing now. And you need that tornado action plan ready to go now. Brookhaven, Monticello, Collins, Taylorsville, Hattiesburg. All of you guys got to be watching this storm like a hawk. There's that general area here. Sorry, did not mean to tilt like that. It's also eventually going to go towards Laurel. That's hours from now, obviously. That's still 2 hours from now. In the immediate path, we're talking Bood, Brookhaven, right along that I-55 corridor. If you're one of those people that might be like a truck driver or something like that, I would be watching our channel like a hawk right now if you're traveling along I-55, because this is an area that's going to get swept by this tornado here, assuming it continues for a long period of time. And there's no signs that this is lifting anytime soon. Gotta be praying for the people that are in this tornado warning, guys. This is a serious situation. Bunkley Road, again, near Bunkley Road, is taking a direct hit from this violent tornado. The velocities going one direction are still 100 miles per hour, just going in the direction of the radar site. They're over 60 to 70 miles per hour right now, which is going into the storm. That's going away from the radar site. So this is northbound winds. This is southbound. There's about 800 people that live in Bood. And there are a lot of people that live on the outskirts, too, of Bood. This is approaching the Homochito River. The town of Bunkley. The town of Bunkley is going to be taking a direct hit from this right now. So, small town of Bunkley down here. The latest velocity scan is now indicating up to 100. I don't know if this is contamination or not, but it does show a 140 mile per hour winds going a singular direction. If that's the case here, our gate-to-gate shear is 200 miles per hour. There is a real risk that this is EF4 plus right now. I'm very certain that it's around that. I don't want to pre-rate tornadoes here, but I just want to stress that this is a very violent tornado that is in progress right now. The gate-to-gate shear has just eclipsed or gotten very close at least to 200 miles per hour. The debris signature is still very large. The debris is now being lofted up to almost 27,000 feet in the air. The tornado emergency does continue for 8 more minutes. Assuming this continues, which I feel like it will, this is going to be lasting a lot longer than just 8 minutes. Like, this is going to be going for a long period of time here. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we have another significant tornado on the ground near Hattiesburg, Mississippi. There's a CC drop on that from both Mobile, Alabama radar site as well as the HCC radar site. There's another very large CC drop on this. I would expect this tornado to be similar intensity as the other one, and an upgrade to PDS is imminent.
All right, Riley, thank you for the update. This is south of Hattiesburg right now. Another significant tornado is on the ground right now near Purvis. I believe that Storm Chaser, PA Storm Trackers, that is looking at the rapid motion. It looks like from a gas station or something like that. Their connection isn't the best, but there's a tornado behind that tree line right there, and that's impacting a very highly populated area as well. So this is going to go right into it's right over Purvis right now, and it's going to be tracking towards I-59, and then the south side of Hattiesburg is going to be in the path of this. So PDS tornado warning looks likely here near Purvis, and yeah, that debris signature just got a lot larger. So now this is a significant tornado impacting the northwest side of Purvis, Mississippi. I'm going to go back to our one cam view. I'm going to keep PA Storm Trackers bottom right since they are currently on the confirmed tornado there, just to the south of Hattiesburg. We got another significant tornado on the ground now. The one over here, again, is that tornado emergency that is in effect. This is a violent rain-wrapped tornado that is still down. The velocities, I don't think, are any joke here. I mean, we're looking at 130 versus 70 mile per hour velocities. This is approximately 190 mile per hour gate-to-gate shear, which means the intensity of this tornado is probably not far from that wind speed. It could be higher, could be lower, but we're probably right around that ballpark right now of, again, EF4 plus intensity, heading directly towards the Boot area. This is crossing right over Bunkley Road still. So the town of Bunkley is being hit by this in Mississippi. The Bunkley Church is nearby, so they are taking a hit from this. And then it's going to be crossing Yap 3 Road here soon. I'm looking at Bunkley right now. It's not a huge town, but there are a few homes right along that roadway. And then once this gets closer to Bood, there is the Franklin Field, which is an airport, which is going to be located right about here. The Sullivan Auto Repair Wrecker Shop, and there's also a cabins, postcard cabins area. That's what it's called. Probably some sort of cabins for people to stay at. Hopefully there's nobody there right now, because if they're there, this is obviously a violent tornado, and it'll be going right towards them. Tornado emergency once again still continues here for another 6 minutes. It goes until 7:15 p.m. Central Time. This is a large rain-wrapped tornado that is currently in progress right now. There is a high likelihood that this is going to continue to produce a significant tornado for a long period of time. Brookhaven, if you live in...
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
They have upgraded the tornado warning for Forest and Lamar counties. It's this one right here to a particularly dangerous situation. All right, so for those in Hattiesburg, this is a very populated area. You are now under a PDS tornado warning. This is the second highest level tornado warning you can get. It's a considerable damage threat.
This is an emergency alert. A tornado emergency warning has been issued.
They've also just issued another tornado emergency. All right, so we have now a new tornado emergency here west of Brookhaven. They are going to expand this tornado warning for Franklin and Lincoln counties. This is a catastrophic rain-wrapped tornado that is in progress heading directly towards Brookhaven. Brookhaven is now included in this tornado emergency. We need to be putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. We've got to get away from windows, and we've got to get to a basement. We got to get to a very interior room. A mobile home, you're not going to survive there if you get by this tornado. I'm just laying out the facts. It is not where you want to be right now. You've got to get to a storm shelter, and you've got to find a local one near you right now if you're in Brookhaven. They're issuing this warning well ahead of time for Brookhaven because the National Weather Service wants you to know there is a significant tornado heading towards you, and it is producing violent tornado damage right now, just southwest of Bood. And this is a heavily rain-wrapped tornado, so you're not going to see this thing coming. You're going to see a large storm coming at you, and you're not going to see the tornado. I'm going to go back to this in 2 seconds. I want to talk about the one near Purvis. This is also a significant tornado right now. I'm going back to our one cam view. This is a dangerous tornado that is happening right now south of Hattiesburg, located currently on the north side of Purvis. That tornado is right here. It's basically going to be crossing I-59 here in a few minutes. So if you're traveling along Interstate 59, you need to avoid this area. It is another rain-wrapped tornado that is moving northeast. It will eventually go towards US Highway 98 on the south side of Hattiesburg. There are about 30, I'm not sure, what is the population for this warning here for Hattiesburg? There's a lot of people that live here. That's all I know. I mean, you got to be taking shelter here. I know we have tens of thousands of people that live in Hattiesburg. But this is also a very significant tornado, likely strong, if not intense, going towards the south side of Hattiesburg right now. This is another very dangerous situation. Also, this is a live shot currently in Hattiesburg on the south side of town. This is the Forest EMA. This tornado is only maybe about a mile to the south of this camera. And so the conditions are going to rapidly get worse here. And I doubt this camera will be online by the time the tornado gets there. But that area is at risk right now, just south of Hattiesburg. Heading back on over to our tornado emergency. The rotation, again, still off the charts with this supercell. This whole polygon here is a tornado emergency. Is the highest level warning you can get. If you have friends or family in Brookhaven or a surrounding area, you need to give them a call now and make sure that they are taking shelter. And you need to make sure that they are taking this super seriously. I cannot stress how significant this tornado right now is. This tornado debris signature has been massive for a long time. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this has been on the ground for about 35 minutes. Yeah, this has been on the ground for over 30 minutes now. It's been about 30 minutes or so since this thing dropped, verified by radar, and it's about to hit the town of Boone. So Boone and Meadville are about to take a direct hit from this significant tornado here in Mississippi. In Boone, there's a Hilltop restaurant, the Sullivan's grocery store, the Franklin Lower Elementary School's in the path of this. Got the Dixie Airport over here. Got about maybe 100, 200 homes here. Again, this is not good. Very concerned right now for the town of Boone. If this thing continues, it is going to be a extremely dangerous tornado here. For a very populated area. This tornado south of Hattiesburg is getting worse as well. This latest scan is showing a much larger debris signature now directly over US Highway 11 and I-59. Storm Chaser PA Storm Trackers bottom right. They've been basically next to this entire time. I mean, this is again a very significant tornado for where they're at too. We'll see if this gets any stronger. I am a little bit more concerned that this could get stronger. You can even see it from the Mobile radar site. This is, again, no joke here. None of these tornadoes that we're seeing right now are like, little EF0 quick hitting tornadoes. We're talking about significant violent tornadoes that could change lives for a long time. That's what we're looking at right now. This is live inside of the tornado warning here near, oh my goodness.
I'm in it, I got branches.
Scott is almost in the tornado. This is live here just south of Bahomey. So this is what it looks like currently inside of our our PDS tornado warning here south of Hattiesburg. This is live. Where the tornado is, he's on I-59. You cannot see anything here.
Oh my gosh.
I was trying to get to 98.
There's a semi driving right into this thing. I don't know if they know. There's a semi truck driving right.
It's crossing right
he
here.
he just stopped.
Down.
There's another one here too. So the tornado again crossing I-59 as we speak. And just for reference, this tornado from downtown Hattiesburg is about 10 miles south. That's from downtown. There's about 92,000 people that are in this tornado warning right now.
Is it rain from Scott?
Heavily. You have to get right up next to it to see it.
Tornado again just crossed over the interstate northeast of Purvis. So that's what it looks like again, just south of Hattiesburg. Again, you gotta be taking shelter if you're in Hattiesburg. This dangerous tornado, it just crashed or just crossed over Interstate 59, and it's gonna be approaching some homes and communities around and south of US Highway 98 over the next few minutes. It's coming up right now on the Browns Bridge Road and as well as Elks Lake Road. Rogers Road as well. A lot of homes down here near Lee Avenue. We need to be taking shelter. Our tornado emergency, that tornado is still down as of right now. All right, so this is that tornado emergency back over in Franklin and Lincoln counties right now. We still have a dangerous, catastrophic tornado that is in progress. Luckily, the rotation has gotten a bit broader, but it is still a tornado, and it is still a significant tornado. The velocities, I should say, have gotten a bit weaker. The rotation has gotten broader. There's still a tornado here, but right now, this is going to be moving towards Brookhaven. I'm looking at Brookhaven in about 30 to 40 minutes on the arrival. It could be there sooner. If you live in Brookhaven or around that I-55 corridor, you need to be ready for a significant tornado well ahead of time, because this is a very dangerous supercell. It's probably going to produce more tornadoes as well, even beyond the one that we are looking at right now. The tornado right now is near Yap 3 Road, and it's crossing over the U.S. Highway 98 corridor. It's not far from the Franklin Intermediate School, or elementary school, excuse me. So the Franklin Lower Elementary School is located right here. That tornado is only maybe about a half a mile down the road. So hopefully this misses that school, but it's not far from it. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, the SPC did just issue a mesogamma discussion for this cell specifically, the one currently producing the tornado emergency. They're expecting tornadoes from 140 miles an hour to 170 miles per hour to continue for the next hour or so. So this covers almost the entirety of southern Mississippi. If you're inside this red circle, the time to take shelter or prepare to take shelter is now. There is high confidence that this storm is going to continue to produce a tornado for the next couple of hours.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So they are expecting the supercell with a strong tornado threat to persist. If you guys live near Macomb, north of Macomb, near Brookhaven, northwest of Hattiesburg, that is the area where the highest confidence is right now for a very intense supercell. And this is going to be tracking towards Brookhaven and Monticello here soon. Storm Chaser Scott here, he's inside of the tornado warning near Hattiesburg. There is a large, or at least strong, tornado that has been in progress for the last several minutes. You can see the very low-hanging clouds going right over him right now. And we just had a tornado cross over the interstate just a few minutes ago. Look at all the truck drivers pulled off of that truck stop. Looks like nobody got flipped over there. The tornado again crossed over the interstate and is now approaching U.S. Highway 98. That's where look bottom right side of your screen. The rotation's got a little bit broader, but the tornado just crossed over the interstate just a second ago. And it might try to produce another one as it continues to track to the east. So if you guys live in Hattiesburg, we got to continue to take shelter here. This is still a PDS tornado warning, which means it is a particularly dangerous situation for Lamar and Forest counties here in southeastern Mississippi. What'd you tune into? Absolute chaos. I mean, honestly, this is, I would say, almost worst case scenario evolving right now. You know, this supercell here near Bood, it's still a tornado emergency. We had a very violent tornado happen here over the last 45 minutes almost now. This has been on the ground since about 6:45, I want to say. And it is still on the ground. It's not as strong as before, but it's still on the ground. The Storm Prediction Center just said in that mesoscale discussion for this supercell, it is likely that this storm will persist downstream to the east, with the potential for continued strong to intense tornadoes. So what that means is that there is a legitimate risk here of EF2, EF3 tornadoes, even downstream of where this tornado warning is right now, for areas like Monticello, Collins, and surrounding locations. The storm is moving east right now, but it can change directions. It could go more north, it could go more south. But if you live in this pink polygon, you've really got to be taking this seriously. We do still think there's a tornado. It's very close there to the elementary school. The elementary school is right about there. So it looks like the elementary school was probably narrowly missed by this tornado. It's going over the Homochito River. There's a lot of trees here, so not really any homes that can be hit. Very few homes, at least, in the direct path of this for the next few minutes. But as it goes along U.S. Highway 84, it will be going towards Brookhaven, which is a lot more populated. Got a lot of small towns along here, too. Which is one of the reasons why this is a bit more concerning. The tornado emergency will continue for almost another hour. We'll see if they ever decide to downgrade it, but I think it'll at least continue here for a few more minutes, and then we'll see what the CC drop looks like down the line. But there's still debris being lofted up into the atmosphere. We go back over to our PDS tornado warning. Also, quick heads up, I'm going to zoom out here for just a second. We only have 3 tornado warnings. They're all in the same storms right now. So the one in Hattiesburg is PDS, and then the tornado emergency is in the dark purple. We do have a PDS tornado warning still for Hattiesburg. This warning in particular, I think, can be downgraded. The tornado risk with this one is lower for the time being. I'm not seeing any strong rotation. However, there is a really significant hail threat developing on this. You can see the hail. It is getting giant on the southeast side of Hattiesburg, and that's just northwest of New Augusta. So this thing's producing some extremely nasty hail right now. This is live inside of that hailstorm right now. It is absolutely humongous here. We can't see it on any of the cameras yet, but it should be pretty big, right on US Highway 93. These cameras are right next to US Highway 93. This is in downtown Hattiesburg up here. And see the visibility has dropped quite a bit. And any of the wind that you're seeing here is mostly going to be our RFD surge. That's your rear flank downdraft. Here's another live shot here from Hattiesburg. And this camera in downtown Hattiesburg is actually a tower camera near the University of Southern Mississippi. It is shaking a little bit. Luckily, right now for the Hattiesburg area, we are not currently dealing with a tornado anymore, but the wind is going to be pretty strong. And we have a lot of hail coming down currently near James Street. It'll be approaching New Augusta. I would fully expect at least a new severe warning, maybe even a tornado warning for Richton and Leakesville and southeastern Mississippi here soon.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Well, they just issued that warning as I was talking about it. So there is now a new tornado warning here. That's going to be for Hattiesburg. So they did not issue one downstream yet, but they issued a new confirmed tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Well, that timing's crazy. That is your new tornado warning. Again, that's a confirmed tornado warning for those south of Hattiesburg over near US Highway 98. And then we're going to have a new one here for Richton and New Augusta. So Richton, New Augusta, you got to be taking shelter. They just upgraded this warning to baseball-sized hail. So we now have baseball-sized hail with this significant tornado producer. On top of that, there is a risk of a tornado. So we need to be taking shelter if we are in this warning and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible and getting away from windows. This is going to remain a very dangerous supercell, we think, for a pretty decent period of time here. And Storm Chaser Scott in the bottom right, he's currently on US Highway 98, so he's going to be punching back out in front of it here in a second, so we'll be keeping an eye on him. They have downgraded our tornado emergency, so we no longer have a tornado emergency anymore here in Mississippi. We do still have, though, a tornado confirmed on this, so they have downgraded it by quite a bit. With that said, if you live in Brookhaven, we still need to be preparing for a intense to possibly violent tornado threat. If this storm can recycle, there is a risk that it could produce a significant tornado down the line. So if you live in Brookhaven, we got to get ready for that. There was just a report a moment ago of some, or that was actually from earlier, some half-dollar sized hail. So this area has already been hit by a storm, and there's now another one coming. If there's still a tornado, which we believe there is, it's going to be on the southeast side of Bood, approaching Felix McCall Road. It's actually crossing over the Quinton Road southeast here, just south of US Highway 84. Brookhaven, again, we're looking at about 15 to 20 minutes for that arrival. So if you live in Brookhaven, we got to be getting ready. So it looks like inside of the Hattiesburg tornado warning. This is on US Highway 98, where there is a confirmed tornado as of right now. The PDS tornado warning will be allowed to expire in 4 minutes for Hattiesburg. The southeast side of Hattiesburg is inside of a confirmed tornado warning as of right now. Did this deserve a 15% moderate tornado risk?
This is an emergency
I don't think it matters.
Alert. A large
right
and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We have a new PDS tornado warning for Franklin and Lincoln counties. So they just upgraded this to a PDS tornado warning again, I believe. Or no, that's the other one. That's for Brookhaven. So they just upgraded this to a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning again. This supercell has been very powerful for a long period of time, and it's back to being a PDS tornado warning. So if you live in Franklin and Lincoln counties, we got to take shelter now and put as many walls between you from the outside as possible. This is a very dangerous supercell. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we need to talk about another very dangerous supercell. This one is near Demopolis in central Alabama. This is currently warned for destructive hail. Their radar indicated is up to 5 inches in diameter. There's a huge 3-body scatter spike on this from KGWX. We've seen reflectivity values of over 80 decibels here. This is definitely producing catastrophic hail. If you're anywhere in this destructive severe thunderstorm warning, know that this is a type of hail that we talk about going through windows, causing significant damage. If you're an RV, this could potentially do catastrophic damage to your RV as well, so you need to seek a more sturdy shelter if able.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So this storm right now is warned for teacup-sized hail, which is 3 inches in diameter, 70-mile-per-hour winds as well. You can see that large radar artifact. That's what we call a 3-body scatter spike. Giant hail core south of Greensboro. It's going to go into New Bern here in a few minutes. This could literally go through roofs if it's 5 inches in diameter. I just want to throw that out there. Like, there's a risk here that this could literally go through somebody's roof. We've had it happen before in Texas. I'm not saying that's going to happen here, but anytime you get hail larger than 3 to 4 inches, it can get really dangerous. Right now, radar is indicating approximately 3 inches on the MRMS product. There are several products that we can look at for hail. This one's indicating about 3 inches on the north side of Demopolis, and that'll go right into New Bern here shortly. You need to be staying away from windows, guys. If you are in this severe warning, this is a very dangerous one. And if you guys have friends or family here, please make sure that they are aware of the situation. Going back to our PDS tornado warning near Brookhaven, over the last several minutes, we've been monitoring this supercell, and it has gotten to the point again where we do have another tornado that is in progress here. They have upgraded it to another PDS tornado warning. So that tornado currently is about 3 miles southeast of Bude, and it's going to be tracking directly towards Brookhaven. So if you live in Brookhaven, you need to be getting to your safe place here as soon as possible. I really strongly urge anybody also that's traveling along I-55 to just completely avoid this area. If you're in Macomb or Hazelhurst or anywhere kind of in this just general area here and you're driving towards Brookhaven at all, I would avoid this area. You know, I would not be trying to drive into this storm. This is a very dangerous storm, so I-55 or even that highway off to the side of it, Highway 51, do not travel on that road right now. This supercell is extremely dangerous, and it is likely still producing a pretty strong tornado right now. No CC drop, which is always good to see, but at the same time, the rotation is still very strong. The PDS tornado warning here for Hattiesburg is going to be allowed to expire. So that's no longer going to be ongoing here in about 2 seconds. Back over on the southeast side of Hattiesburg, we still have an area of rotation here that is moving towards New Augusta and Beaumont. So if you live over in those areas, get ready for an area of rotation. This is technically an observed tornado warning. I think what's going to happen, though, with this supercell is that it's probably going to recycle. So what we are seeing right now is that the rotation... We go back over here and remove the pen here. The rotation is gotten broader, at least at that initial area of rotation. I think what's happening is that we have a mesoscale or mesocyclone handoff happening. And what that essentially means is that there's going to be a new area of rotation developing in this new hook echo that is forming. And so this supercell could become very dangerous here soon as it goes towards Leakesville and as well as Leaf and State Line. You can see the evolution a little bit closer up here. So we're seeing a much more clear hook echo developing. There's also giant hail falling on this supercell. I'm not seeing anything strong right now, but it's definitely in the midst of cycling. And once it does cycle, there's going to be a higher potential of this producing a tornado. I'm going to draw a little cone here so you know where this thing's going. Again, this is going to be for those in Forest County and Perry counties. It's moving east about 30 miles per hour. So it's not as fast as our PDS tornado warning back over near Brookhaven. But here's kind of the general direction of where this thing's heading right now. I'm going to do about 35 miles per hour. Put our little timestamps there at the top left side of your screen. Do a 2-hour track, and we'll increase the spread here of how many people are here. So there's all the different locations that are in the path of this. Mobile is a long-term path of this supercell. It might go a little bit more to the east than what I'm drawing here. It could be on the top of the line, but this is generally the corridor that I have the most concern about with this supercell. I'm just going to redraw it just so we can have something a little bit more in between there. It should go east, maybe a little bit east-southeast. I don't think it'll go as far south as Mobile, but at least just north of Mobile here. You guys will be in the path of this. There's a widespread view of everything that's happening right now. We do have, again, 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. This is kind of a rare occasion where we have more tornado warnings than severe thunderstorm warnings. We actually have 3 tornado warnings and 2 severe warnings. That's not something that you see very often. Unfortunately, every single warning outside of the one in Northeast Georgia is significant. Like, we're talking destructive hail, destructive wind, or a destructive tornado, basically, right now. So that's one of the more concerning things. We have a new damage report. That's this right here in Purvis. All right, so Purvis just had a damage report. It's actually from Storm Chaser PA Storm Trackers. They just reported some damage over here. There's major damage on State Route 589 and Old Highway 11. There are buildings with significant damage. I'm going to put them in the bottom left corner in case we see something. There's buildings with significant damage. Multiple trees are uprooted. Unknown injuries from a possible tornado, which that was 100% a tornado there. So that is the latest there from the Purvis area. Also, this is Storm Chaser Scott Peak. He is inside of the tornado warning currently near Richton. So he's currently punching out into the hook echo right now. If you look bottom right of your screen, that's the hook. So he's dropping right into this. The other thing, too, for these chasers, these are the people that give us the ground truth. And we got to give a big shout out to all these chasers out here. But I do want to point out that it is now going into nighttime. We are going into a nocturnal tornado threat, which makes this a lot more concerning. Because it's nighttime, these tornadoes are going to be heavily rain wrapped. And so things are definitely getting a lot more concerning out here when it comes to that aspect of things. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we just got another mesoscale discussion for the storm, or from the Storm Prediction Center. This is for that tornado warning storm near Hattiesburg. Same sort of thing with this one. They're highlighting just this supercell for the potential or strong to intense tornadoes. Note that they literally have this marked out until 9:30 p.m. local time. So we're going to be talking about this storm until probably 9:30 p.m. local time, and it could be producing a tornado for basically now for the next 2 hours or longer.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So that'll go all the way until about 8:30, 9:30 for this mesoscale discussion. Pretty localized area, but Leakesville, Chatham, and Alabama, we got to be getting ready, have that tornado action plan prepared and ready to go. Got upwards of 145 mile per hour winds for the tornado threat, which, again, I do want to point out that this is the most probable peak intensity for all these hazards. There is definitely a world where we can still get a stronger tornado than that. And we are starting to see the rotation ramp up again. I honestly think what will happen here is that we're probably going to get a newer tornado warning here shortly that's going to be just south of the one that is issued. The warning here for Richton is not the best one, in my opinion. I definitely think this could go further south. So I would anticipate that we'll probably get a brand new tornado warning here for New Augusta, Beaumont, and McLean, assuming that that rotation continues to remain on the stronger side of things. The PDS tornado warning, it's no longer PDS. That one was downgraded. So this is no longer a PDS tornado warning, but that rotation still is actually getting stronger, it looks like, again. Yeah, that rotation again here near Brookhaven is getting stronger. I would not be surprised if we ended up getting a tornado again here in a few minutes. The reason why I'm saying that is if we go back to the radar site that's back up near Jackson, this is a completely separate radar site. It's the KDGX radar site. You can see the velocities are getting way more intense in the mid-levels, and it was a lot broader over Bood. And so this makes me believe we are going to see a new significant tornado drop here in a few minutes near Brookhaven. So Brookhaven, you're 100% not clear whatsoever. In fact, this is the Tilt 3 view of this. That's still some very intense rotation right now. Ideally, if we do get a tornado, hopefully, I'd say hopefully this misses the town of Brookhaven entirely. But I do think we're going to see a new tornado here at any moment. We have a couple more damage reports coming out. We got a new tornado report as of 7:26 p.m. This is the tornado warning storm that's now near New Augusta. But emergency manager is reporting damage to an office building as of 11 minutes ago. So we are starting to see more damage reports here just southeast of Hattiesburg, or south of Hattiesburg. There's also a rapidly rotating wall cloud report from a storm chaser or spotter network person. His name is Devin Hill. About 2 to 4 miles to my northeast. So that was from about Hattiesburg, and that is now moving towards Leakesville. Let me go ahead and go back to this radar site near Mobile. That one had a pretty good view of this. And I think we're going to have a new tornado here at any moment. We don't have a tornado warning south of this red line. We need to be taking shelter, though, if you're south of Beaumont in Mississippi. There needs to be a tornado warning down here because that rotation is about to leave the warning. So that's going to go towards McLean, Beaumont, and New Augusta. There's a reason why I've drawn this polygon, and I'm kind of just keeping it on the map here, because that right there is a tornado that is developing right now. That will probably be on the ground here at any moment. Thank you, Tim, for becoming a member. Hope it's not too serious. I don't think there's been a single tornado that we've seen today that has not been, or that has not been serious. I mean, every single tornado that we've had has been a serious situation at this point. We've had a couple of weaker tornadoes earlier in the day. There's no doubt about that, but yeah, no, I mean, this is a very dangerous situation that's evolving right now. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, there's a TDS on that Brookhaven storm. It's probably looking like this is going to be a continuous tornado threat with an intense tornado expected basically anywhere throughout this polygon. I do want to note that this is clearing out its inflow notch, so this is probably the weakest we're going to see the rotation over the next hour. I do expect this to continue to strengthen now that it's not competing with other precipitation for the instability ahead of it.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. And so, yeah, we do have now a new tornado on the ground. That's your debris signature. Again, does not look super large compared to before, but I do want to remind you that tornadoes can grow in size very quickly. And so there's a good chance that this one will try to do so. The inflow into the storm
This is an urgent
crazy.
alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
They've issued a new confirmed tornado warning for Franklin and Lincoln counties. So Franklin and Lincoln counties, you guys are now included in a brand new tornado warning. This is going to be a confirmed tornado warning. So you'll be taking shelter now if you're in the red polygon and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible and getting away from windows. It's a very dangerous storm right now, moving off towards Monticello. Monticello, you guys are going to be the path of this down the line. But right now it's coming up on I-55 just south of Zetas Road. Here's that confirmed tornado warning polygon. So Franklin and Lincoln counties. And I think it's getting larger by the second. It's not a large tornado, but it is a strong tornado. So this is probably EF2 plus intensity right now. If you are traveling along I-55 right now between Wesson and Macomb, we need to be avoiding this polygon here. This dark red polygon. You got to avoid it, as there is a tornado that is in progress, and it's going to come right up on the interstate. This is probably a strong tornado. I would not say it's at the intensity of the one earlier, but it does not matter. It is still strong. Riley has another urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, take a look at reflectivity. That is a debris ball on reflectivity.
Alrighty, this is looking again at that storm here near Brookhaven. You can see there is a debris signature on radar. Lines up with CC velocities and reflectivity. So this is the second time now that we've had a full-blown debris ball on radar. That is the second time. And again, the CC is the correlation coefficient. Look at that. Yeah, that's getting bad now. So this is a very compact tornado, but it's very strong. So this is over near Felix McCall Road. It's approaching, it's actually going right along Jean Road.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
They have upgraded this again to a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to take shelter now. It is back to being a PDS tornado warning. That means it is a particularly dangerous situation. We need to be taking shelter now if we are in this tornado warning. The storm has been on and off when it comes to the tornado threat here, and this is going to be a long track supercell. All right, this is going to be producing tornadoes probably into Monticello. It'll eventually go towards McGee and Collins down the line too. But this is a considerable damage threat. The reason why it's been upgraded to PDS is for one pretty simple reason. We literally have a debris ball on radar again. So the pink stuff that you guys are seeing right here, that is not rain, that's not hail, that is debris that is being lofted up into the atmosphere and being shot out of this tornado. So it's a very serious situation here going towards the south side of Brookhaven, and it is approaching I-55 right now. It's going to be coming up on the Bethel Church, the Calvary Baptist Church, Arlington, which Arlington's a small little town. There's a few farms. Looks like another church there. The Arlington Baptist Church is in the path of this. So that's going to be quickly approaching you guys, which you're located right about here, corresponding to the tornado. So that's going to go right into that town here over the next few minutes. We have some storm chasers also lining up on I-55, kind of getting ready for this. So we're keeping an eye on them as well to see any sort of visual view of this. It will probably be rain wrapped. The gate-to-gate shear is about 100 miles per hour, so it's about half of what it got to earlier, but regardless, it could be an intensifying tornado. It could weaken, but I think it's on an intensifying path right now with how organized it's gotten over the last 10 minutes or so. And I do want to remind you guys, if you guys do live in this general area, sun is now going down. So do not try to look outside for this at all. It's about 30,000 people that are in this PDS tornado warning right now. Going back to our other tornado warning, I just want to touch on this for a second because this has been a pretty concerning storm as well. This storm's been rotating quite a bit for a while. There is likely going to be a tornado at any moment near New Augusta. That rotation has remained pretty strong. If there is a tornado, it's going to go right through the town of Beaumont. So Beaumont, Mississippi, we've got to get ready for this. Tornado will go right through your town here soon. And then down the line, Leakesville's in the path of this. Centronelle, north of Mobile. We got to be watching this storm as well. This is the discrete supercell that's tracking right towards you guys. The tornado risk is once again very elevated this evening all across the entire purple box that you see here. That's your tornado watch. We got 3 separate ones for this risk of severe weather. The most concerning threat, in my opinion, will be in Mississippi and Alabama tonight. But if you live in Georgia, South Carolina, Louisiana, even a little sliver there of Texas, we've got to be staying weather aware because what we're seeing right now is kind of the reason why we're live today, is because it is a very significant threat for tornadoes. And the latest scan is showing a much larger debris signature now on the storm near Brookhaven. That is near Auburn Road, or Auburn Drive, and as well as Grove Road. So that's just to the west there of I-55. Let me see on the other radar site. And yeah, this is becoming a pretty significant tornado, guys. This is getting a lot larger and a lot stronger right now. You can see that right there is debris. The CC drop is a lot larger. So this tornado is continuing to get more and more significant. It is vital that you are taking shelter if you are in this warning. I cannot stress it enough, guys. If you are in Brookhaven, you need to be getting underground and get away from windows. And put as many walls between you from the outside as humanly possible, because this is a serious situation. Supercell is going to continue to try to produce, we think, a significant tornado, and it could get larger over the next several minutes. Storm Chaser Matthew Capucci with my radar. He's on the bottom right side of your screen. He is currently driving towards this tornado right now. He's going to be on I-55 here in a second. Storm Chaser Connor Croft is on the other tornado warning. He's not in Tylertown. That location's not correct. But this is the storm that is east of Hattiesburg. You can see the night and day difference right now. He's inside of the storm. It's pitch black.
I'm creeping.
If you go about 50 miles west on the PDS tornado warning, it's still somewhat daylight. This is the reason why I'm saying we're going into a nocturnal severe weather threat. And so he's going to be probably in a lot of trees and rain for a long period of time there. Latest scans still have a significant debris signature right now approaching Spring Trail southwest. So this is a dangerous tornado. We do have Storm Chaser Sarah, who is currently on this. They are on I-55. This tornado will be approaching them here in a minute.
His drone, which means it's almost go time.
Somebody's drone right there. I don't know who just shot up a drone, but somebody had a drone, I think, looking at the storm. So they are right now, like, basically on I-55 here. They're right next to it, at least. They're on, like, a little side road next to it, directly where this tornado is going. There's so much cloud ground lightning.
Do you have it on the drone? No.
Who just talked to me? Yeah, go ahead. That was Bryce.
We're going to try to have a view of this as it crosses I-55 if it's still down. We're kind of backing up the shoulder just a little bit.
Can somebody get me Tornado Pagey in a slot? Apparently they're on I-55. All right, so Tornado Pagey. This is what they're looking at right now. So they are currently located. They're not there. They're over here. They're on I-55 right now. And so we're looking at, again, a significant tornado right now, tracking right up towards I-55 on the south side of Brookhaven. So we got to be taking shelter again near Brookhaven, if we've not already, for some odd reason. Not done it, you got to take shelter. This is what they're looking at right now. They're on I-55.
Looks like it's going to be right in front of us, so could ease a little bit, but it's going to cross here pretty soon. Oh, and a truck, that's not good.
Also, we probably have at least some sort of tornado right now west of Beaumont, Mississippi.
It might get really windy here.
Yeah. Tornado Pagey and Bryce Shelton, they're like almost next to this, where this tornado would be. It's going to cross right in front of them here in a minute or two. So this tornado is going to cross over the interstate here in a couple minutes. They're right on it.
Because of that little merge piece right here.
See the wind now picking up.
You recording?
What?
You recording?
Yeah.
Significant tornado again, about to cross over the interstate here in about a minute or two, maybe even sooner than that. They're in a pretty, risky situation. Either way, though, they are very experienced storm chasers. The latest scan is still showing a pretty large debris ball about to cross right over Interstate 55 here in a second. There's no doubt we still have a significant tornado in progress.
Oh, is it glowing? What is that?
Oh, right there on the left. Yeah, that area right there. The tornado is going to cross right over the interstate here. Look how bright it just got.
Yeah.
It just got so bright. So that right there, off to the left is where the tornado is going to be. It's going to be coming in that bright spot. There's a lot of truck drivers still driving into this, which I get they have to be somewhere, but this is not the type of situation that we should be doing that. This is still on the ground, by the way. Look at the debris signature, guys. It's going to go right over this highway in a second. This is a significant tornado here.
Yeah, cleared it out.
Wow. That was freaky.
Sarah's also starting to get kind of closer to the wind as well. We're looking at two different people here, but
yeah, radar.
They're right on I-55. Edgar O'Neill's also here.
48.
They're driving up a little bit again. This tornado has not crossed the interstate yet. It will be really at any moment here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Greene and Perry counties, you're now under a tornado warning. Take shelter. Got another semi going into this. Look at the rain curtains here and the very strong wind. All sorts of people driving literally up into this tornado. I'm not sure how many of these people are even aware of it. The tornado is literally crossing the interstate. Look at their location, bottom right of your screen, guys. Corresponding to where this tornado is, it's literally in front of them here. Has not crossed yet, but it will be in a second. It is wild how many. That is not it, by the way. That was a little wind surge. That is not the tornado. It has not crossed the interstate still. It's going to be crossing the interstate within the next 60 seconds. It probably is as we speak. Their stream is delayed by a few seconds, so it might actually be right now. But
Get out.
very tense. We're gonna stay on Tornado Pagey. We're not gonna, I think, switch. Or not switching. Man, at any second, should see the wind really intensify. I'm surprised it hasn't yet, to be honest. Again, this is literally in front of them.
Yeah, I see the tree.
This interstate is pretty much straight north and south in this area, so there's no like big curves or anything, so.
Trees were a rock in front of us there.
There is a leaf flying. Got a few leaves flying now. Wind is picking up. Look at that tree falling. Oh, tree came down. Big tree just fell down. That tree was holding on to like nothing there. So big tree just fell. The tornado's gonna be right here somewhere.
Watch, these ones are coming down.
There's a lot of trees kind of come down there in the middle of this median of this interstate.
Just coming that way. I smell trees.
Me too.
North of us.
We talked about this in a stream not too long ago, but when you smell trees like this, a lot of the time you do have a tornado, which we know there's a tornado, and it's now they're basically almost driving into it here. So they're coming up on it. The tornado would be crossing over the interstate right now. The latest scan showing the strongest rotation over I-55. Again, their stream's a little bit delayed. There's still a significant debris signature. Oh, the damage here. We got a lot of trees down. The tornado would have crossed right over near this overpass, and I think there's a guy parked under the overpass. I don't know what we're doing there.
Pulled that way hard, so I do believe it crossed.
Yeah, it's in.
Now let's try to get up here to the exit.
Bro, what are we doing? Why are we parking under overpass? Got shame. Tornado's gonna be right here. It might be already across the highway. It's hard to tell. But it'll be right here where they're at. Their location's updating. They're pretty close to where that debris path just went through. Look at all the trees down here. Yeah, the tornado just crossed. This is all the tornado damage right here. We got all sorts of tornado damage. Obviously, it's all trees here. There's no buildings specifically where they're at, but...
That is pulling back hard.
My goodness, look at the tree damage, guys. This is a serious tornado. There is
This is huge.
damage everywhere. This is a large tornado. I mean, this thing has produced serious damage.
Oh my gosh.
They stayed a safe distance back from it, and this is why they're staying so far back, is because one, it's rain wrapped, and two, there is damage all over the road. See, it's very windy out there. We got major tornado damage here just south of Brookhaven. This tornado just crossed over I-55. It's approaching the Shell Oil Lane.
We might use that shoulder right there.
Okay.
We also got Storm Chaser Edgar O'Neill looking at major tornado damage. I believe they're in the same spot here. It's basically hurricane force winds.
Get back to that shoulder.
Here. Oh my goodness. Guys, this is a powerful storm. I mean, look at the winds. They are still extremely strong. Look at how many trees are just swaying over right now. So again, we just had a significant tornado cross over the interstate. This is some of that damage, and it is now going towards Highway 583, just to the southeast of Brookhaven. So this tornado right now is going to go towards Monticello. It is a powerful tornado that we are looking at right now, and the wind field around it is also powerful. We still have hurricane force winds that are happening on Tornado Pagey's feed there. So that's all surging into them right now. And this is almost fully rain wrapped, which is why we couldn't even see it. It's going to be approaching Bethel Road. It probably is along Bethel Road right now. Wow.
This is an emergency.
We have
alert.
another tornado
A
emergency.
emergency warning has been issued.
They have upgraded this to a tornado emergency for Brookhaven. Once again, tornado emergency here for Brookhaven. This is a violent tornado. It is going to be a catastrophic tornado here for those near Brookhaven. This is a violent tornado right now going towards Monticello. We need to put as many walls between you from the outside as possible. We've got to get away from windows and get to the lowest floor possible. All right, this is for Lincoln County. Lincoln County, Mississippi. You need to get underground if you can. This is a deadly tornado that is currently happening. And as we can see from Tornado Page's feed, guys, this is a serious tornado. I know we can only see the tree damage, but we can only imagine what the building damage is going to be in this area. This is a serious situation. Got to be putting as many walls between you from the outside, get away from windows, and get to the lowest floor possible, guys. This is a rain-wrapped, significant tornado. It is going towards Shell Oil Lane southeast, just south of US Highway 84. And it's going to go right towards Monticello here soon. So Monticello, you guys are going to be in the path of this. Storm Chaser Matthew Capucci, he's just south of this, by the way. I'm going to keep him on the bottom middle of your screen for now. He's going to be kind of punching into this, I think, here soon. So we're keeping an eye on him. I cannot urge enough, though, if you guys live in that warning, you got to take shelter. And if you guys live out in front of it, we need to be taking shelter. I mean, you can see the velocities even from the radar site all the way back up here near Jackson. I mean, we're looking at two different radar sites here, but both of them are showing just an unbelievably significant tornado. That latest scan is really bad. This tornado is just getting progressively and progressively stronger. I have to go to standing mode for something like this. I mean, this is getting progressively stronger, and it's also getting larger as we speak. So the size of this tornado has probably doubled, if not tripled, just over the last 15 minutes. Gate-to-gate shear is going to be approaching about 130 plus miles per hour. It's probably higher than that, to be honest, but a little bit of contamination there. But the area where there's a tightening of rotation now stretches about 1.5 miles from north to south.
And Edgar are moving these.
And you got storm chasers out here on the interstate trying to move the trees out of the way so people can keep driving here on the interstate. This is where this tornado just hit. There is major tornado damage here everywhere.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We have a new PDS tornado warning. That'll be for those in Jefferson, Davis, Lawrence, and Lincoln counties. It is also for this storm. Monticello, New Hebron, West Apprentice. We need to be taking shelter as soon as humanly possible. We have an intense to violent tornado that is heading directly towards Prentice right now. You have to put as many walls between you from the outside, get away from windows, and get to the lowest floor humanly possible if you are in this tornado warning. This is a catastrophic tornado that is in progress. It's already produced, it has produced already now 2 different tornado emergencies. This is the second iteration of that. This is a different tornado from before that is developed with the supercell. And it is fully rain wrapped. If you look at reflectivity here, that's the rain. It's rain wrapped. You're not going to see it. The velocities are off the charts, and then the CC drop is also very big. And that tornado has now just hit the Shell Oil Lane near Bethel Road on the southeast side of Brookhaven. I hate to say it, guys, but this is hitting a lot of homes down here. There are a lot of farms as well, but there's also a lot of homes here. This is hitting a lot of people. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I want to talk about places like Monticello, Silver Creek, and Lucas. You are in this PDS tornado warning. The tornado is half an hour away from you. You should be going to shelter now. You're going to have to stay in that shelter for at least the next 30 to 45 minutes. Don't go down to shelter for 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Assume, okay, I've been in my shelter for a little bit. I'm safe to leave. This tornado is still 20 or 30 minutes away from a lot of these places, maybe even longer. The storm has been somewhat slowing down in terms of its overall motion. You're going to need to be in shelter for at least half an hour to an hour in places like that. So bring stuff with you to make yourself comfortable in shelter, and do not leave until after the tornado warning has expired.
Those are good reminders, and I highly recommend getting closed-toed shoes. If you have a baseball helmet or some sort of helmet in your garage, maybe a bike helmet, bring that to your shelter spot as well. You need to bring that if you have a mattress or pillows or even blankets. You got to bring that too. I cannot stress enough how significant this tornado is and how it is getting even worse. It is getting larger and even stronger as we continue to talk about it. It was a very weak tornado when it started. It probably was near EF0 intensity when this thing first dropped. It is probably getting close to violent status. If not, it might already be there. So we're talking talking about a violent, probably EF4 plus type tornado that's happening right now southeast of Brookhaven. You need to be taking it seriously. No matter what the intensity is, it does not matter. Like, you got to treat this as if it is a large tornado, which it is, and you need to treat it as if it's going to hit your home or your building. If you are in a mobile home, you need to get to a sturdy structure now. They are issuing this warning in advance so you guys can get to that safe place well ahead of time. If the damage that we are seeing does not prove a justice to how bad this is, this entire I-55 corridor right now, at least going northbound, is pretty much shut down because there are so many trees that have fallen onto the interstate. A tornado ripped right over this interstate. We had it on live stream here, and there are trees down absolutely everywhere. And unfortunately, when this crossed the interstate, that wasn't even the peak intensity. I wouldn't even say it was probably that strong then. It was at least not as strong as it is now. The last few radar scans have gotten way worse. The gate-to-gate shear is 160 miles per hour now. That is the highest it has been since this tornado has begun. So it is just getting stronger and stronger. We got velocities peaking at around 100 miles per hour going one direction and about 70 miles per hour going another direction. So we are up to 170 mile per hour gate-to-gate shear, which a lot of the time will equate to the intensity of a tornado. Not all the time, but a lot of the time it does. Thus being a little far away from the radar site, it can be a little bit extrapolated, but either way, this is still a catastrophic tornado. The tornado emergency goes until 8:15 p.m. Central Time. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, real quick. One thing that we talk about when it comes to these supercells is how tall the meso is. A very tall meso indicates a very healthy storm, meaning the tornado threat is not going to die down anytime soon. With this storm right now, we are talking about a mesocyclone that goes up 42,000 feet into the atmosphere. What that means is even though we see some of the rotation in the lower levels try to cycle, this thing is going to produce a significant tornado over and over again. If you're in Monticello or Silver Creek, you need to get underground. And honestly, this might be one of the situations where if you're not underground, debate leaving.
Thank you, Riley, for the update, and I agree with that. You guys, if you're in Monticello, New Hebron, you guys got a few minutes, right? If you got to get to a safe place, you got to get there now. I would be getting to your safe place as soon as possible if you have one, but if you don't have one, if you're in a mobile home in an RV or something like that, you've got to get out of there. You got to find a sturdy structure or just get out of there. You don't have much time, though. The time is of the essence right now. If we track this storm out, it's moving east at about 50 miles per hour. It is a rapidly moving tornado. You're not going to have much time until this thing is hitting your town. I am tracking this out as if it is already going into the PDS tornado warning, which will be here in a second. The locations are on the top right side of your screen here. So Monticello, we are looking at less than 15 minutes until impacts begin or are ongoing. So you got less than 15 minutes to get there, and you should be getting there ahead of time. This is not the tornado that you should. This is not the type of tornado that you should be staying here for. And also, Riley's relaying this, but basically, if you're in Monticello, you should go south on 27, but you have to do it within the next few minutes if you are trying to get out of here. All right, you should not be waiting any longer, though. I don't usually say you should evacuate if you're in this area, and you shouldn't if you have a safe place. But if you do not have a safe place and you're in an RV or mobile home, you've got to figure out something quickly.
This is an emergency alert. A tornado emergency warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado emergency now for those in Monticello. So this has now been upgraded. It is now a tornado emergency for those in Monticello and New Hebron. This is going to include those in Jefferson, Davis, Lawrence, and Lincoln counties. So if you are in this tornado emergency, you need to take shelter now. You have to be getting there as soon as possible. This is a violent tornado that is in progress. The tornado just keeps getting larger and larger. And it is only going to probably get worse from here. It is impacting a lot of people right now. Just south of Highway 84. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, just an update for Silver Creek and Prentice. Silver Creek, in the next 10 minutes, you can go east on 84 and then south on 13. Prentice, you guys have 15 minutes if you need to leave. You're going south on 13. Remember, if you can't get to an underground shelter or a proper tornado shelter, if you are in a mobile home, your best bet is to leave as soon as possible. Remember, eventually there's going to be a situation where the tornado is too close. The reason that we're telling you that you have 5 to 15 minutes to leave is because sooner or later, you will be better taking shelter in the place you have. If you're in a mobile home and you need to leave it due to damage, please seek a ditch or something where you can have any sort of shelter.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, I do not recommend, again, leaving if you have a safe place. It's going to get too late here in about 2 minutes if you're in Monticello. But if you're trying to get out of here and you do not have a safe place, you got to leave now. Like, you got to get in the car with whatever you got and run. Like, this is not the time that you should be waiting. But if you live here, we only got like a minute or two. I wouldn't even like wait any longer. Like I would not be waiting if you're trying to leave here at Monticello at all. This is a very dangerous supercell. It is still producing an intense to violent tornado. You can see the amount of lightning with this storm as well. That's another indicator of significant intensity of a storm here. And I'm very concerned right now that this thing is going to beeline it here towards Monticello. The debris signature is still very large here, so you can see the debris being lofted up. It's near Bethel Road, coming up on Harmony Drive, just south of 84. And this tornado is making a beeline right towards the town of Monticello, which in Monticello, there's about 1,500 people that live there. And then in the entire tornado emergency, there are approximately, it looks like 12,000 people in the warning. This is the type of damage that we've been talking about here. This is not even the peak intensity, by the way. This is like the most intense that we've seen from a chaser so far. I swallowed a fly. But here in Brook, or just south of Brookhaven on the interstate, got all these trees that are down here. And so we've had widespread tree damage. And there's probably a lot of buildings and homes that have now been destroyed on the south side of 84. And we are now watching to see, there are other chasers out in front of us, so I'm waiting to see if any of them have anything. It's very dark right now, so it's hard to even see anything. Matthew Capucci, bottom middle, he is driving up right now into this storm. He's located, let me give you his location here. He's about right here, I believe, or here, one of the two. So he's driving up into it right now. He's not in the warning yet, but he'll have maybe some sort of view here down the line. There's some chasers that are kind of on 84 as well, but none of them have a view of anything, and a lot of them are without connection as of right now. But once they come back, we'll show you them. Real quickly, just a quick update on our other tornado warning. We only have one other one. It's this one near Leakville. Rotation's been not as strong, but we are still monitoring the possibility of a tornado as it goes towards Vinegar Bend in Alabama. Here's a zoomed out view of everything that's happening right now. The purple polygons, those are the tornado emergencies that are in effect right now. We have two. So the same supercell. This has been producing a violent tornado on and off for the last hour or two, and it still is. There actually could be two tornadoes right now, guys. It is possible that we have twin tornadoes embedded in this area of rotation right now. Yeah, there's two different tightenings. There actually could be two separate tornadoes. One of them is going to go over 84, and the other one's going more towards Monticello. There could legitimately be two different tornadoes right now. That is scary looking on reflectivity, or on velocities. We could legitimately have a tornado, or two different tornadoes going right towards Monticello right now. It's a double-edged sword that we're looking at here. Let me go back over to our other radar site further down to the south. Latest scan still showing that large debris signature again just south of US Highway 84. Velocities are still very strong as well. Storm Chaser Matthew Capucci is coming up on it here in the next few minutes. He's bottom middle of your screen. It's obviously dark outside, so you can barely see anything. That rotation is going to go right into Monticello. Monticello, if you live there, we don't have much time at this point. You just got to be taking shelter and finding the best place to be. There's no way to stay, there's no way to really evacuate at this point. You're kind of lost your opportunity if you're tuning in from Monticello, Mississippi. This tornado is going to be knocking on your doorstep here in about probably 8 minutes or so. So again, if you're tuning in, this is for Jefferson Davis, Lincoln, and Lawrence counties in Mississippi. This is still a tornado emergency. It goes all the way until 9 o'clock Central Time. And these are where Storm Chasers, Tornado Pagey, and Edgar O'Neill are at. They are now both out of that large debris area that we were just looking at. And they're probably going to go back towards the supercell on US Highway 84. The debris signature is still very significant right now, just south of Harmony Drive. There could be as many as two different tornadoes that are happening right now. So again, we got one right now located, the more dominant one near China Grove Drive, and then the other one is just south of US Highway 84. So we believe there are two separate tornadoes currently that are impacting this area.
Hey Max, you got a copy, it's Bryce.
Go ahead.
We got I-55 northbound cleared, and we are going to try to catch back up to this tornado on 84.
Sounds good. So that's Tornado Pagey. They're back over here just south of Brookhaven. They were going through that mess of debris from the initial tornado that swept across the interstate, and now we have a brand new tornado that is still producing some very significant damage. It is still, again, a pretty much a intense to violent tornado that's still on the ground. The latest scan still showing dark blue on the correlation coefficient, which is never a good thing. Let me put tornado. Actually, let's put Matthew Capucci on the bottom right there. So he's again near the tornado now, but that area there is where the debris is being lofted up. We still got a lot of debris being lofted up right now south of Highway 84, and so that's going to be going into Monticello, we think, in about 8 minutes or so. The velocities are not nearly as tight and as at least as high as before, but I want to stress that this is still a very dangerous tornado, and it's already produced. Now, this is the second violent tornado that we've had with this supercell. And unfortunately, it is a rain-wrapped tornado, so that's going to go right into the town here over the next about 10 minutes or so. I'm going to go ahead and track this out once again for those that are just tuning in and don't know what's going on. Again, we have a tornado emergency here in central southern Mississippi. This is a very approximate timing guide here, but these are kind of your timestamps right now. So according to radar and according to the storm speed, which is about 50-55 miles per hour, we are looking at Monticello in about 10 minutes. Prentice is about half an hour from now. Mount Olive is going to be around 8:54, and then Collins is around 8:58 or so. Taylorsville and So-So, we're looking at 9:10. That is the general path of where the rotation is going. I can make the cone spread a little bit larger too, so we can include some more places. But that's kind of generally what we're looking at. New Hebron right around 8:40, 8:30, 8:40, kind of in that range. And that tornado is going to go right into Monticello here over the next few minutes. I'm very concerned Monticello is going to get hit pretty hard by this. So the tornado is trying to weaken. I will say, like, it is attempting to weaken right now, but it is just not. Like, this thing is just not weakening at all. Like, it's very gradually weakening. It's trying to, like, basically occlude to the north, but it's not having success basically doing that, which is not a good thing because it's just going to keep being on the ground here. This is such a serious situation, though. If this thing goes into Monticello, which hopefully it doesn't, but it's going to be going in that direction. Hey, Hillary for the 5 gifted. Thank you, Robert, for the super chat. Trees down everywhere from the tornadoes. Yeah, we got a lot of damage, as we've seen from all of our storm chasers here. And again, a lot of them right now are kind of on the scene here. I know Matthew Capucci, he is currently located just south of this. You can see the lightning here. He's punching up into Monticello. He's on 27, by the way, so he's probably about 5 miles east of the tornado. This is looking towards Monticello. It's pitch black. It's nighttime. Can't see anything anymore. And so we're really watching him closely because he's going to be the one that's going to be the closest here to Monticello out of any of the chasers that are out here right now. And that tornado is actually attempting to cross over Highway 84 right now. You can see it's taking a little bit more of a turn to the north. And so that tornado is now crossing. It's about to cross over Highway 84. Look how far back it is from the leading edge of the storm, by the way. So this tornado is just fully rain wrapped. It's way back in the rain right now. And that debris signature just got larger again. So this is hitting a lot of trees near Highway 84. It could be hitting some buildings too. It's pretty close to Fair River. So this is probably hitting at least some buildings. There's the Harmony Baptist Church pretty close to this. There's the hideaway at Reed's Estate that's near this as well. And also the tornado emergency for those in Brookhaven has been allowed to expire. So we just have this one tornado emergency right now. I say just one for those here in Monticello, New Hebron. This is more tornado emergencies that we've had in the last 3 hours than we did for the entirety, basically, of the second half, at least, of 2025. I don't know the last time we had a tornado emergency other than, I think we had one in March. I think we've only had 1 or 2 this year. I think we've had like 4 today. I could be wrong. I don't know what the exact number is, but this has been an uncharacteristic amount of tornado emergencies, and all of them have been valid, by the way. These all meet tornado emergency criteria. And while we wait for the next radar scan, I also want to give a huge shout out here to the National Weather Service here at Jackson. They have been absolutely phenomenal today. All the local, NWS offices here all across the board have been phenomenal, issuing warnings properly. And this has been a phenomenal day in terms of informing the public of what's happening. Just outstanding. And they're giving heads up to these people like in Monticello and Silver Creek well ahead of time for a good reason, and they're doing it perfectly. So a huge win in terms of the science when it comes to weather coverage. And unfortunately, it's a win for the weather coverage. It's not a good thing, obviously, for the people that live here that are about to be impacted by these storms. I know the anxiety is probably running high right now, Monticello, as we still have a strong, significant tornado approaching right now. And I don't want to take away from that because this is still producing significant damage on the west side of Monticello. It's about to cross over US Highway 84, still lifting up a lot of debris right now. And you can see that hook echo on the backside of the storm here. That is still a debris signature on reflectivity, and that tornado is going to come right up probably to the west side of Monticello here in just a few minutes. Storm chaser Matthew Capucci is now coming into Monticello. There's been a lot of lightning with this storm for the last several minutes.
But behind the actual debris ball of the tornado itself, it looks like there's some clearing, so I'm wondering if I can actually let the tornado pass and then try to sneak in behind it.
Hey, Connery for the super chat. Coffee money? Might need it.
I would do that. I like that idea. And this is right behind you.
I'm gonna go back to the 3-cam view. I do want to also point out that Tornado Pagey and Edgar O'Neill, they're right here. So they're coming out of the west right now. And if this tornado does cross over the highway, like I think it will, they might come up on even more significant tornado damage. It's very close to crossing the interstate right now. Waiting for the CC to update. It is now coming up on Ford Calcote Road, I think is how you say it. Ford Calcote Road. Not far from James Cox Road as well. And that tornado is now going right over that roadway. It's approaching Ford Calcote Road. It's near a Zood Russell Road. So this is actually approaching, it looks like a chicken farm. I believe there is a chicken farm that this is about to hit. If I'm not mistaken, if my eyes don't deceive me, there is a chicken farm. There are about 10 homes that are on Ford Calcote Road right here that are about to take a direct hit from this rain-wrapped tornado. So unfortunately, this is about to hit probably upwards of 10 homes here. Not good. And we're about to see at least some of our first signals here of damage. Tornado Pagey is zooming into the tornado too. They're looking right at it on Highway 84 from the west. They're trying to zoom in on it right now, and you can see the lightning on the distance. They're still about 8 miles behind it, but there is a possibility if it does cross this highway, we will have a visible shot of it. It's pretty much west to east through Monticello. There's not a whole lot of curvature, so once they get past a little bend on the western cusp of this tornado emergency, there will likely be a better shot of it. And we might see some sort of visibility of damage happening, and hopefully not damage happening, but it's a real reality that we live in right now with this tornado. And it is still going. This, again, tornado has been trying to weaken for like literally 20 minutes probably now. It's been trying to occlude. It just has not fully done so. And so it's still producing significant tornado damage. I mean, there's still a huge debris signature. The chicken farm that I was talking about is right here. There's upwards of 10 to 15 homes that are there too that are about to take a direct hit from this tornado. So it's north of Trace Road as well. And then eventually it's going to go towards Bill Carr Road, Diggs Lane, Curtis Brown Lane, James Cox Road, which are just outside of Monticello. Monticello has quite a bit of business over there in terms of how many businesses are there. They have the Raj Page Middle School, but the Liberty Inn, the Pizza Inn, the Family Dollar. There's a lot of things there that are in this. Also, Tornado Pagey and Bryce Shelton, and as well as Edgar O'Neill, they've all just entered into the tornado emergency. And so they're going to probably have a view of something here soon. That tornado is just south of the highway still. It has not crossed over the highway. And it is still lofting a lot of debris up in the air right now. Shout out to Billy with the $20 super chat. Milkshake fun for when you can relax and not be in your carpeted studio. Thanks for the unparalleled coverage. Y'all are crushing it. Well, I appreciate the support. And again, what we're looking at here, go back to Tornado Pagey. And this tornado, my God, it's just not weakening. I'm going to go back to them in a second. We just got a new velocity scan. It was just not weakening. It's still going. Like, this thing should have ended about 20 minutes ago. With how powerful this tornado is, it is still a strong and large tornado that is happening. And so the latest scan still shows that the debris signature is still large. And it's now coming up on the James Cox Road. And this is right next to that chicken farm. So near the chicken farm, near a bunch of different homes, that are along this small sliver of roadway here, south of Highway 84. There's still debris being lofted up into the atmosphere right now. The good news for Monticello is that this is not as large as it was 20 minutes ago. With that said, it is still a strong tornado. The size does not matter when it comes to tornadoes. It's still a strong tornado here. And you can see this is Tornado Pagey. They are coming up on it right now. They're on Highway 84. They're going to be looking directly towards where that tornado is. So they're going to be coming up right next to this thing here in just a few minutes.
Yeah, I know, because it looks weird, like maybe it's cycling.
If you look closely, if we get any lightning strikes down the highway, it's pretty much directly down this thing. Probably gonna be rain wrapped, but they are coming up on this right now. Here's another view, by the way, of the tightening on radar. There's a big debris fallout. This is the radar site from Jackson. We haven't really looked at it a whole lot. That is the debris ball. And you can see the velocity's tight right there. That is a giant CC drop still. There's just a lot of debris being scattered amongst the atmosphere here. This is only minutes away from hitting Monticello. I will say the tornado has slowed down a little bit, which is why Monticello has not been hit yet. We expected to be hitting this area around 8:17 or so. It's now 8:23, probably 8:24. It has not hit the town yet, luckily, but it is getting awfully close to hitting the town. That is, again, debris. That is not really rain. It's almost all debris that is being lifted up still. This is where Tornado Pagey is, so again, they're coming up on it right now. Also, I do want to point out, we do have another tornado warning for those that live in other areas. There's one tornado warning right now for Greene County, Mississippi, near Leakesville. We are monitoring this one as well for a possible tornado threat. I would say it's a pretty low chance in the imminent time period, the next few minutes. But if you live in Vinegar Bend or Citronelle, we're going to be watching that storm very closely. There's also a severe thunderstorm warning for the Demopolis area, and that one's for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. We're still monitoring the other storms that are out there as well. By far, this is the most concerning storm that we have right now that has been producing a long-tracked, violent tornado threat for upwards of 2 hours now, and it still is doing that. It is still producing a significant tornado threat, and Tornado Pagey is now coming up on it. So they're starting to get very close to where this tornado is located right now. So they are again on Highway 84. I know it's pretty quiet here. You can't see anything yet, but they are only about a mile and a half away from this tornado. There's a little bit of flooding as well. The debris signature is still very large as well. There's still a tornado on the ground. It's going to be entering the southwest side of Monticello here in a minute. As they approach this, we're also keeping an eye on storm chaser Matthew Capucci, which I'm not sure if he has connection. It does not look like it. He's on the south side of Monticello. I think he's pretty close to it too, but he lost connection.
There's so much.
Look at all the water on the roadway, guys. Like, the other concern too is the flooding risk. Tornado will be right on the right side. If we get any good flashes of lightning, we might be able to see it. There's still a large debris signature, and this is going to be entering right into Monticello. Here's the CC signature, and yeah, that latest scan showing now that debris being lofted up over here near James Cox Road. So this tornado is now about to enter into town. It's just crossed over James Cox Road. It probably is as we speak. So kind of on the outskirts of the town. There's more, it looks like chicken farms over here. A lot of farms just in general. A lot of trees too. And then in a second, it will be coming up into Monticello, which there's a Mexican grill. There's a middle school. There's a Pizza Inn, McDonald's, Rustic Barrel, Family Dollar. Got a bunch of churches. Got the Lawrence High School on the south side of town. All that to be hit by this tornado here.
Everyone's sending super chats, views, all of the above.
So again, Tornado Pagey here. They're only about a mile and a half or so away from this tornado.
That's a new one.
Waiting for another radar scan. They have continued this again as a tornado emergency. They just continued it as a tornado emergency 2 minutes ago for Jefferson, Davis, and Lawrence counties in Mississippi. So this is still a tornado emergency. Again, if you're not familiar with what that is, it's the pretty much highest level tornado warning you can get. It doesn't get any higher than that.
Steven says thank you.
All right, they're still not there yet. We're gonna keep an eye on them. Latest scan is showing a little bit weaker of rotation. There's still a lot of debris in the air. The impacts are being felt still here on the west side of Monticello. That's where Tornado Pagey is. And if we do a little measuring tool here, I mean, they're literally only about 1.5 miles or so from that debris signature, which is where that tornado would basically be located. There is probably parts of trees and homes that are just being wafted up into the atmosphere, thrown around right now near Highway 84. And that is probably going to be happening here in Monticello here over the next few minutes. We still have a large debris signature, which is all the debris that's been being lifted up here for the last several minutes. If you live in Silver Creek or Prentice, Silver Creek, you need to take shelter. If you live in Prentice, this is your time now to be getting ready to take shelter. And if you have to evacuate, you got to do it now. There's a very high likelihood that this will continue to produce a tornado even down the line. So this is not just producing a tornado now. There is a risk it could produce more violent tornadoes down the line. So Prentice, Bassfield, and Collins, you got to get ready for that. Tornado Pagey is now facing the camera directly towards where that tornado is and where all the debris is being lifted up. And they're right now on Highway 84. Huge shout out to John with a $50 super chat. Thanks, Max and Riley, for keeping the viewers informed and as safe as possible. Well, hopefully everybody in Monticello has taken shelter. There's been a very large warning lead time on this tornado warning, which makes me believe that there's a pretty high likelihood that a lot of people, most people hopefully, have taken shelter and have either done that or evacuated the area. We're starting to get closer to the RFD, which is the rear flank downdraft. That's going to be the winds coming out of the north. And so they're starting to get into that right now. You can see the wind at the bottom of your screen there going across the road. So they're now entering into the RFD. And why that's important is because they're basically entering into the large area of rotation. There is, I don't know if there's a tornado still. I think there probably is. Regardless of there being a tornado right now, which there's probably still one on the ground, the debris field is still huge. All that blue that you see on the bottom right of your screen, that's all debris that is still in the atmosphere that has been lifted up by this tornado. That's all basically over James Cox Road from approximately 84 all the way to 27, that kind of stretch there. I do want to remind you guys what we're looking at here is pretty much next, almost next to where this tornado is. It's very close to it. Edgar O'Neill.
Bro, this dude in between us is towing a boat through this.
Bro, what?
Think he'll let us get in?
Somebody's towing a boat apparently going into this tornado emergency.
He used to be using a boat to tow the truck through this.
Got somebody towing a boat into this tornado. What are we doing? I mean, seriously, what are we thinking? There is a tornado emergency. It's the highest level warning you can have. And we're plopping a boat. We're going to bring a boat right through it. Like, what are we thinking? If there's a tornado, your entire truck is going to get flipped over, even from some strong winds. That boat is going to get flipped over. You're not going to have a boat after the storm goes through. There are reports of power flashes. So there's still, again, likely a tornado right now. There's the boat, guys. I mean, this guy's driving a boat into the tornado emergency. Any power flashes that are happening probably right now in Monticello are probably from the remnants of this tornado. I don't think this tornado is, again, on the ground anymore. What I think is happening is that we have such strong winds from this powerful supercell that's rolled through that it's all surging now into Monticello, and that's why we're seeing power flashes or even damage. There's also a lot of debris still in the air, so that could be another factor. If you look bottom right, again, that's all debris in the air still. It's a large debris field. And that debris is being lofted tens of thousands of feet in the sky. So it's going to take a while for that thing to spread out. So where Tornado Pagey is located, if I go back over to radar here, you can see this is our debris signature. So it is now over the south side of Monticello. It is highly uncertain that this is still a tornado, like a full tornado right now. With that said, though, there is still debris being lofted up, and there's obviously a risk that, you know, there might still be a tornado. I'm not saying it's definitely not on the ground. It's just highly unlikely now that it is still on the ground. The debris, though, is still up in the air, and that's what we're seeing right now over Pine Drive and on the southwest side of Monticello near that McDonald's and a few other of those schools. And what's going to probably happen is that this is going to recycle again. This has already produced at least 2 violent tornadoes, and it could try to do that again. The supercell is far from over. You can see that hook echo, the like new hook echo that's trying to develop over here southeast of Monticello. That's a new area of rotation that's probably going to lead to another tornado down the line as it goes towards Prentice, Collins, Ellisville, Laurel, Soso, and Taylorsville. Tornado Pagey is on Highway 84. They are now on the north side of Monticello. It does not look like there's power really in this town right now. At least to what I'm seeing, we cannot see really anything outside of the rain. There's not a whole lot of a view right now of any sort of power being on. Good shout to Jody with the 20 gifted memberships. Those in the chat for Jody. Yes, the supercell is in the stage of recycling. It is still a tornado emergency for now. There's a lot of debris in the air. And so they're now driving by the north side of Monticello. They're near the 84 and 27 kind of intersection here. But this is this is going to be the concern here. Is this right here? We got a new area of rotation developing just south of Silver Creek. And so this could become our next tornado. If we go back in time here on radar, I'm going to show you guys I'm going to show you literally like a 3 or 4 hour loop here of just what has happened and transpired, because this is literally, in case you have not been watching our stream, in case you're out in front of this, and the reason why we're so concerned about this storm, there's many reasons, right? But it's not just one. It's because this storm has produced already 2 different tornadoes. And if we go back to the beginning of when this first produced a tornado, it was near Highway 61. Look where the storm is now. It's all the way in Monticello. That's about 120-mile length here. And so it started over here, south of Roxy. It was a violent tornado. This was the beginning of our tornado emergency. And then it went on to produce another tornado. After that, it was very small to start, and it became massive very quickly. And then it tried to occlude for like 20 minutes, and it has finally weakened, but it's probably going to try to strengthen again here soon. We have all sorts of tornado reports also back off to the west, but this is going to be that new area to look at. It will be just south of Silver Creek. And if this storm can reorganize, which it's, again, very possible in this environment, it could easily produce another tornado. There is some meso-analysis that we can look at, too. Our significant tornado parameter values on the meso-analysis. Apparently don't have it on yet. So give me 1 second. Let me go back over to Tornado Page here for a second. I'm going to try to pull that up here. So this is live again inside of our tornado emergency from Monticello. And all right, here we go. So this is what we're looking at here. This is our significant tornado parameter values. This is basically where the highest tornado risk is right now. And this is meso-analysis, so this is real-time data. And that storm that is over here near Brookhaven is dealing with an STP maximum of about 5. So that's pretty high. It's a scale of 0 to 10. 5 is kind of in the middle, right? But it's almost logarithmic in a way. Like once you get to 5, you can still get violent tornadoes. Down here near Hattiesburg, it's about a 6. That storm's been a little bit more outflowy, but the environment out here near Hattiesburg and Laurel is very elevated. Even over in Alabama, we got some values around 1 to 2, and over in Louisiana as well. So just kind of putting out there right now, the environment is still very favorable for significant severe weather, including the risk of a strong tornado, as long as this storm does stay discreet. Because it's been discreet pretty much this entire time. It's been basically ingesting storms out of the south, and it still is doing that. It's not as healthy looking as before, but it's still going to try to do something, I think. This is Tornado Pagey. They're not driving very fast anymore here on Highway 84, as the wind has gotten pretty strong. The visibility is very low as well. They have continued again this tornado emergency for the time being. This still includes Jefferson, Davis, and Lawrence counties in Mississippi. Can't see a thing out here. Thank you, Shane, for the $20 super chat. Thanks for what you do. Appreciate you tuning in. Thank you also, Cheese, for the super chat. Is Loosedale going to get hit? Where is Loosedale? I don't know where Loosedale is exactly. It's South Hattiesburg. Oh, they literally said in the message. There will be storms later. It should be mostly a damaging wind threat, though, for you guys. Also, another really important thing to note here. I want to go over to our significant tornado parameter values here. I'm going to put Tornado Page on the bottom right there. This is our forecasted STP values for the next few hours. So notice this is 7. So this is an hour ago. This is 8 and 9. The environment is still very ripe right now for significant tornadoes. Strong, intense, possibly violent tornadoes still over here near Hattiesburg. I think that threat will be lower after about 11 o'clock, but at least for the next 2.5 hours, it is still elevated as long as storms stay discreet. I show you the little probe tool here. You can see it's about a 5. Those are the STP values. They're about a 4 to 5 near the boundary here where these storms are lining up. So that is one of the reasons why the environment is still very favorable for tornadoes, and it will probably stay like that at least through 11. Could go longer. That's one of the other concerns, is that this could be a nocturnal tornado threat. Over the last few radar scans, we're looking at 2 different areas of rotation. This is kind of that old area of rotation that is still really wrapped in rain on the east side of Monticello. That is an area of rotation that we're still monitoring for a possible new tornado. I'd be watching this here if you're in Prentice. And I would also expect a new tornado warning for Prentice here soon. So Prentice eventually going towards Collins and south of Mount Olive. We should be getting ready to take shelter here in Mississippi. They just downgraded the warning. It is no longer a tornado emergency. However, it is still a tornado warning. So if you guys live in this red polygon, you need to continue to take shelter. Jefferson, Davis, and Lawrence counties, you guys are still included in this. Now we have, again, Storm Chasers kind of in and around this area. Storm Chaser John McKinney is bottom middle of your screen. This is a live look here, looking into Monticello, where he's at. You can see all the lightning flashes out in the distance. This is a highly electrified storm here. And that's what it looks like, again, looking into Monticello, which we're not sure if the downtown area took it from this tornado, but we know the west side near James Cox Road did take some sort of hit from this tornado. Probably not as intense as it was at one point, but still a tornado. I also want to show you guys some really interesting features here on radar. You know, we've been so locked in on just the velocities and also what the chasers are seeing. If we go over to the MRMS radar, we can actually see the rotation tracks. And you can actually see this inside of the free Weather Front app. You can download it on iOS with the top link in the description below. This is the rotation tracks, guys. Really crazy tool here that you can look at. From basically all the way from when this started to produce a tornado all the way to now. Look at these like bright blue areas. That's when it was on the ground, basically. We had several of those. And so you can see when the rotation was the most intense. I know it's kind of like ugly to look at in a way. It looks really weird. But that's literally rotation tracks over the last 6 hours. And you can see even this storm too. That's one's been rotating for a long time. This has been rotating for a long time. Even this one up here was rotating for a bit near, you know, Philadelphia. And again, you can see this in the Weatherfront app. If you want to download it, it's on the iOS store. It's the top link in the description. It will be coming to desktop very soon. Android's also coming very soon. I think we're, again, pretty much within weeks away from the desktop app being out. Then Android will be down the line. But it should be probably within the next month or so. Another cool thing, too, is we can look at the lightning data. So if we go back over to this storm, this is the 30-minute lightning density. Look at all the lightning near Brookhaven. And if you want to specifically see the, you know, the rotation tracks and also like what we're looking at here, it's part of the subscription on the app, but you can get a 1-week free trial and try this out. This is John McKinney. Monticello is at least looking okay. There's a random bottle just going right to left there on the bottom of your screen. Is that a bottle? What is that thing? Why did it just go back the other direction? What is that on the... Is that here in his car? Guys, what is that thing on the bottom right? I'm being spooked right now. Is that a ghost? It's a ghost? Guys, we have a ghost. I have a lot of people asking, by the way. I know a lot of people are tuning in, and you guys have probably been watching our streams for a while. For many of you, some of you might be new. I do want to mention again, this is going to be asked a lot. I'm not going to talk about it a whole lot, but we are no longer working with Radar Omega on the app side of things. We are working with Weatherfront. And again, if you have Radar Omega, it's a great app. I'm not going to deny that. It's still a great app. And if you have the app, I recommend keeping it. It's great. But we're looking to the future. We're trying to build out our own platform, essentially. And down the line, we want to be able to make our own app like this sort of even better. So I have a fly that keeps flying around me, bro. I ate a fly a minute ago. I don't know why there's like a fly in here. But yeah, I'm just putting that out there. Again, we are no longer working with them on the app side of things. We are moving on. And again, we're kind of looking into the future of what we're going to be doing on this channel. And we wanted to partner up with Weatherfront to be able to give you a phenomenal radar once again for completely free. Completely download the app on iOS, and it will be coming to Android and as well as desktop very soon. And I honestly think our coverage has been so good today with a lot of the tools that are in this app. Like, we've been using a lot of these tools, like the 24-hour, rotation and stuff like that. Like, you can see literally the rotation tracks, you can see hail. So many features in here that are incredible. So, it's not just about partnering with them, but literally the app itself is just like, there's so many things that we're looking at that are very helpful for our stream and being able to give you something easy to digest, which I think will increase our coverage, hopefully save even more lives as well. All right, I do want to talk about this storm here near Monticello. It is cycling again, and it is likely going to produce a new tornado here soon. So our rotation has begun to intensify again southwest of Prentice. So soon I would expect a new tornado warning here in a few minutes, going towards Prentice and Collins. So we're monitoring this right here for a new area of rotation that's going to try to develop. It is becoming a little bit more clustered together, so the discreteness of the supercell is not nearly as good as it once was, but there is a risk that this will try to produce a new tornado here within the next 30 minutes or so, maybe even sooner than that. Tornado Pagey, bottom left of your screen. They are currently located here near Silver Creek, going towards Prentice. We also got Storm Chaser Matthew Capucci, who's located just to the south of Silver Creek as well. Here's that latest scan. So that rotation, there you go.
Tornado warning.
So that rotation is about to exit the warning. We now have a new tornado warning south of Prentice, going towards Collins. So here's that tornado warning. Prentice, Bassfield, Seminary, as well as Collins. So Jefferson, Davis, and Covington counties. We need to be taking shelter if you are in those tornado warnings. Put as many walls between you from the outside as possible and get away from windows. This has been a very dangerous supercell this entire time, and it's going to probably try to produce another tornado here soon as it goes towards Collins. And you can see it starting to clean out an inflow once again. And there's a pretty defined hook echo on radar. So this will be crossing over Highway 42 here in a moment. About 5 minutes away from doing that, it's going to cross over Highway 13 first. And then Bassfield will be in the path of it in about 10 minutes or so. It's also producing some ping pong ball sized hail. There is also a ton of lightning on this storm too. Storm Chaser John McKinney.
Basically, at the moment, I was just figuring a route to get out of here.
John McKinney is currently in the storm right now. I believe he is west of the warning right now. I'm not sure if he is... I think he's going into Monticello. I could be wrong. I'm not sure if he's going into Monticello or what. Waiting for his location update. But he is currently near Monticello, where we just had a tornado go through. Rain's very heavy there. And we also have Tornado Pagey on Highway 84. And so they're driving right towards where this tornado is going to probably drop here soon. Going towards Collins and Seminary. They're currently in the rain right now. They're right now on Highway 84, and our main area of rotation is developing currently just southwest of Prentice. So if you guys do live in this tornado warning, got to take it seriously. This has already produced multiple tornadoes. Look at all the tornado reports here, guys. And we got a car parked under an overpass. Guys, John McKinney sees it. Shame. Do not park under an overpass during a tornado warning. Just had 2 people parked under that overpass over there in Monticello, which barely is even in the warning at this point. Do not park under the overpass. It is one of the most dangerous things that you can possibly do during a tornado warning. Because if there's a tornado, debris is literally just going to go flying right under that overpass. And it's going to probably do a lot more damage than if you were not under that overpass, if that makes sense. Very dangerous to do that. Hey, Ryan, for the super chat. Yeah, shame spam in the chat, guys. Is Velocity free on the app? Yes, Velocity is in the Weatherfront app for free. A lot of the radar products are free. Also, we do have about 3 different tornado watches in effect. I want to bring you guys through them real quick. We have a tornado watch in effect still for Louisiana, Texas, and Mississippi. It's this thing right here. It goes for another 2 hours. All right, so that goes until 11 p.m. Central Time. The tornado watch that includes Alabama also goes until 11 p.m. There will probably issue another watch downstream, though. And then we also have a tornado watch for Georgia and South Carolina. That goes until 2 a.m. Central Time, so 3 a.m. Eastern Time, I believe. Am I doing the math right? No, I'm not. That's 2 a.m. Eastern Time, sorry, for Georgia and South Carolina. Flash flooding is quickly becoming a big concern as well. For Demopolis, Montgomery, we got training thunderstorms, and so flooding is quickly becoming a big concern right now. If you live in central southern Alabama or central southern Mississippi, get ready for a much more elevated flooding threat here over the next few hours. Tornado Pagey, I just almost lost my voice. Tornado Pagey still punching through this on Highway 84. We are still keeping an eye on them right now. The rotation, once again, is the strongest south of Prentice. We are in a small radar hole. I wouldn't say it's a very large one. There's a little radar hole here. So we're kind of battling between different radar sites. Trying to get a different radar site here. Let me... That radar site there. So we're still watching this. Again, hasn't gotten really any stronger. It is definitely still a strong area of rotation and could lead to a significant tornado downstream. It is heading towards Laurel. Eventually, we'll be going towards Thomasville, Alabama long term. Thank you, Hank, for the super chat. Is Houston okay? I think Houston will be okay tonight. Look at this path of tornadoes, guys. This is the beginning of our tornadoes. We've had tornadoes with this storm for almost an 80-mile stretch now over the last few hours. It started south of Natchez in Mississippi, and it has gone all the way into Monticello and almost into Prentice now. And we are now seeing, again, a new hook echo developing, and there is a growing concern that we're going to probably see a new tornado here soon. This is one of those areas of rotation. It's pretty rain-wrapped. And then there's another one that's trying to develop over near Prentice. So tornado warning still continues here. And this one does go all the way until 55 minutes, so that's going to be about 9:45 Central Time. And Tornado Pagey is pretty close to the rotation. They're still on Highway 84. Driving through some of the heavy rain. Is the KBMX radar site down? Unfortunately, guys, the Central Alabama radar site is down today. The good news, though, is that the most significant severe weather has avoided this area so far. And it's mostly down to your south. With that said, there are radar sites that we can still look at to look at the storm over here near Birmingham. We got one here. We got one here. We got one there. We got 3 different radar sites. Actually, 4. So there's pretty good radar coverage despite that radar site being out. There was some sort of mechanical issue that happened this morning, I believe. And so that radar site's out for the rest of tonight, probably. Thank you, Ruth, for becoming a member. Thank you, PD or P2 for the super chat. I gave my fellow Mississippians a no parking under overpass speech earlier today. A couple of them have apparently gone rogue. My apologies for the outliers. There are some people that are still doing naughty things out here in Mississippi tonight. We are still watching the severe thunderstorm warning in southwestern Alabama, north of Citronelle. It's mainly a damaging wind threat. It is very outflowy. That's the outflow boundary. So the tornado risk on this storm is pretty low for the time being. I would still say the greatest concern is with this supercell here, the Apprentice. If it can stay discreet, which so far it's been struggling a little bit more with all the storms that are developing off to the west, but if it were to stay discreet, the tornado risk will be a bit higher. So we are monitoring that. Hey, Robert, for the 7 months, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, real quick, I want to talk about the presentation of the storm on radar. We can see that there's a lot of reports on the storm of tornadoes, and of course that is what we've been seeing, and it seems like we've had a little bit of a gap in reports. I think there's a lot of precipitation that sort of convoluted the inflow notch around this area. I'm hoping the tornado lifted there because those were where the highest population areas were, but if we take a look at this storm again, we can see that there is a very wide area of inflow starting to clear itself out again. Unfortunately, this is going to lead to another significant tornado threat, and we take a look at velocities, we can very quickly see that this storm is starting to get its act together. I do unfortunately think we are going to start to see the storm wrap up again pretty soon. We could see 1 or 2 more tries at a significant tornado. I also want to talk a little bit about the flash flooding event that we have going on over in Louisiana. So this is in the Alexandria area. We have seen a lot of rain here today, and there is a flash flood for this area. We have seen almost 5 inches of rain in some areas, and it is still raining in these areas. We're going to see even more precipitation happening. There's a chance that we might see additional storms start to fire across the majority of this area, and that flash flooding situation is only going to get worse, and it's going to be something to keep an eye on. We do have a moderate risk of flash flooding today across a wide area, and that is going to continue to be an issue once we start to see these storms train over the same sort of areas. Once again, that flash flood warning is in effect until 10 p.m. Central. That is another hour.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Back to our tornado warning here. Riley makes me feel safe. That's nice. Do I make you feel safe, guys? Or is it just Riley? Maybe I'm not good enough. Hey, Skur for the sewer chat. What about the Florida Panhandle? Panhandle should be okay, at least tonight. I think the risk is pretty low of severe weather. It'll happen overnight. Hey, Crazy Yoda for the $10 sewer chat. Absolutely, Yoda. Yeah. Man, some of you guys only like Riley, apparently. Some of you guys just don't like me. I guess I'm not good enough. I'm just not good enough, I guess, for getting you guys information. My bad, guys. My bad. Riley's just going to be full-time. I'll leave. It's fine. Still recycling? Yeah, this Supercell is still recycling right now. It's still in the midst of recycling. Definitely could drop a significant tornado. The inflow is still pretty strong going into the storm, too. Huge shout out to Dalton with the $10 Venmo donation. Been watching you since early last year. Thanks for keeping people safe. Well, thank you for tuning in. Glad I can help. Thank you, Patrick, for the $20 super chat. How's the area between Birmingham and Tuscaloosa looking? When or if the storm is going to hit that area? I think Birmingham through Tuscaloosa does not have that elevated of a severe weather risk right now. It's pretty low. It should be predominantly a wind and hail threat. Granted, your tornado watch still goes for 2 more hours. There's about a 60% chance of at least 2 tornadoes happening in this area. Pretty sure we've at least had 1. And then this area, this watch here was 60-40 probabilities too. We've definitely had 2 tornadoes, and we've definitely had an EF2+. There's no doubt about that. But we'll just kind of wait the survey and stuff like that. And again, I know a lot of people are commenting about it earlier, like don't pre-rate tornadoes and all that. Again, like the situation that we were in earlier, we definitely had an intense to violent tornado just based off radar alone. I have very little doubt that we've at least had 2 EF3+ tornadoes. Whether that is rated EF3+, we'll see. But the wind speeds definitely met that threshold on radar, and obviously the CC drop, just everything else along with it. The environment also supported that type of tornadic activity. So we are uncertain about the damage as of right now, but I do want to remind you guys, if you have photos and videos, you can scan the QR code on your screen if you have photos and videos, and also go to reports.maxvelocitywx.com. If you end up seeing any photos or videos, or if you take any, feel free to send them in to us, because that can at least help us get a little bit more ground truth to maybe some of the damage that has happened from these tornadoes today. We've obviously had a lot of chasers out there, but I would say so far the main thing that we've seen is tree damage. This is a photo from Roxy, Mississippi. Somebody sent in of a tree, like literally snapped in half. That's some of the first damage that we are seeing. We've seen a lot of chaser feeds as well show a bunch of damage too. There's that QR code. I do want to remind you guys that we do have an elevated risk of severe weather for tonight. This is our outlook of severe weather. So we have an enhanced risk of severe weather still in place that is just south of Birmingham, just south of Jackson, Hattiesburg, Meridian. You guys are all still in that risk. All right, we're still looking mainly at a tornado threat. That is the reason why we have an enhanced risk of severe weather, is because there is a risk of strong, intense, possibly even still a violent tornado being on the table here. So Birmingham, Atlanta, Gainesville, Macon, back in Alexandria. This entire area is still in a 10% hatched risk. I had somebody ask earlier too about, like, do you think this should be or should have been a 15% tornado risk? I think there's just too much uncertainty before going to this event that they would even issue one. I did not feel comfortable. If I were the Storm Prediction Center in this case, I would have not issued it. There was just too much cloud cover this morning. Despite that, the supercells have been just incredibly intense. This is also your excessive rainfall outlook. We have flash flood warnings popping up right now. And we do have a moderate risk right now of excessive rainfall stretching from Montgomery all the way back into Hattiesburg. So get ready for that. Slight risk goes from Charlotte down into Louisiana. And then a marginal threat outside of that. What are you guys thinking about all the new graphics on today's stream? Let me know in the chat what you guys all think about it. Hey, Dutch for the super chat. And also a Disaster for the super chat. I have not watched Twister. I'm not going to lie. Disaster. I've still yet to watch it. I really do not watch movies like at all. Like, I barely watch movies. Hey, Wheels for becoming a member. The app looks good. Looks great. Love the graphics. One cool little feature that you might have actually seen, which I think it disappeared, but there was a feature where there's a little bar up here at the top, and it actually shows it's actually there for a reason. It does flash. Let me see if I can get it back. Might have done something that turned it off. Might just be up. There you go. This little light up here, guys, you see that? That is actually like the length of the warning. So we kind of added this. It's not really that important, but it basically shows you almost when the warning started and to when it ends. So we are basically 2/3 of the way through this warning. It expires in 16 minutes. It started like 30 minutes ago. Or yeah, so I think that's kind of a cool little feature. On this tornado warning too, it's there. I think it's pretty cool. Hey, Alicia for the super chat. A lot of damage in Bochito. Yeah, we haven't gotten any new damage photos yet outside of that one. Actually, we might have something. Let me look. Okay, apparently there is some reports coming in. We have not had official confirmation, but there are reports that these tornadoes have probably taken the lives of people from what we are hearing. But we are our team right now is evaluating and figuring out the details on that. So once we have the details, we'll let you know. But unfortunately, this long track supercell that has produced 2 violent tornadoes now has been deadly. So we're waiting the full details there. If any of these reports have any details on them. There's a lot of tornado reports. Most of these are tornado debris signature reports. All these are just talking about how there was a tornado confirmed. Nothing as of right now. But again, our team is working on Getting the latest details on that. Hey, Clint for the $10 super chat. I love the new app on iOS, but I can't wait for the desktop laptop version. Big shout out to Weatherfront. Yeah, that's going to be incredible. It will be incredible. And once we have official information, we'll let you know. We're not going to relay anything until we have like the exact details and the actual information regarding any sort of, fatalities or injuries or anything like that. Possibly vetted and verified. We should have some details within the next few minutes. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning over here in Alabama still. This is for McIntosh, west of Carlton. Still for 60-mile-per-hour winds and some quarter-sized hail. It's going to be tracking towards Uriah and Huxford down the line. We have a lot of flash flood warnings going up right now across Alabama. The flooding risk is definitely increasing. We have a training area of showers and thunderstorms all lining up from York into Montgomery. So the flooding risk is definitely getting more elevated. The flood warning here for those in Montgomery will continue for 13 more minutes. And then the warning for Uniontown, Selma, Greensboro, Livingston, that one will go for another 2 hours and at least 40 minutes. So that'll go all the way until midnight. Almost until midnight. We are still watching this tornado warning right now near Bassfield. This is the one that's been responsible for producing several tornadoes now. It's at least produced 2 intense to violent tornadoes. As of right now, the rotation's not super strong, but it is still trying to produce a tornado risk. And if it does drop one, it'll be heading towards Seminary. Seminary has to get ready for this. Hey, Tony, for the super chat. I'm just moving on, man. That's it. Not much else to it. Hey, Ben for the super chat. I think the graphic that shows the previous rotation points where the tornado's touching out is pretty cool. Keep up the great work. Appreciate that. Yeah, I think it's really cool too. Hey, Rachel for the $20 super chat. Yeah, the situation, again, that I'm hearing, and again, we're going to have some more information here soon, but these tornadoes have caused fatalities. We're figuring out the details still, but it does not sound like a good situation whatsoever. Ideally, whenever tornadoes happen, there is enough warning and there's enough structural, integrity to be able to actually take shelter safely. It does not sound like everybody made it through this, though. And I'm not going to be, I'll be honest here, it's not surprising because of how intense these tornadoes were. And it goes to show the intensity of tornadoes that happen here, especially in the Dixie Alley. There's a lot of trees and they can easily fall in homes and stuff like that. And so both of these long track tornadoes, to some degree, have caused fatalities. I think we can just blame the environment here. I mean, again, it was a very, very favorable environment. Still is, by the way. It comes down to these storms staying discreet. And that was the big question mark going into today. Would these storms actually be discreet? And they have. Really couldn't have been much worse. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This one's going to be near McIntosh. Or I think that's a new one. Clark County. Is that Clark County and Washington County? Oh, yeah, we do have a new one. There we go. That's a new warning. That's for Carlton, south of Jackson for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That is going towards Uriah and Monroeville eventually. Hey, Sage, for becoming a member. Thank you, Jen, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. I honestly, going into today, there was a pretty high likelihood we were going to be live. Not even like yesterday, for example. Like yesterday, the probabilities of us going live were pretty 50-50. Kind of depended on storms actually, firing, and they didn't really fire last night. With a day like today, the odds of going live are pretty high, just depending on if storms were discrete and stuff. And it looked pretty concerning early. And unfortunately, right around 5 to 6 o'clock, we saw the Hattiesburg storm go discrete. This one's been discrete this entire time. And there's been almost no convection out in front of it. And we thought there would be a lot more coverage of rain today, and it just did not happen. And so these Dixie setups can be very tricky to forecast. And this one is a very elongated risk. It's a very elongated risk here. Got a trough coming out of the north and west, and it's a very different setup from what we're usually accustomed to. The ones that usually produce more significant threats come out of the south and west. And in this case, this trough is coming basically out of the north. And so it's just generally speaking, not as favorable for producing significant severe weather. With that said, the environment came together today to produce significant tornadoes. And I mean, the HRRR and some of the other models, I mean, they weren't perfect by any means, and they had some values that were way off, but they still kind of modeled that exact thing that we've been talking about. And here's our jet. This is our low-level jet here. And we have had a little maximum down here, very strong southwesterly flow, and that basically leads to strong tornadoes being on the table when you really start to get that very strong winds out of the south and west. 850 millibar winds were also very strong here just south of Jackson, which are closer to the ground level. And then this is your kind of pressure and stuff like that, which, again, not really a very organized system here. There's nothing really organized down here. Very weak troughing, at least near the low levels, but it was still enough. And maybe it might, again, still produce another tornado. It is entirely possible. It is trying to wrap up again here. There's a very clear hook echo right now. It's going to be coming up into the town of Collins, Mississippi here in about 7 minutes or so. Seminary is also in the path of this. We've gotten some photos, but again, a lot of the photos that we are receiving are not showable, as it is, I'm not even going to describe the situation. It's just a bad situation, is all I got to say for where these places have been hit when it comes to damage and stuff like that. I had somebody tweet on Twitter at me saying it's a horrible idea to tell people to drive south away from a violent tornado. It's actually not if you are out in front of a tornado. And I'm gonna stand by what I said, guys. If you lived in Monticello, we told you about 20 minutes before the tornado was even near you, if you were in a mobile home or an RV, you're not going to survive if you got hit by the tornado. You have to evacuate. You have to go like south or somewhere else. Like, you just can't stay there. I'm still going to stand by what I said. And I'm usually open to debate on that, but this is a situation where we had a violent tornado for literally 2 hours, where if there's a person that is in a mobile home and they don't have a sturdy structure anywhere nearby and they don't know where one is, they got to get out of there, especially when they have 20 minutes of heads up. We gave plenty of heads up. If this was 5 minutes before the tornado hits, it's different. But this is 20 minutes. There's leeway there. And they issue the warnings well ahead of time. But somebody tweeted me about that. I'm like, said it's a horrible idea. It is not. When your only option is a mobile home versus driving away from a tornado and you're still 20 minutes from being hit, the better option is not being in a mobile home or an RV or a campground or whatever you might be in. If you're in like a tent or something like that, even like that is just, it's so dangerous. Especially with all the trees that are around and stuff too. Hey, Prima Vale for the $20 super chat. We need to get more drones to chasers. I feel like chasing, particularly in the Dixie Alley, would help to be more efficient with drones. I do agree. Hey, Jenny for the $20 super chat. Why south? So the reason why we say drive south, at least from this storm, let me go back on radar here. Back to about an hour ago. If we go back about an hour ago, that was not enough of a loop. 1 second. Let me do this. Is an hour not enough? 2 hours. There we go. So this is when the supercell is moving into Monticello. This is approximately when we told people, if you're in Monticello, you should drive south. This is 7:59. The storm didn't arrive until 8:24. That's about 25 minutes almost of lead time. We only, again, said this for those that live in mobile homes and RVs and stuff like that. Not for people that have sturdy structure. But if you did not have a place to stay, you had to get out of there, sort of thing. We say south because if there's a tornado, the likelihood of it going south is very low. It's more likely to curve to the north, or at least go straight. It can sometimes go south depending on storm motion and stuff like that. In this storm motion particularly, it was more likely to go straight. If not, it could have occluded to the north, which means if there was a significant tornado, and if you went north to here or something like that, there is a possibility that tornado would have occluded off to the north, how powerful it was. So there is a reason why I said south and not north. And that's also what, you know, Riley said as well, which I 100% agree with. And I get there are situations like that should never happen. I mean, if there's a tornado on the ground and you live in, let's just say right now, if you're in Collins and you want to evacuate, you shouldn't, because there's not enough time. Seminary, same thing. Like, there's just not enough time there. But in the case that we were talking about, there was enough time. As long as you didn't go 5 miles per hour on the roadway or something ridiculous, right? So, but there's only so many things you can do, especially if you live in a mobile home. Honestly, I just wish every single town and city had a sturdy structure. I know not all of them do. If they all had like a big storm shelter in the middle of town, especially down here in the Dixie Alley, that would be so incredible. That would be incredible if we had something like that, where every single town and city down here had maybe some sort of funded storm shelter. And I know it's not cheap to do that, but that would solve quite a few problems. That's always why I also tell people, you know what your plan is well ahead of time. And honestly, if you can get to a storm shelter sooner rather than later, even before you're under a warning, or, go to your friend's house that has a basement or something like that. Hey, Tony, for the $10 super chat. I evacuated twice during the path of 2 violent tornadoes, 2021, Braggadocio, Missouri, and as well as April 2nd, 2006, because we didn't have any underground shelters. Use good judgment. Very true. Hey, Weather, for the $10 super chat. They're saying it's so amazing. Lead time of the warnings give now. Growing up, we wouldn't get a warning on the radio until 10 minutes after the tornado was gone. Yeah. And like it's a little bit different down here in the Dixie Alley. I do want to reiterate, like the storms down here, they're very different. They are, this is an environment that there's so many trees. If you live over in Kansas or Oklahoma, most of these places don't have trees, like hardly anywhere. So it's very open. But in this environment, like if there's a tornado, it's going to rip up a lot of trees. It's going to send things flying everywhere. Tornadoes can be a lot more dangerous down here in Dixie Alley. Storm Intermedia is currently inside of the tornado warning here near Collins. They are just about 2 miles south of Collins. They're near the Hook Echo right now. So this is what they're looking at right now.
Positive CG. Positive CG. Those are the Widowmakers. Most negative or most dangerous, right? Right? Yeah. Okay. That's what I thought.
In a quarter mile, the destination is on your
Yeah, we're gonna have to run and find a different spot, but there's some fields out to the east we can get to if we want. I'm just gonna back. Keep going.
I saw it on satellite.
Gets better up here.
I've already got a pin, yeah.
So they're currently, again, a couple miles south of Collins. Storm does not have as nearly as much lightning as earlier.
Next to up here.
Okay. See a pond right here.
Yeah, here it is. Right here.
That's it.
On the other side of it.
House fire in town here.
Gotcha.
Yeah, there's a pull-off right there.
My uncle lives in a mobile home community, and they have a community center that doubles as a storm shelter. That's awesome.
Or if there's something, like right here.
Back in the
driveway.
We really need to normalize that.
Someone wants to come.
Across the entire Dixie Alley and anywhere else, even like the plains. I would say like that should be like a normalized thing. Pretty much, I'll draw like a little outline here, but pretty much anywhere in like this general area, in my opinion, should have that in place. And maybe some other states too, but I think this is like the main corridor. This is where most tornadoes happen in general. I would even argue that central and northern Wisconsin could use them too, but yeah. Latest radar scan, a little bit of a tightening here on radar. We actually got a small one, a very small one near Blackjack. That's New Chapel Road. There's another area of rotation just west of Collins. So there's 2 different areas of rotation kind of embedded in the storm. Could have something there just south of 84. So definitely take shelter if you're in Collins or Seminary here in Mississippi. The storm is fighting with a lot of other storms right now, but if it can stay discreet, it will still be able to produce a risk of a significant tornado as it goes towards Ellisville and Laurel. How does Georgia look? I think Georgia's okay right now. We do have a tornado watch still for another 3.5 hours or so. But right now, I think it's okay. We got some strong storms on the west side of the state. Nothing too severe. Definitely keep an eye on these storms. We'll be watching them too. If you want to track them with live weather radar on iOS, you can download the Weatherfront app. That's what we're currently using to kind of show you guys what's happening in real time. Let me go over to loop. I'm gonna put back to 30 minutes here. I like Max. Thanks. I'm glad I'm liked. Apparently about 20 minutes ago is all Riley though. I guess I was an important 20 minutes ago, but now I am. Storm and Media is looking towards the area of interest here. They are again in Collins. There's an area of rotation coming into town right now. Bottom right side of your screen.
How's it coming out?
Good. Holy
Look at that cloud of ground lightning. Someone just said you're not too bad, Max. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you very much. What is that sound? You guys hear that?
Oh my gosh.
What is that sound? Wait. Are those frogs?
Oh my
That's
goodness.
sick.
We're gonna have to show that to the stream.
Bro, we got frogs out here. A frog NATO before 2026. Or
Guys,
before
this is
GTA 6.
incredible. Ethan's got some great shots here. He's getting...
I don't know if I've ever heard frogs like this before.
Well, I made it around one tree so far.
Are these frogs? They're starting to get a little annoying.
Well, it's lost its old mezzo now. So we'll see if it can if it doesn't organize a new mezzo, we'll go east and get the structure again at some point and see if it organizes a new mezzo or not. But I don't mind sitting here honestly chasing at night if the structure's gonna be this good and the lightning's gonna be like this.
Right.
I'm cool with it. If it was just foggy and murky, then I'd be out. But it
Hey, Connor for the
like
super
that.
chat. Start the frogs. This is looking again. We're inside of the tornado warning here near Collins. There's a reason why we're looking at their feed here. They're on US Highway 49. They just continued the tornado warning here for those in Jefferson, Davis, and Covington counties. So if you guys live here, again, we got to continue to be in our safe places. Still a pretty dangerous storm here. And we'll be trying to produce maybe another tornado here soon. Main area of rotations on the south side of Collins. Still waiting to see if this thing does ramp up again. Looks a little bit more funky but compared to before. We got all sorts of storms going up down off to the west of this too. A large slew of storms going up right now. People eat frogs. Isn't frog legs a thing or something like that? I've heard of it somewhere. I think actually Tornado Pagey, Bryce Shelton there. I think he eats frog legs. I could be wrong. What was that saying? Oh, do you guys remember what was that saying about
I'm not surprised. I was just
you know, how it's really heavy rain? Is that something to do with frogs? I can't remember. We talked about it on a stream before. Hey, Batty for the $20 super chat. Thanks for what you do. First time here tonight. You gave me enough warning in Brookhaven to protect my family, including my 4-year-old son. That's awesome. Frog strangler. Yeah, we got a frog strangler out here. Literally, frog strangler. Got heavy rain coming in, and you also got frogs.
Here's what I was looking at, Ethan. No, you're good. Wow, look at that tail cloud. It's not tight, but
We literally got a frog strangler out here.
One mezzo there now instead of two. It started to, you could see it kind of shift itself.
Right.
It kind of had the two there.
Frog strangler merch when?
Yeah,
It's kind of become one. I think it's gonna wrap up again, probably.
I'm not sure.
Given the history, it's gonna. I don't know if it's gonna produce anything. Like it's given the
Hey, Poplar Bluff, the super chat. Frog tornado signs to get to the lowest point possible. Honestly, this might be a sign, guys.
Sticking right here and watching it because we have a good view, good structure.
We can honestly get east to Seminary, like away from the rain, south of it.
I'm not even sure if it's gonna be worth it because I don't know if it's gonna produce a tornado.
Maybe the frogs are their own siren, like low key. Maybe these frogs are like signaling that there's a tornado coming. Maybe they're trying to alert all their frog friends. They know the National Weather Service issued a tornado warning on the froggy phones.
We can go east to Seminary and find a field to sit into.
Alright, you check satellite, see if there is one.
They have some way to receive alerts here. Maybe a frog siren? What do we think? A little frog siren? Hey, Wisteria for the super chat. Oklahoma, our meteorologist calls it a toad strangler. Yeah, it's toad strangler or something. I don't know. One of the two. Frog velocity is live. They're still looking at this storm again. They're right now on Highway 49. It has two different mesocyclones, as they were alluding to. There's one here, and then there's one here. It hasn't really congealed into one. So it's been struggling a little bit for that tornado threat. This tornado warning does continue for another 24 minutes. I would probably anticipate another warning down the line here going towards Laurel. And we might get a severe warning here soon for this activity near Monticello. I'll be keeping an eye out for some damaging wind potential as this area of thunderstorms continues to intensify near Prentice. Flooding threats also increasing right along US Highway 84. The storm is definitely not quite done yet. It is still going. Storm Media, you can actually see the large shelf right there. We're starting to get a better view now of the storm. Look at that. Look how low the clouds are, guys.
Clearly, like, outflowing and elevated.
The only way it's gonna look good is if we're out in front of it. Like we were. Well, I mean, no, like more out in front of it, like we were 10 minutes ago. That's what I mean. You could definitely see the scud and stuff. I'm just
Ferdina
like,
for the super chat.
I probably wouldn't follow it past.
Where's that at, Ferdina?
So it's just since we're right on it.
I don't know where that specifically is.
Here for a second. See if I can spin
In a quarter mile, turn right onto US 49 South. At the next stop sign, turn right.
Hey, Animal for the super chat. My kids leapfrog. Selly here says, watch out. All right. Max, I got to give you some geography lessons. What do you mean? I'm very educated in geography. I'm also really good at pronunciations, too. Hey, I got an A in U.S. history, or U.S. geography, I mean.
Big old
and U.S. history
right in front of us.
back in high school.
Yeah, we'll get a little
I was an A
southeast
student.
of it, see if we can get structure, but like I said, I don't think too far past 10 o'clock, unless it just starts producing tornadoes randomly, which I'm not expecting that.
Turn left onto West Main Street.
Not expecting that. You know, at least this is going to be the only storm we get to chase for a little while, so.
Yes.
All right, so they're still driving right now. We're going to keep an eye on them. The rotation currently on this storm near Collins is still broad. It has not really strengthened yet, but we're still keeping an eye on this. It is tracking towards Ellisville and Laurel. And we actually have a live shot here from Laurel. You can see the storm kind of coming in from a distance here. A lot of lightning out in the horizon. There is a lot of lightning with these storms today. I think that's one of the most key things that we've seen on this stream today, and really just across the board. The amount of lightning has been crazy. We have had some house fires as well. We had a house fire earlier on stream because of cloud to ground lightning. So that will be also a concern here even for tonight. Where's Bosnia? Somebody said Bosnia in the chat. I don't know where that is. Where that at, though? Storm Chaser, Storm Media is now driving.
Honestly, if it's spitting out,
I believe they're going southbound now. So the storm's crossing over them right now. That rotation still pretty broad, going right over them.
He had some great shots there in that. Right under, what is that? Right under that big old tail.
Yeah,
tail.
the inflow tail thing.
Very low clouds here. Bosnia is in Europe? Oh. Shoot. Oh, I see now. Oh! They said, okay, they said Serbia. I didn't read that part. Well, I kind of read it, but I was like, I didn't recognize any of those places.
I am now in the.
Like, I thought we were talking Alabama, Mississippi. My head's so locked in right now to the Dixie Alley, like, or somebody's asking about what's going on in another country. That just flew right over my head. Bosnia is in Eastern Europe. Is that a country? That's a country. I didn't even know that. They cheese for the 18-month membership. Appreciate that. They Vex with the super chat. Will South Carolina be safe? I think you guys will be okay. I'll just be staying alert. Got quite a bit of lightning currently out in western South Carolina. Predominantly strong thunderstorms. Nothing severe right now. I think it'll probably stay that way too. It is a country? Man. Got a new photo sent in. This is actually in Colorado, so off topic. We've had some pretty crazy snow over there in Colorado today. This is wet snow that's falling. There's broken trees everywhere in Boulder. Power outages galore. This storm brought almost as much snow as we've seen this entire winter combined. So completely shifting gears here. There's been a big winter storm over there in Colorado today. They've had hardly any snow this winter. And at this point, I don't think there's any really legit snow left over here. I think it's mostly gone down at this point. There's a little bit of snow still going over here in New Mexico and maybe a small flurry or two over there in the Texas Panhandle. But yeah, that's one of the bigger surprises. Hey, Treasy for the super chat. How's Virginia doing? I think Virginia's chilling. Thank you, Wesley, for the super chat. Why has Central and North Texas been shifted these past couple of years in Tornado Alley? Guys, if you see your favorite TikToker or some conspiracy theorist showing you and telling you that Tornado Alley shifted, it is some bogus. Tornado Alley has not changed. As long as I've been alive, it has not moved, and it's not going to move. I don't know why that's like it's always been a topic for some reason. I don't get it. Like people want to make up some weird things on the social media realm and say something's moved. It hasn't. Yes, it has. Wendy, I'm a meteorologist. It has not moved. Thank you. Get out of my channel. Not actually, but bro, like I don't know why in the world you're questioning me. It has not moved. Hey, you for the super chat. I was told if it's for the views, or it's for the news against views. I don't care if PBS has done a story on it. It could be any network. I don't care who's done a story on it, bro. It has not moved. Tornado Alley is a region. And if we have, let's just say next year, I don't care what year it is, but let's just say next year, we have a huge stretch of tornadoes in Dixie Alley. Has Tornado Alley all of a sudden shifted from the Great Plains into Alabama, Mississippi, and Georgia? And then the next year goes back into the Great Plains? Or like 2 weeks later goes into the Great Plains as it shifted again? It's a bunch of bogus. I got recommended one of those videos one time too, and I'm like, it's just made up garbage. It's like, it's literally terrible. We do have a new damage report. This is from Nathan over near Brookhaven. There is an adult cow out on the side of the road from minor damage to fencing. Cannot make out any more damage. That is just southeast of Brookhaven near China Grove Drive. Just a few minutes ago. Poor cow. Well, at least it's, I mean, at least it's alive. That's like the biggest thing. Because, I mean, there's probably, again, wildlife that was killed by these tornadoes. These are both, again, very intense to violent tornadoes that have happened. And right now, the rotation has gotten definitely broader. Let's hope it continues that way. I would expect at the minimum a new severe warning going towards Ellisville here in a few minutes for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Maybe some, you know, $half size tail, ping pong ball size tail, tornado possible tag. They might issue a new tornado warning. We'll see. Used to respect you, unsubbed. You are so arrogant. How am I arrogant? Guys, I'm a meteorologist. I know what I'm talking about. Like, it's Tornado Alley is not shifted. It is literally a region. This has nothing to do with arrogance. It has to do with actually providing accurate information. There are news articles, there's random stuff that's out there that is just completely false. They want to make something and spin up something for no reason. Like, I don't know what else to tell you. I don't know how I'm going to make you any happier either, because I'm a meteorologist and I know what I'm talking about. At this point, I feel like I'm being trolled. Like, hey, Rob, for the $20 super chat. Tornado Alley will never change.
A new tornado warning.
I'll read that in a second. We have a new tornado warning here. That's going to be for Covington and Jones counties in Mississippi. So they are going to continue this tornado warning. If you are in this tornado warning, take shelter. Get away from windows. Get to the lowest floor possible. And get to an interior room of your home or building. Laurel, Sandersville, and as well as Ellisville. So you guys are also in the path of this here. The storm currently is moving off to the east at about 35 miles per hour. This has already produced 2 significant tornadoes. To our knowledge, might have produced more than that, but that's at least at the minimum how many tornadoes this has produced. It's been long tracked. It's been producing tornadoes since about 5 o'clock. So it is important, if you guys live in this warning, that you are taking shelter. We do have a live shot from Laurel. looking at this storm coming in, and it's going to be a few minutes until we see any structure, but there is a lot of lightning out on the horizon. So highly electrified supercell here, still going. Tornado Alley will never change. The only thing that changes every year is the weather patterns. Exactly. Thank you, Rob, for the super chat. Thank you also, Daniel, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate that. I got rage baited. I might be getting rage baited, but it's actually a real thing, though. Like, I have seen too much stuff online about it. It actually does drive me nuts. There's a lot of misinformation out there. It's everywhere now. I always recommend, you know, make sure you follow people that you trust and always fact check things, because there's a lot of in the weather space, there's a lot of misinformation nowadays. There's a lot of people on social media that want to act as if they're meteorologists or they know what they're even talking about. You don't even have to be a meteorologist to know what you're talking about, but regardless, like, there's just a lot of misinformation out there. We have a new severe warning here for Monroe County, Alabama, for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Here's a zoomed-out view of all of our warnings right now. I'm going to put on the MRMS radar so you can kind of see everything. We got rain and storm stretching from the Carolinas and Virginia back into Louisiana right now. It's a pretty large area. They live life for the $20 super chat and Burger for the super chat. Go back over to the radar here. This is kind of a fascinating thing. I showed you guys this maybe about half an hour ago. We go back over to MRMS radar. This is kind of cool. Ready for this? I'm going to show you guys the 6-hour rotation track. Never mind, I'm not. This is the 1-hour rotation track. This is as of 9:30, so it updated like 3 minutes ago. You can see where the rotation's been the strongest. And so this like blue area and the purple areas, that indicates stronger rotation in the low levels that we are observing on radar. And right here over Collins, there was a brief weakening, but it is attempting to intensify again. So this is one of those ways that you can look at the intensity of rotation. And you can also see this if you are an advanced member on Weatherfront. You can actually see this. It is, if you want to download the app, it's the top link in the description. That's where that rotation is now, and it's now going over 588. Looks like it's kind of weakened again on this latest scan. It's been kind of back and forth. Also, in terms of the hailstone size, pretty small hailstorm. I know they warned this for like quarter, half dollar. Actually, no, it's not warned anymore for hail. So I say the hail's definitely gotten smaller. Let me put on the little probe here. So about half-inch sized hail's happening right now near Collins. So not too shabby. There's a lot worse earlier. Also just got a new flash flood warning. That's going to be for Prentice. So they've had an issue to flash flood warning. We got training storms right now east of Monticello. So on top of there being tornadoes, we now have reports of flooding. There was a storm chaser that reported on the south side of Prentice power flashes and flying debris as of about not even 30 minutes ago. So it looks like this has now produced 3 separate tornadoes. This one, and then something right over here. So we've had 3 different tornadoes at this point. And so this is another one here near Prentice that has been reported by a storm chaser. Happened at Mississippi Highway 42 near Fate Ward Road. By the way, if you guys have any photos or videos from today's storms, you can send that in to us, reports.maxloss@ewx.com. I do want to remind you that there are at least some fatalities have been reported. We don't know an exact number. There's nothing officially out yet. A lot of it is just speculation right now. We're not going to know exact details immediately either. It's an evolving situation. There's major damage. And even if we had a chaser on the damage right now, I'm not even sure if we could show you guys, because there literally might be people that are like not alive that are, you know, in these areas. So it's a developing situation. We'll keep you kind of posted with the latest details as we get them. Whenever we get confirmation of anything, we'll also let you know. I just accidentally tilted my map here, but yeah, again, 2 different intense to violent tornadoes happened. They were both pretty large. One happened just south of Bood, started south of Roxy near Highway 61, and then the second one started southwest of Brookhaven, went right through the south side of town, and ended near Monticello. And then we had a 3rd tornado happen near Prentice from the sounds of it. And there's a chance it could try to drop a 4th tornado as it goes towards Ellisville. We get ready for that if you're in Ellisville. Hey, Roxy, for the super chat. My family and I trust you with our lives. We are very excited for the weather app. I'm very excited too. Hey, Jake for the super chat. I am very excited about the future, again, with this app. I know we've talked about it a lot, but there's so much potential for us to make our coverage exponentially better. Like, we can integrate our own stuff, too. That'll be kind of one of the things we're going to try to work on down the line. Very soon, I mentioned this earlier in the stream, but very soon we will have the ability. So if you like download the Weatherfront app, you will have the ability to put your location on the map on our stream, so we can actually see it on this map instead of having to do that other website. So I'll be kind of baked into this, which will be pretty cool. Hey, Matt for the super chat. There were a few tornadoes in California weeks ago. Tornado Alley is shifting to California. You know what's crazy, guys, is that I flew from Florida to California during that week. It was 2 weeks ago. I flew to California for a conference. When I was there, we had like 2 or 3 tornadoes over in like Fresno or something. I wonder if they're traveling with me or something. Now, granted, we haven't had anything in Florida, but still kind of wild. Like, we hardly ever have tornadoes there in the month of April, and that happened in April. So I wonder if there's a cross connection between the two things. Here's a live shot from Laurel, Mississippi. One of the cameras here on I-59 near Red Oak, Oak Grove, excuse me. What conference? It was the YouTube Creator Summit. It's like an invite thing. Got a lot of lightning out in the horizon here. Highly electrified storms over here. Hey, Tim, for the $10 super chat, is Atlanta going to be all right? My wife is in full panic mode. There's no reason to panic if you're in Atlanta. I think most of the storms over here will remain below severe limits. A lot of strong thunderstorms off to your north right now. Not, again, in my opinion, that concerning. The damaging wind threat could increase with time, but I would say it's a pretty low chance. Got one storm near Noonan that is a little bit stronger, but not severe. No special weather statement or anything like that. Hey, Philip, for the super chat. By the way, when I was referencing, a news network or something like that, I'm not trying to spark up drama there, by the way. I just want to throw that out there. That's not what I was trying to say. It was just like, that was an example somebody put in the chat of Tornado Alley shifting. So people don't think I'm political, which I'm really not political. I don't need to be framed in different ways. I probably get framed in ways that I don't want to be framed, but it happens. There you go, Jess with the super chat. It's like telling your doctor your diagnosis, but you visited them in the clinic and you didn't study medicine. Be kind of respectful. Yeah, I mean, kind of. We do have several storm chasers still on the tail end of the storm right now. Rotation currently is over 588, approaching Ellisville right now. If you guys are in this area, continue to take shelter. Has had a history of producing tornadoes. I wouldn't say it's as concerning as earlier, but the environment is still ripe for a strong tornado, at least in the short term as the storm moves towards Laurel. If you live in Waynesboro, near Richton, anywhere kind of that little white box I just drew, I definitely have a way to receive alerts right now and also have a tornado action plan because this storm will be coming right towards you guys soon. Hey, Poplar Bluff for the super chat. Tornadoes follow you like Pig Pen and his dust cloud. Who's Pig Pen? What are the STPs looking like? Let's check it out. I gotta find the meso analysis here. Here's what our STP values look like on the latest meso analysis. They're still pretty high. We still have a large pocket west of Laurel near Collins. We have another pocket near Jackson. I mean, this is as of literally the last 25 minutes. These STP values are near 6, which is still very high. It's a scale of 0 to 10. And once you get above 5, violent tornadoes are still possible. So meso analysis still indicating a very favorable environment. The problem that we have right now is that these storms are, for the most part, not discrete. So unless it's discrete activity, it's going to struggle a little bit more to produce a tornado threat. We should be watching this storm near Crosby for something. It's not looking very healthy, but if this can organize more discreetly, could see a tornado threat with that storm going towards Macomb. A fire for the $20 super chat. Teacher here, there are multiple alleys. Alleys are a physical location on the map. I'm not going to pick up an alley in Alabama and drop it in Oklahoma. They're two different alleys. The upper Midwest and Ohio Valley is a third alley. There you go. There you go. Poplar Bluff for the super chat. Charlie Brown. I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't even know that. I did not watch much Charlie Brown when I was growing up. That's probably why. Woodstock, Georgia, safe to go to sleep, or is it going to ramp up later? I think it's safe to go to sleep over there. I just have ways to receive alerts. If you need an extra way to receive weather alerts, you can actually get Max Alert. It's where I give you a phone call if you are in a tornado warning or a significant severe warning. The QR code's on the left side of your screen there. So if you want an extra way to receive weather alerts and get a phone call from me, you can scan that QR code or go to maxalert.net. It's a service that we offer that can definitely be life-saving. Basically just kind of adding to your toolbox of different weather alert, ways. One of them is weather radio, sirens, which should not be your main one, but that is another way to receive alerts. Your phone, giving you a text. But Max Alert goes right to your exact address and will pinpoint if you are in the warning or not. So if you're right here, even if you're in the county, you're not going to get that warning call. But if you live here, you'll definitely get that call. So no false alarms. That's one of the coolest things about it. Some of these weather apps will just do it based off county or based off of, if your center point of your town's in the warning, even if you're outside of it or something like that, if that makes sense. So if you live in So-So, but you live here, you might actually get notified. With Max Alert, you're only going to get notified for your exact address. Hey, DJ for the super chat. I personally think the Midwest has gotten worse for tornadoes recently. It's really just been this year. Last year was a little bit busy. I think it was more of Indiana and Illinois. Illinois has been pretty busy, though, the last couple years. Illinois has definitely been busy. Here's a live shot in Laurel, Mississippi. Got the area of rotation down to the south of this camera here. You actually see a little bit of the structure there on the left. You can see the large, roll cloud that kind of looks like it's a big shelf, basically. Whenever we get lightning strikes, you can kind of see the behind there. Diesel with the super chat says, is Weatherfront not available on Android? It will be soon. They're working hard to get that out. So it should be, again, very, very soon. We will make an announcement once it is out. So you will know. It'll be either in a video, a live stream. It could be everything. There'll be announcements whenever that stuff releases. I do think what's going to happen, though, is I think the desktop version of Weatherfront will come out probably sooner than Android. So I think that'll be coming out much sooner. And I think all this is going to happen in the next month or so anyway. But I definitely think desktop will be out, within the next couple weeks, maybe a few weeks, maybe sooner. Again, I'm just giving you approximate time, guys. And once I know a more definitive number, I will tell you guys. But if you have Android and you don't have iOS, at least there will be a way to look at it on desktop until it gets to you. Hey, hello for the super chat. My friend is in Hattiesburg. He gets off work at 11. Should he drive through Purvis and go home or avoid it? Where is Purvis? South? I think he'll be fine. I mean, there's damage down there, but I think most of it's probably cleared out. We do have a damage report from earlier that there's some major damage near Purvis, but it was mostly on the west side of the town near 589, and I'm not sure. It might be cleared up by now. It's hard to tell. But, I mean, as of right now, there's no, imminent tornado threat right now. Maybe in an hour and a half there could be, but risk, at least in the short term, is pretty low. We are still watching some strong thunderstorms near Centerville and Macomb. We're seeing some gusty winds. Our main concern, again, right now is going to be for the Laurel area. We've been watching a area of rotation rain-wrapped coming up into Ellisville. It has gotten a little bit more tight over the last scan or two. So there is a possibility this might be trying to drop a tornado right now going towards I-59 in Ellisville. So if you guys live here, you got to be taking shelter here and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible and getting away from windows. I'll have another radar scan here in a moment. Thank you, Diesel, for the $10 super chat. What about Mobile and Pensacola? It'll be a line of storms by the time it gets you. Let me show you guys a future radar outlook here for tonight. I can do it directly inside of the Weatherfront app, which is pretty cool. Let's go ahead and put the 00Z model run on here. We'll do the reflectivity. I accidentally just drew a bunch of lines. All right, here's the timing for tonight. So this is what it looks like basically right now. It's approximate. It's definitely not perfect, but we basically have storms stretching from Alexandria back up into Montgomery. And then we also got some stronger thunderstorms over there in Georgia and South Carolina. As we approach 11 and 12 o'clock, we will continue to see these storms try to congeal into a line of thunderstorms. But anything that stays discrete will have a more elevated risk of producing a significant tornado. So the tornado threat will still stay somewhat elevated. As we head into the overnight hours, so 1, 2 in the morning, those storms will continue to crash down to the south and east, producing mostly damaging winds. Could still see a low-end tornado threat in Alabama, Georgia, and even the Florida Panhandle. And then tomorrow morning, isolated damaging winds will continue here across Florida and Georgia with a little marginal threat of severe weather in place. So that's kind of the general timing here for tonight. That live camera here in Laurel is still looking at this storm right now. That is tornado warned here. If you're tuning in right now, this tornado warning does include Laurel and Ellisville in Mississippi. It's been quite a bit of lightning. You can see all the flashes of lightning here. Got a little bit of the storm structure. Rotation is only about maybe 6 miles to the southwest of this camera. Is there a CC drop? There is not. Yeah, the rotation is definitely a bit stronger. It's going to be crossing over Highway 588 here in a second. Tornado Pagey is still chasing. They're actually going to be approaching this here in a few minutes.
Yeah,
So
Pasta, those trees
they're
are
on 588 right now, so they're going to be approaching this here very shortly. With it being nighttime, it's going to be hard to see anything, but we'll see if they get close and up and personal to it. Just downloaded the app on my iPhone. I love it. There's a lot you can do and set it up the way you want. There is. What is a CC drop? It is when we have a tornado on the ground. The CC is called correlation coefficient. It basically measures and looks at things on radar that are not rain. Usually it's hail or a tornado. Sometimes it can be airplanes that pop up. I mean, there's certain things that can be picked up by the correlation coefficient. But basically the gist of it is it's detecting something that's not rain whenever we get values under 1. It's on a scale of 0 to 1. 1 would mean it's rain, and then anything lower than that could be debris. And in this case right now, if we go over to the CC radar, almost all of this is around a 1. I can use a little probe tool. You can see it's about basically a perfect 1 everywhere. Once you start seeing values drop, that's when you got to look for hail and possibly a tornado threat. There's no active tornado as of right now, but if there was one, it would be right here. And these values are not anywhere near low enough or kind of centered around that rotation enough to actually be a tornado. I wouldn't say the winds are super strong here either, but definitely can still get a tightening and sometimes a tornado out of something like this. Can I go to bed in Louisville? I think you're okay in Louisville. Thank you, Surfer, for the super chat. Heading to the Sonic Temple Festival in Columbus, Ohio. It's the 14th to 17th. RVing it is too far out for a weather prediction. I'd say so. Yeah, it's a little bit too early. Watch our video tomorrow because we'll have a better explanation of the long-term weather pattern, and that should hopefully give you an idea of how it's going to look in about 8 to 10 days. I mean, we can predict weather that far out. It's just not as accurate. It mostly comes down to general weather recognition. So what we're looking at would be our large-scale features, like our jet stream and stuff. And a lot of the time that's forecastable. I don't know if that's a word, but it's basically able to be forecasted 8 to 10 days in advance, but we can't really get down to the mesoscale features or being able to predict this is going to happen 8 days from now. That's much harder. It's sometimes possible, but it's not always possible. So, but luckily this isn't like the winter where we have a situation where it's like you're trying to predict snow and you're trying to figure out how much snow is going to fall in Brookhaven, Mississippi, let's just say. You can't figure that out 8 days in advance. You're lucky if you can figure that out maybe 2 days in advance. The snow stuff is much harder to predict. This is back over here in Laurel, where we do have a tornado warning as of now. Rotation does remain, I would say, kind of neutral right now. It's not super strong, not super weak. It's kind of just moderate rotation going into Ellisville. Still a highly electrified storm at this hour. You might be waking up to the lightning, poor people. Or waking up to all this lightning, a lot of thunder. Thank you, Selena, for becoming a member. Really appreciate that. Crazy, you're watching my hometown. Yeah, I know, it can be crazy. Some people like watch these streams for the first time and they don't even live in the risk area. And then one day, they're actually in the actual crosshairs of a tornado warning or any sort of just severe warning, whatever it might be. They're always caught off guard. They're like, this is kind of weird. Max is actually covering my town or city. And it does happen. Do you cover hurricanes? I do. I don't know if you guys saw it, but yesterday the GFS model was showing a hurricane. I think it was yesterday. The GFS model was showing a hurricane on like hour 380, which again is not going to happen, but it was showing a hurricane really far out from now. So the shenanigans are going to begin here soon. Yeah, this one right here, guys. Look at this. This is the GFS model from a few days ago, or this is from yesterday. Again, this will not happen. I want to reiterate, but it's already having some shenanigans here on the long-term models. We're not far from hurricane season. We're actually getting pretty close. It's coming up quick. Thank you, Poplar Bluff, for the super chat. What does Max and Charlie Brown have in common? They both wear the same thing every day. I like wearing my Hook Echo t-shirts, all right? Hey, Rebecca, for the super chat. Max, tell my kids to go to bed? Why am I responsible for that? Why do I have to be responsible to tell your kids to go to bed? I don't even know their names. If I could just say their names, it might be a little bit easier. Tornado Pagey is currently punching into the storm here near Ellisville. They're only about a mile south of the rotation. Raining pretty hard right now. And so this is what it looks like inside of the storm. This is what it looks on the outside of the storm. Pretty calm and peaceful, at least on this camera. There's no audio, so it makes it kind of peaceful. Is this rotation heading into Laurel? It'll probably go into Laurel. It's not really strong rotation, but yeah, if this were to produce a tornado, it would be going to Laurel. There's an outflow boundary shooting off from the storm. The only circulation is kind of embedded in rain right now. This storm might be losing its steam here soon. I see a large outflow boundary being shot off from the storm. You can see it right here. And the velocity's got a bit weaker on this latest scan. But if there were a tornado, any sort of lowering even, it would go right over this camera here in a few minutes. Hey, O'Leary of the $10 super chat. When will the good night calls be added to Max Alert? It's what the people want. I don't know if we're ever adding that. I feel like we should, though. Hey, Frozen for the super chat. First time I watched you was in 2023, New York State tornado outbreak. Been a fan ever since. Thank you for all you do. Best of luck with the future. Appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. Max will be in a three-piece suit next. It would actually be really funny if I started wearing a suit on these streams just out of nowhere. Tricked everybody. Went from wearing these Hook Echo t-shirts to a suit, and the next stream after that, it's back to the Nike shirts. Kind of crazy. We're only live for 3 warnings right now. We do have a new warning in Georgia that popped up. This one's over here near Montezuma, Byramville, and as well as Ellaville. This is producing some pretty big hail right now, and even some strong downburst winds. Looks like a pretty large hail core there, just south of Buena Vista. If we head on over to the hail radar here, back over to MRMS radar data, see what the maximum hailstone size is by radar. It's about 1.1 inches, so the warning's pretty much on par for what the MRMS radar's picking up here. Got quarter to maybe $half sized hail coming up into Ellaville, Montezuma, and Byramville here, north of Americus. That is in Georgia. We also got this severe warning for Monroeville. This one's not really producing much of any hail anymore. Frisco City's maybe seeing some dimes, if that, probably just pea-sized hail falling. The hail environment not nearly as favorable at this point. It was a lot more favorable back over in Mississippi. But this storm's moved into Monroeville and Evergreen. I would honestly expect just a special weather statement on this storm, as it is continuing to move outside of our severe weather polygon. We have multiple flash flood warnings. Those are all the green boxes. Flash flooding is becoming a very big concern right now. We got basically widespread thunderstorms here across central southern Alabama and Mississippi and even parts of Georgia. They did cancel the tornado watch for those in Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, Gadsden, Anniston, and Coleman. So if you guys live in those areas, you are clear from the tornado watch. The risk of tornadoes for the rest of this evening is very low to zero, basically anywhere north of the I-20 corridor in central Alabama. Still have one tornado warning as of right now. It's this one for Jones County, which has become outflow dominant. The rotation's gotten broader too, so I do not think this is as concerning for a tornado threat at this point. With that said, we are still monitoring it. This is a live shot from that camera in Laurel, which has a pretty good view of this storm, and it might get pretty windy here in a few minutes over the downtown area of Laurel. So we'll be keeping an eye on that in case something does happen. Oh yeah, Storm Media is still on this, aren't they? Or are they not? I don't know where they went. No, they're not. Are they? I don't know where they are. They're in Mount Olive. Storm Media's had quite a bit of cloud ground lightning strikes here today. We have snow falling in the Texas Panhandle right now. We have snow falling in the Texas Panhandle right now, guys. It is officially confirmed. I'm not sure exactly where it is. I think it's up here near Dalhart. You can't see it on this radar here, but it is actually snowing right now in the Texas Panhandle. It's May 6th, and we have snow falling. It's up here near Dalhart. Let me see if we can get some temperature data on here. This is the temperatures right now. So it'll be up here near text line. It's about 36 degrees there right now. If anybody's over here near text line, you got any shots of the snow here, send it in to us. Reports.maxvelocitywx.com. There's a QR code on your screen here. Well, we officially have snow according to the National Weather Service of Fort Worth. They are saying it is snowing right now out here. As of 8:15, which this is over an hour ago, the observation was about 36 degrees there in text line. It's definitely colder than that now. Go back in time here. It gets down to it's going to be about down to 32 here soon. Look at the precipitation type of the HRRR model. Yeah, HRRR kind of presented that a little bit. It's going to be pretty quick, but there's snow falling up near Dalhart. Got a little sounding up here too. That's about 38 degrees, 36 degree dew point. Kind of crazy, I'm not going to lie. Pretty wild though. We got snow falling over here. We got snow in the Texas Panhandle in the first week of May before GTA 6. What the time to be alive. Any camera? Actually, there is a camera. Yeah, it doesn't have a view though. It's not a video either. There's a camera in Dalhart, but it's not working right now. Maybe the snow froze the camera. Not actually, but imagine. How many Nike shirts do you have, or do you wear the same one? I have like probably 10 or 15. I have quite a few. I do not wear the same shirt every day. I have had people ask me that. I don't know if I wore a gray shirt yesterday, but I think I have two of these. I have two dark gray ones. I have two black ones, two white ones. I have like a red and a blue one, which I hardly ever wear. So yeah, I got like 10 or 12 at least. Sure, I mean, I'm not lying. I'm being honest. Thank you, Weather Lady, for the super chat. Storm Chaser from Kansas City Metro. I want to say I'm extremely impressed with your professionalism, accuracy, and covering warnings. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you also, Fancy, for the super chat. From Meridian, Mississippi. No problem. Appreciate you tuning in from Meridian. Hopefully you guys are doing well out there. Tornado warning still continues here in Mississippi for another half an hour. I don't think it'll continue that long. If we had a tornado, which I doubt, it would be over on the west side of Laurel near Queensville. The storm is now moving into Laurel, so this is that live shot here in Laurel. Lightning is getting a lot more intense now here as well. Oh, yeah, there is a camera. Unfortunately, it's a news camera, so we can't show you. But there is a camera in text line that actually has snow falling, which is pretty funny. It's the most northern extent, pretty much, of Texas. Thank you, Eric, for the $20 super chat. One of the things that has happened today that I do want to quickly touch on, and for those that might be planning on going to bed here soon, there's a lot of cloud to ground lightning. I think it's one of the most important things to talk about. And they're having house fires from said lightning today, which I was going to show you a video. I do not have a video of it. Let me see. I can find the video of it. Yeah, this right here. This was from earlier today of a house fire. That's what happened earlier today. And so this is from lightning. And obviously one of the concerns tonight is that there is still cloud to ground lightning. And unfortunately, I believe that house did take either very serious damage or might have been burnt down. I don't know what the status update is on that, but that happened several hours ago. I don't know if that was posted to our Facebook at all. It doesn't look like it made it to Twitter, but there was a video out there with that. That was from Storm Chaser, Storm Runner Media, and also Ben Williams, who were on that. Hey, Delmer for the search out. What will it look like for the north of Slidell, Louisiana, and into Franklinton, Louisiana, look like overnight tonight into tomorrow morning? It should be mostly looking at a wind threat. I think the risk of significant severe weather is pretty low. They have to go to bed in Dallas. You guys are chilling in Dallas. There's no severe weather risk there today. The only area right now that's at risk of severe weather, if we go back over to the outlook here, that is the precipitation outlook. But this is our convective outlook. So that enhanced risk is really the main corridor. But pretty much anywhere down here, we still got to really stay alert for severe weather. There's still a risk, even if you're in the northern extent. It's just going to be mostly wind and hail. The tornado threat is the most elevated down here near Hattiesburg and Montgomery and Pensacola. This is the kind of setup that we can sometimes get nocturnal tornadoes, even sometimes really late at night. So it's really important to make sure if you do plan on going to bed anytime soon in this area, you have multiple ways to receive alerts. Because this is going to be an area that will probably see multiple storms tonight and possibly even some discrete supercells still. And we're going to stay on air as long as we can for that threat, because I do think there will be a threat of severe weather even into the overnight hours. Won't be nearly as high as what we've seen so far today, but conditions will eventually get worse down near the Gulf Coast. It's over in Laurel in Mississippi. Conditions are still pretty poor out here. Got a lot of rain falling. Low visibility. Not a whole lot of rotation in Laurel anymore. The tornado warning does continue. Actually, I think they just canceled it. Yeah, they just canceled the tornado warning. So the tornado warning has been canceled. We are back down to now 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, and that's it. There's a lot of lightning out there in Laurel, though. So, again, be vigilant of possibly cloud to ground lightning strikes, because that could lead to house fire still. Is the tornado risk over? It is not over. Unfortunately, it is not over. Even though it kind of looks like it is not. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, there are unconfirmed reports of fatalities. Still waiting on local law enforcement to update that. Unfortunately, it sounds like there is at least one infant that has passed away, as well as some other individuals as well. There is a lot of EMS that's attempting to reach the scene. Unfortunately, it took over an hour and a half for the first ambulance to reach the scene of the trailer park just because of how much damage is going on. They are sending more. They were turned around again due to damage in the way of the ambulances. They're going to continue to send ambulances to the Brookhaven area.
Thank you, Riley, for the updates. That's over there in Thayer, Mississippi. Thayer. And again, these are very early stages of all this. And, you know, we're going to continue to get the latest information to you guys. There's a lot of unconfirmed fatalities. There's a lot of unconfirmed things that have happened this evening that we're still trying to get information on. The scanners have been going crazy. I mean, there's so many things that have happened tonight from these very significant tornadoes that, you know, again, some of the details are also just gruesome, and we're not going to talk about those at all in this live stream for those that are sensitive to that type of information. So we're not going to go into details about that, but just to say the least, it is not a good situation, especially that Thayer, as well as Harmony and Monticello tornado. That was this one right here. That one was a very dangerous tornado, impacted a lot more people. The one over near Bood impacted some people, but this was a much higher population density. And so I think a lot more lives were impacted by this one. And again, we'll continue to relay the latest information. And as long as we get accurate information, we'll be posting it to our social media pages, Facebook and Twitter, at Max Velocity WX, with any new information that comes out about this very devastating tornado event tonight. I wouldn't even say tornado tonight was a full-blown tornado outbreak, to be honest, but it was definitely a regional significant tornado event. I mean, we had 4, maybe 5 tornadoes here in Mississippi. We haven't even technically reached the tornado outbreak criteria across the board, I don't think. I know we had one in Alabama earlier today. We had one near Hattiesburg, at least one. We had one here, we had one here, we had one here. So we've had probably about 4 tornadoes in Mississippi and at least one in Alabama today. I wouldn't be surprised if this does go down as some sort of tornado outbreak, but we'll see. Hey, Teed for the $20 super chat. I said this everywhere elsewhere, but hey man, take care of yourself and give yourself some grace. These nights aren't fun. Hope you give yourself some love tonight, dude. Be well. Appreciate that. You know, it's not easy, guys, covering these types of events because you just know how many lives are being impacted. I mean, you know, we don't always have ground truth let out in every single tornado. I always have people asking me too, like, why is there no storm chaser on this storm while it's tornado emergency? Because some chasers don't even know we're going to have a significant storm in some places. Granted, a lot of the chasers were on this one that second tornado dropped. You know, that's not really the point, though. The point is, like, these are deadly storms. Even just looking at radar, you can tell. And there's a reason why these radar products exist, because you can see how devastating a storm can be with the correlation coefficient, the velocities, and everything. So, yeah, it's unfortunately been a very rough evening. We had, I think, 4 different tornado emergency warnings, which is just crazy. It's a lot. I would be watching this storm right here near Macomb a little bit. This is a little bit more of a discrete cell that's been trying to form. I don't think it's a very high likelihood it'll produce soon, but we need to watch maybe a possible tornado threat near Macomb going towards Columbia right now. At the bare minimum, we're looking at some damaging wind potential. The velocities are not super strong right now, but a little convergence signature maybe trying to come together right now, right over US Highway 98. Let's say it's anything too concerning yet. At least damaging winds for the time being. I got a tornado watch until 2 a.m. and I am in Georgia. I don't think we're going to see a whole lot in Georgia, to be honest. I was a little surprised we got a tornado watch out there. I think a severe thunderstorm watch would have been fine. Yeah, in my opinion, like, Georgia, I think is okay. I mean, we got a pretty significant hailstorm happening near Montezuma right now, along with wind. It's actually a very large hail core right now near Ellaville. But outside of this, I'm not seeing anything in Georgia that really makes me think we're going to see a tornado threat here soon. Most of these storms are pretty weak. Got a special weather statement for a strong storm that's going through near Griffin right now on the south side of Atlanta for some 50-mile-per-hour winds and some pea-sized hail. Got some strong thunderstorms over in Atlanta right now. All this is kind of just going down to the south and east. So I'm not too concerned again about Georgia. They did cancel the tornado watch for South Carolina. So I do agree with that. I would have just put out a severe watch for this area, though. Last time we had that, there was a big, or last time he said that, there was a big tornado. I don't know about that. I don't know about that one, man. This storm over here near Selma has actually been rotating for a while. I didn't even see this. It's not very, it hasn't been very strong rotation, but this storm in kind of central southern Alabama, west of Montgomery, has been trying to rotate for a while. It's going to be probably just mostly a gusty wind threat. It's already lost its structure. It's kind of bowed out now, but we'll be watching that in case it does try to ramp up again. We got some strong thunderstorms all around Montgomery, near Wetumpka and Pike Road. Those areas were hard hit at the beginning of our live stream. There is a new report coming out from the Hale County EMA, so over near Demopolis, that there are many people without power as of about 2 hours ago. Many trees are down and some power poles are snapped. Hail to the size of golf balls was reported. There's another report here that you guys can read. That was also over there near Demopolis. We haven't had any new reports, at least on the map pop up from these storms that have happened over here near Brookhaven and Monticello, but the second we get anything new, we'll let you know. I would definitely be watching this storm, though, down here near Macomb. It is beginning to rotate right now. Could have a tornado threat increasing. As of now, no severe warning, no tornado warning. It's just a broad area of rotation that's trying to develop right now near Macomb. You guys live over here near Macomb, we definitely got to be staying alert right now. We'll be crossing over I-55 here soon. This will probably be the next tornadic storm, if I had to guess. It's going to go late into tonight, it looks like. There are some cameras over there near Magnolia that we'll be keeping an eye on, too, in case something happens on those. Shout out to Kegel for the 1 month membership. Hello from Sulphur, Oklahoma. Thanks for what you do. No problem. Appreciate you tuning in. Thanks for being a member. I was just about to go to sleep. Unfortunately, some of you probably can't. Macomb, Columbia, Tylertown, and Hattiesburg. I would say, like, yeah, if you go to bed, have ways to receive alerts. But this storm is definitely trying to ramp up right now. Got an unbelievable amount of lightning, too, on this. Yeah, I'd personally say, like, if I live here, I'd be just staying up. But obviously, if you want to go to bed, make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts in case this thing does become tornadic. If you need an extra way to receive weather alerts, you can check out Max Alert on maxalert.net. It's basically where I give you a phone call if you're included in a tornado warning or a significant severe thunderstorm warning. You can program it the way you want it to give you alerts. Highly recommend checking that out, though. Max, being live is never a good thing. I know, when I'm live, it's not usually a good thing. Unfortunately, that's kind of the reality of this channel. When we are live, it's not usually for a good reason. There's very little reasons why we'd be live, unless it's a significant severe weather day or something major's happening. Unfortunately, that's kind of the reality of this space. Thank you, Leg, for the super chat. Thank you also, Sky, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Thanks for tuning in, John. We love when you're live. Yeah, obviously, I enjoy doing live coverage, but there's always the world where, you know, we're talking about significant severe weather like this, and it's unfortunately never a good reality to live in when we have significant tornadoes happening. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This has a tornado possible tag. That'll be for Macomb, north of Magnolia, Fernwood. Mostly just Macomb. There aren't really many other towns here, but if you live here in Macomb, we got to be getting ready to stay away from windows. We've been talking about this here for the last several minutes. Looks like this storm will be the next one to try to produce something. If you live in Auburn or Summit, which is on the north side of the town, I'd be taking shelter. Rotation is beginning to ramp up again, and this might be getting ready to produce another tornado here soon. Oh yeah, I forgot my light works now. I was trying to manually fix my light. There we go. Is cheese curd still part of the show / broadcast? My cat is not a part of our weather coverage. I know you guys love my cat, but she is not just like sitting in the studio ready to be shown on stream or something. And she's not even here. I don't know where she is, to be honest. He's not a part of the show, quote unquote. He's the official mascot. Oh my goodness. We want cheese curd? Well, unfortunately, you're not going to see her anytime soon. Does she come running to you when you call her name? Actually, usually she does now. She never used to do that, but a lot of the time, even if she's sleeping, she will. So, yeah, it's pretty cool. My cat actually listens to me nowadays. She didn't used to do that. She loves like laying in the sun. Like that's her favorite thing, is laying in the sun with a window or something like that. Hey, Woody for the super chat, watching from North Carolina. Always appreciate you tuning in. North Carolina is one of those places that the weather's not usually that crazy. I feel like North Carolina weather, I feel like North Carolina in general is just like one of the more quiet places, you know, in the country for weather outside of like the Pacific Northwest and stuff like that. Rotation's getting a little bit stronger here near Macomb. We'll see if they issue a tornado warning. I don't think they will yet, but in a few radar scans, it is definitely on the table. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we did just get another mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This is basically for the entirety of the areas we've been talking about today in Mississippi and Alabama. The severe threat is expected to continue, tornadoes up to 145 miles an hour. I do think damaging wind and hail will probably be the main threats with this new watch, and we may see a new watch by 4Z.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So, if you live near Macomb, Hattiesburg, and all the way back into Troy and Montgomery, there will be a continuing tornado threat. So they're probably gonna, I would assume they're gonna issue a new tornado watch or something here pretty soon. This supercell here near Macomb definitely looks concerning. And so I do think there's a pretty legit chance that we'll get a new tornado watch here relatively soon. We are monitoring an area of rotation currently just outside of Macomb. Not tornado warning as of right now, but if you're in Pike, Hall, as well as Mike counties, we gotta be staying alert right now for this increasingly dangerous supercell. Might produce a tornado down the line here. Hey, Preston for the super chat. Cheese curd plus Max's Wi-Fi router wedding front. Hey, Starlight for the $10 super chat. We need a cheese curd plushie to buy. What do you guys think? Should we have a cheese curd plushie on the Max Velocity store, the shopmaxvelocity.net? We are, by the way, for those that are a designer, if you're a designer of any kind, we are hiring. So if you're a designer that is not AI designing, if you're an actual designer, go to our website, maxvelocitywx.com, go to the news article tab, and go there and actually submit your 2 million subscriber merch design idea, and you have a chance to be hired by us. It cannot be AI, though. No AI art slop. We do not need that. We're not using that. It has to be real, drawn by you, or made by you somehow. If you also just want to apply to be a designer on our for our merch store and stuff like that, there is a part on our website. It's like a contact page. We are hiring for that. If you have friends or family that might be able to do weather stuff like that, feel free to have them reach out to us. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Lincoln and Lawrence counties. That is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and $50 sized hail. Hey, Chupa for the sewer chat. Appreciate that. Thank you also, Art, for the sewer chat. My friends, family, community, all thank you. Meteorologists and storm chasers, you are making a significant impact on our lives. Appreciate your service, by the way. Thank you for your service. We do have cheese curd merch, by the way. It is an actual thing. I don't know if you guys have seen this. We need a plushie, but like the design is incredible. Look at cheese curd. Look at that cat. It literally looks exactly like my cat. You want to check this out? It's on shopmaxvelocity.net. We got stickers and stuff too. Definitely a plushie though. Looks exactly like her. The design is immaculate. Hey, Sip for the super chat. Cheese curd camera, that's going to be coming soon. Really, that's the main area of rotation that we're looking at. There's another severe warning that was just issued south of Shibuya near Waynesboro for some 60-mile-per-hour winds and half-dollar size tail. We're also monitoring the storms over here near Laurel. Not seeing really any rotation here. It's mostly just some gusty winds. A lot of lightning with these storms, too. Hey, Joseph, the super chat. Shout from Jersey. Thank you for helping me beat weather anxiety. Don't get too much severe weather here, but I always get stuck in it. Yeah, New Jersey's also... I would say New Jersey's a bit more active than North Carolina, per se, but... That's kind of another one of those states where it's just pretty tame. Nothing usually too insane. We have only covered New Jersey a handful of times. There isn't usually that much crazy severe weather happening there. Usually on the quieter side of things. Just depends on the time of the year, too. If you guys do have any photos or videos from today's storms, you can scan the QR code. You can go to reports.maxvelocitywx.com for a chance to be featured on the live stream today. We are still monitoring 5 severe warnings now. This is actually one of the highest number of severe warnings we've had today. We have 5 currently, stretching from Georgia into Mississippi. We've not had very many severe warnings all combined and concurrent. It's mostly been tornado warnings today, but we got 5. Almost all of these are currently for large hail and damaging winds. The one near Ellaville is also weakening, but this warning probably won't continue. But Montezuma and Byramville will maybe see some damaging wind potential here shortly. Got a lot of strong thunderstorms stretching from Marion into Columbus currently. Just south of Birmingham. Storm here near Georgiana is also currently warned for half-dollar size tail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This storm's gotten a little bit stronger again. Got a little hail core developing right over Alabama 83, north of Evergreen. Really, the main action is still in southern Mississippi. The storm near Macomb is still at least broadly rotating right now over the interstate. Having a little bit of a problem actually staying discreet, but if it can stay discreet, the tornado threat will be higher going towards Columbia in Mississippi. Thank you, Ben, for the super chat. Warnings tonight couldn't have been better from you, and the National Weather Service did great. I appreciate that. Thank you also, Popular Bluff, for the super chat. All applicants contact Cheese Curd. You live in Americus, Georgia. Should we be worried? I would be worried. Just stay alert, and you should be fine. I think the risk over there is pretty low for significant severe weather. I just downloaded the Weatherfront app on my iPod Touch. There's no shot you did. How many of you guys have downloaded Weatherfront? In the chat. Those wondering, there is Canadian radar coverage. The models also cover Canada. This is a free app. Once again, if you have iOS, it is a 100% free app to download. There's a lot of features that are in it. If you live over there in like Australia too or something like that, like you guys can use computer models in different countries, which is pretty cool. It plots all these cities, which is also sick. Got London. I mean, you could do the weather anywhere. Pretty cool. There will be a desktop app here soon, which is what I'm using right now. I need the desktop version. It's coming. I downloaded it while you're making the announcement. W. Yeah, I'm in love with this app, at least on desktop. I'm really excited for this to release on desktop. I think all of you guys will really like it. A lot of the stuff we are looking at is, again, all included in the app. There is a subscription. If you want to sign up on, like, iOS, for example, you can sign up for the advanced mode, which is $9.99 a month. There's only one subscription tier. It comes with a lot of extra models, satellite data, all that cool stuff. But you can sign up for it, and you can get a 1-week free trial. There's no risk in doing that. So if you want to actually get even more features, like all the features literally in the app, that would be the best way to do it. You get a 1-week free trial on that, and give it a little try and see how you like it. It's very user-friendly, in my opinion. Even the desktop version, it's a small learning curve, but it's very easy to learn. It has a lot of stuff, has everything that I want. Not everything, but there's a lot of stuff that I want in it. And there's even more stuff coming that is going to make this 10 times better. I think one of the coolest things that they have that really, I don't know if any other weather app really has, is the MRMS data. Like, this is our rotation track for that, like, long track supercell. You can see the entire track of it. This is a 6-hour track of that supercell that produced 2 violent tornadoes, one of which was near Crosby. And you can see the other one right here near Monticello, and then a third one near Prentice. And then the rotation tracks ended over here in Laurel. And then this is our other supercell that started near Kentwood and went all the way into Leakesville. I think that's pretty sick. You also got lightning data as well. The lightning on this storm near Brookhaven is just off the charts right now. If we use the little probe tool, you can see that there's about 7 to 8 lightning flashes a minute in some of these pockets. I mean, the lightning's just bonkers over here near I-55. What are your thoughts on GR2? I don't use it. I mean, GR2 is one of the tools that's better for, in my opinion, this is just my opinion. I think it's better for those that are like really into meteorology, actually understand meteorology really well. I feel like a lot more based though towards like almost like the weather enthusiast market or like actual meteorologists. I think it's a little bit harder to learn if you're like somebody that has never used it before, sort of thing. Or if you've never, not used before, but if you've never, if you're not like into weather as much as some of these other people, like if you're not trying to go into college and get a degree, if you're not an actual meteorologist, or if you're not somebody that knows a lot about weather, it's just not a very friendly program, in my opinion. So, yeah, that's my opinion on it. It's a great app, though. I mean, if you like understand the weather and stuff, it's a pretty great app to have. I know Riley uses it on our streams quite a bit. What's the app called that everybody's talking about? Weatherfront. The link is at the top of the description. There you go. Starlight for the super chat. Would have been nicer to see cruising weather since I cruise at least once a year. Cruising weather. I need to go on a cruise. This severe weather season's been a lot. Go on a cruise right in the middle of severe weather season. Imagine. Not actually. Like the entire weather enterprise could use a break right now. Unfortunately, I don't think there's much of one coming. The long-term signal still indicates that we're going to see more severe weather, possibly this weekend, but we could also see some severe weather as we head into next week as well. I mean, we are in the peak of severe weather season. Shouldn't really surprise anybody that severe weather is even a possibility because, again, this happens all the time. But if we go over to the long-term future radar here, now we're looking at Friday for some storms over there in Oklahoma and Texas. I think there's at least a low threat of a tornado. Saturday, maybe something over here in the central and southern plains. Doesn't look like anything crazy, but we'll keep an eye on that for Saturday. Sunday looks pretty mid. Maybe have something down there in the Dixie Alley or the East Coast. That storm system is not going to be as strong as initially forecasted. Monday, Tuesday might be pretty quiet. You know, the GFS model has a drought of severe weather happening during the middle of May, which would be pretty interesting there. We look at the European model and see if it shows anything different. European model next week has at least some severe weather Monday, Tuesday in the Ohio Valley and Midwest. It would be a pretty weak, and it would be a very low-end severe weather event. After that, maybe something around Thursday and Friday. Now, to be honest, I don't see a whole lot happening, at least right now. Nothing like crazy, no major outbreaks. It'll change at some point, but at least in the near term, doesn't look too crazy. But there will still be severe weather. I didn't want to make that clear. I mean, we could easily still have a few streams here over the next 10 days, even if there's nothing in the long term that looks crazy. This time of the year, we do a lot of the time get mesoscale days, which come down to very small scale features leading to severe weather. I'd say the next reasonable live stream beyond today would probably be happening sometime.
A new tornado warning
Around, what was I going to say? Sometime around like Saturday. New tornado warning has been issued. This will be for those in Macomb, pretty populated area here. If you live in Macomb, we need to take shelter and put as many walls between you from the outside as possible. This is for Pike and Walthall counties. You take shelter now. The main area of rotation is currently located just north of Summit. It's going through a lot of communities, a lot of homes in here near 44. And this will be tracking to the east-southeast over the next several minutes. If you live here, we need to be taking shelter right now. This is actually live inside of the tornado warning right now. We got a PTZ camera that's looking inside of this warning on I-55 southbound. And you see the pretty strong winds coming into Macomb right now on the north side of town. This camera is a little bit closer to Summit. We unsurprisingly got a tornado warning here. That rotation's actually very strong on the radar site back up near Jackson. Hey, Russell, for the super chat, will Weatherfront be getting Australian radar coverage? I definitely think it's possible. I'll see. Not sure if that's in the plans yet or if that's something planned in the future, but if not, I'll definitely let them know, at least suggestion-wise. They're updating their app all the time, so definitely think it'll be possible down the line. Is it safe to go to bed in Louisville? I think I've said that a few times. Louisville, you guys are safe. You guys are chilling. Okay, that's live out there here in Macomb. And right now we are looking at our main area of rotation, just northeast of Macomb. If you live in this warning, definitely take shelter. As many walls between you from the outside as possible if you guys live in this warning. How's Hattiesburg for the night? Hattiesburg's gonna be in the line for this. So if you live in Hattiesburg, I mean, I'd be definitely staying alert. I'd at least have some sort of tornado action plan ready to go, just in case the storm does end up impacting you down the line. I mean, it will be heading your direction. Let me kind of track this thing out for you so you got an idea of timing here. It's moving east at about 45 miles per hour. I'm going to draw you a little storm track. It'll be kind of approximate here. Here's kind of a general idea of where it's heading. 45 miles per hour. We'll do that. We'll expand the cone size. Looks like a hurricane. And we'll do a little 2-hour marker here. So here are some of the locations in the path of this. I'll put it at the top right side of your screen. But we're looking right now at Columbia in about 38 minutes. So it's about 11:07 p.m. Sumrall about an hour from now. Purvis around 11:40. We got Hattiesburg around 11:50. New Augusta just after midnight. Richton, Beaumont around 12:15. And then down the line, State Line, which is right along the Alabama and Mississippi border, will be about 12:30. Yeah, that's general timing here. Only about 15 minutes away if you're over on 27. And then over near Columbia, again, we're looking at about 30 to 45 minutes from now. We have a new tornado possible severe warning in Mississippi. I think they just upgraded the warning, so it's this warning right here. So that's going to be this right here. So this has been upgraded to a tornado possible tag. Our main area of rotation is on the northern cusp of this tornado warning currently, just north of Macomb. No active confirmed tornado at this moment, but that rotation is trying to come together, and it's going to be heading right over towards Columbia. I would say Columbia is really going to be the place that we got to keep an eye on. You have some live cameras over there in Columbia that we are watching. Bottom of your screen there, 2 different live shots in Columbia that are downstream of this potential tornado threat. Thank you, Mike, for becoming a member. Thank you, LW, for the super chat. Where's that? 1,000 acre fire? There's a lot of fires that happen that I don't even realize are happening. Mostly because like the coverage of them is not always, you know, crazy. It's usually pretty minimal coverage on some of these fires. There are some that get a lot of coverage. Thanks, Sean, for the super chat. Sign for max alerts. Appreciate that. I also have Storm Chaser Scott here. He's pushing into the tornado warning right now. This is what it looks like here. He's actually right near the rotation, believe it or not. He's actually pretty close to it. He's on a 583 right now. See how windy it is. So he's very close to that area of growing rotation, and conditions are getting a lot worse here right now. Hey, Buckshot for becoming a member. Man, it is windy here. This is pretty wild, guys. This is inside of the tornado warning. This is a very electrified storm, and the wind is very intense currently. Rotation's starting to ramp up right now. So he's kind of in it, almost in it right now. Here near Ruth and Sartonville on the northeast side of Macomb in Mississippi. This is one intense thunderstorm. Barely see the road. I think he's trying to radio to somebody. I don't think that's working right now. I've heard his radio beep a few times.
Barely see.
It's also a very dangerous situation with all the trees around. If the wind gets strong enough, a tree could come falling down. Man, can't see a thing.
Trying to look at those fallen trees on our route here, Corey.
This is unbelievable. It's been very windy here for the last several minutes. The tornado warning no longer includes downtown Macomb. It still includes Pike and Walthall counties. So both of you guys are still included in this. Rotation has definitely gotten stronger, and he's basically almost in it. Hey, a hand for letters for the super chat.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They just issued a new tornado warning for Jefferson, Davis, Lawrence, Lincoln, and Marion counties, guys. This is a pretty large tornado warning. This is a dangerous storm that is developing right now. If it can open up that inflow a bit more, this thing's going to be trying to produce a pretty significant tornado threat. If you guys live in Columbia, if you live over here near 587, we need to be taking shelter. I'll look for any locations near. There aren't a whole lot of locations, but it's mostly just Columbia and areas just north of that. Jefferson, Davis, Marion, Lincoln, Lawrence counties in Mississippi. We got to be taking shelter and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. And you've got to be getting away from windows. Get to a storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. If anything that we've seen earlier doesn't prove a point on how dangerous these storms can be, I don't know what will. This is a pretty dangerous nighttime tornado threat that is developing right now. And it could lead to another tornado here soon. This is for Oakvale, Ruth, Morgantown, Kokomo, and Columbia. Those are the main locations in this tornado warning. The rotation is getting stronger right now. And there's a very real risk that a tornado could drop with this at any moment as it continues to move east. Rotation again, pretty strong. Latest scan. That's getting pretty strong, guys. I think we're about to have a tornado here in a minute or two. There's a very strong area of rotation developing right on the cusp of a few different counties here. You see that other radar site. Yeah, there's a strengthening area of rotation. It is pretty rain wrapped, but there's a strengthening area of rotation here that is developing right over near 44. And so there is a potential this could drop a tornado at any minute. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, real quick, I just wanted to talk about the environment that's sort of left in this area. Unfortunately, we're going to be talking about basically the same areas in Mississippi and Alabama that we already have been. Basically, anywhere down here in the southern portions of the state, there is still a slight tornado environment here. These red lines that you see on the screen are the significant tornado parameter. This storm is still ingesting significant tornado parameter that is relatively high. We're seeing values around 3 or 4, so definitely could still have a spin-up tornado or 2 with this storm. It does look like the rest of these storms have pretty much merged into a line. The tornado threat is going to be a little bit lower with them, but it's still going to be something to watch out for. I do also think we're going to start talking about flash flooding here shortly. Keep a look at basically all of this area that's south of the current flash flood warnings. And that's basically what we're going to be talking about next. Remember, there is a moderate risk for flash flooding today, and that is going to be something that we're going to be continuing to talk about. That mesoscale discussion is going to be in effect until 11 p.m. We should see a new watch relatively soon across this area. Once again, tornadoes up to 145 miles an hour, damaging winds to 70, and large hail are the most likely possibilities with this. It does look like this storm is starting to wrap up. Wouldn't be surprised if we did see a tornado with this soon. Just need to see those outbounds beat with the inbounds a little bit more. We'll probably see a tornado here. So if I'm in places like Darburn, Morgantown, or Goss, I'm taking shelter. We've seen just how damaging tornadoes can be today, and unfortunately, we are not done yet.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So once again, we are watching a developing supercell here, which we have Storm Chaser Scott there on the bottom right, who's on it right now. It's very windy, no doubt about that. And that rotation is trying to intensify. And a lot of people do live here in this tornado warning. So if you guys live in Columbia, hopefully you're taking shelter and heeding the warning right now. And if you guys have any friends or family over here in Columbia, please make sure that they are awake, alert about the situation. Feel free to share the stream with them. We'll keep you posted if this thing does drop a tornado and where it's going to be heading. A Storm Chaser seeing it this late at night. Pretty unlikely that we're going to see much.
Stayed on 583, right, Jaden?
Definitely possible. It's going to be hard to see anything. There's obviously a possibility that something could happen in front of them, and you could see power flashes and stuff, and the wind's very strong. At least get an idea of what's happening inside of the storm right now.
Coming up.
Like flooding, or it's like a hydroplane?
How are you using this new radar app on your desktop? I'm in the beta version, which this will be public at some point here soon, but I am currently using it.
I'm on a whopping 27 right now, so we're good.
At some point down the line, it'll be publicly facing app. You'll be able to get it at some point.
Get their high beams on too.
Latest scan still showing rotation right now. Near 44. Scott is in the middle of this right now.
So Clement is right. Yeah, people just don't know how to turn the high beams off when they're passing vehicles.
Tree on the road, I smoked it.
You okay, Jordan?
We have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Alabama and Mississippi. It's right along the border near Gilbertown. You guys live in this severe warning. We're looking at quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds going towards Coffeyville, just north of Millry. Got a lot of lightning on those storms as well. The lightning has been one of the big stories today outside of the tornadoes. These storms have been highly electrified, and we are looking at a very large area of rotation right now heading down towards Columbia and Kokomo. There are a few other towns here as well that are in the path of this. I don't know why I can't see the labels, but it is Oakville, Morgantown, and Ruth. You guys are also included in the tornado warning right now. Main area of rotation right now is going to be near 44. Still watching Scott as he drives through this thing.
Copy that. Corey,
Since this live coverage will be going for a while, it looks like, what do I get for food? What do you guys think? What kind of food am I ordering tonight? There's not a whole lot open. It's like midnight, but give me some suggestions to DoorDash.
I don't see your headlights.
Not a smoothie, thanks. Raising Cane's, I wish.
Going around curves.
Copy.
Everybody's saying Taco Bell. Wingstop?
For you here, what is this? A Bend? I don't even know what this is.
All right, those are the top two I saw. I am making a post in the. I'm making a poll in the chat, and you guys are going to decide. Chat will decide.
Oh, it's Boat Cheeto Road.
There you go. Go back to our 3-cam view here. I would do Culver's, but it's closed. A lot of places already closed. Latest radar scan still showing a tight. It's definitely getting tighter right now near Highway 44. Could have a tornado at any moment. There's a lot of communities out here. A lot of people that live out here too, west of Columbia. The radar site that's down to the south is going to be our best shot, the one near Hammond. That one's going to be the best shot of seeing anything confirmed. Hasn't tightened on this radar yet, but the rotation is tightening a few thousand feet off the ground. So if you live in Columbia or Kokomo, we got to be getting ready. Hopefully this does not produce at all, but you never know. It definitely could. We're concerned that it might try to do something here soon. Bro, this DoorDash poll is insane. It is 49% Taco Bell, 51% Wingstop. It is literally almost dead even. I've never seen the chat so split about something. Over 1,000 people voted too. They want for the super chat, and also Melanie for the super chat. Looks like it's gonna be Wingstop. Is what won? Cookout? Cookout does not exist in Florida. If it does, I have never seen it. I've been live all day. I've been live for 6.5 hours. This is not anything too crazy. I mean, we go live for that period of time, like all the time, it feels like. It's nothing out of the ordinary. Pretty typical. This is what it looks like in Columbia right now, which is in the tornado warning. The radar Omega cyclone port here near US Highway 98. A lot of lightning out in the distance, and then we got Scott, who's in the middle of this thing right now. He's gone out in front of it again. He was in the rain for a while in the really strong winds, so he's trying to position out in front of this storm. All right, next question. What 2 flavors do I get from Wingstop for the tenders?
Yeah, we're about 12
Need
minutes
2 flavors.
11.
Let me know in the chat. Wait, another radar scan here. How do you live in tornado season? I feel like you haven't slept. I sleep, don't worry. Honey barbecue. Seeing a lot of lemon pepper and honey barbecue. I'm gonna just say ghost pepper. I'm not doing ghost pepper. I guess we're doing, wait, barbecue and honey hot? I'm so confused. Is there more than one flavor? And for letters with the sewer chat, barbecue and ranch. I'm getting ranch no matter what. Here's the latest radar scan. So no active tornado, but the rotation is the strongest currently just west of Columbia. There's really no town here that I can really outline. I believe this is Pike County, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. If this is Walthall County, it's in the northwestern segment of it. I'm going to cross over 27 in a few minutes. Again, nothing confirmed as of right now. That could change. Nothing confirmed at this moment. All right, we're doing... I don't see whatever the honey barbecue one was. I see hickory smoked barbecue. All right, I got hickory smoked barbecue. What are we doing for the other 3 tenders? Give me a flavor in the chat. We did lose Scott for a second. Still keeping an eye on him. Honey garlic? I don't see honey garlic on here. Let's do garlic parm. All right. Finish that, Riley. All right, we got our order. I think it's locked in. I've gotten lemon pepper before, but it's kind of mid. I wasn't a huge fan of it. If you are just tuning in, we still have 2 tornado warnings currently in Mississippi. We got one for Columbia. We got the other one right now near just south of Monticello. Rotation right now is the strongest near Campbell Road, just east of JS Road. Coming up on May Road and Kearney Road. Still a good 15 miles or so away. That's about 20 miles away still from Columbia, but the storm's moving east at about 50 miles per hour, so it's going at pretty decent speed right now, and there's a risk that this will be producing a tornado at some point. Velocities have been strong. This is the MRMS radar for rotation. And the radar right now is picking up on a lot of rotation currently. Has a high level of rotation currently just west of 27, so there's definitely a risk here that this could produce a significant tornado here soon. The hail on this storm is not really that big of a concern. We got a little bit of small hail falling on the north side of the storm with half-dollar sized hail coming down, or not half-dollar sized hail, half-inch sized hail coming down just south of Monticello. What's pretty crazy is that this isn't far from where that other significant long-track supercell was earlier. It's only maybe about 15-20 miles south of it.
Redman, we're
so very close proximity to that tornado earlier. Shout out to Christiana for the 10-month membership. Georgia's severe weather season has already been lacking this year. Yeah, it's been pretty quiet in Georgia this year. CC drop? I don't think we have a CC drop. Latest scan has a tight area of rotation again. It's been getting stronger. Again, if there's a tornado, it's going to be rain wrapped. I wouldn't be surprised if we are approaching there being a tornado here. Unfortunately, it is now almost 11 o'clock Central Time, and if we have a tornado, it is late. It is late at night. And this is going to be happening while people are maybe sleeping. Hopefully those in Columbia are taking shelter and heeding the warning. You do a forecast by road name. You know what's cool is on Weatherfront, like there's like a labeling thing where I can actually make. And I don't think this is on iOS; it's just on the desktop app. But like I can make the like labels of these roads larger and smaller. So like I can actually read the roads now. I was not really able to do that before. So I can see like Huey Road, May Road. I think this size is actually better. I just increased it even further than it was before. But I can see all the roads, which I kind of like. Does help being able to give some better call outs too. Hey, Sizzle for the super chat saying, what is the official max velocity El Nino outlook? I don't really have one. I don't really do long-term forecasting very much. With that said, it's going to be pretty strong El Nino, I believe. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning in southern Alabama. That'll be for Laverine, Brantley, Georgiana, and McKenzie for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds just to the north of Dozier. Quite a bit of lightning on that storm as well. Still really watching this tornado warning closely. The rotation is very strong right now. Columbia has to be staying alert right now. Got all sorts of cameras either in. They're all in the warning right now. Scott's in the warning, I believe. And then you got 2 Omega cameras there in Columbia that are looking at this. Max, do you like the Chicago Cubs? I'm a Red Sox fan, and they've been terrible this year. I don't really watch baseball like that, though. Latest scan hasn't tightened. Still pretty strong rotation right now. Just east now of Highway 27. I am growing concerned that this is tracking more towards the city of Columbia. And so with it going more west to east, there's a good chance that if there were to be a tornado, it would go right towards the north side of the city here. Definitely concerned that that is on the table here. It's at least in the playing cards for this supercell. Hey, Rockland for the $10 super chat. What is better, donating here on super chat or PayPal? PayPal and Venmo are the best ways to donate, but super chats are totally fine too. We don't really have any fees when it comes to like Venmo and PayPal. They're pretty low. Does the Weatherfront app have daily local forecasts? Not yet. I think it'll be coming soon. Power flashes on the left camera. I think it's all lightning. We just got a new tornado watch for Alabama, Florida, Louisiana, and Mississippi. Here it is. It is kind of, there's multiple tornado watches, so you might not be able to fully tell what watch is what watch, but I'll outline it. This is our new watch right here. I think that's it at least. It's something like that. I don't know how accurate it is, but it does include Pensacola in Florida. So the probabilities on this watch are at the top right. I'll kind of decipher it for you. So tornado probabilities, at least 2 tornadoes happening, there's a 40% chance. And then EF2 plus tornado happening at all, just one, is a 30% chance. So the probabilities before on most of these watches have been 60, 40. And so this one's 40-30 for tornadoes, a little bit lower. There's also, I don't know what's going on with this tornado watch here. Might be a little bit bugged. No, I think that's right. Yeah, I think that's the entire watch right there. Yeah, all right. Here it is. Just to verify. So they did say a couple of strong tornadoes are possible. Goes until 6 a.m. 6 a.m., guys. I'm not going to be awake till 6 a.m. But a couple strong tornadoes are possible. Isolated hail up to the size of ping pong balls is also possible, and then scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. Anywhere from Columbus, Georgia, all the way into Gulfport. There's a UFO on the left camera? I don't think so. This is a live shot from Columbia. Lightning is really getting intense out here. Rotation's all fairly rain-wrapped off to the northwest of Columbia right now. The road name size on iOS. Oh, is it really? Yeah, there's a lot of customizability. They're adding a lot of stuff. The iOS and desktop apps do have some different features. Not very many, but there's a couple like differentiators. So they're not identical apps, but they are pretty similar. Like for example, if you have the iOS app of Weatherfront, and you have the advanced subscription on the app, you have the ability to route plan, like route planning. It's a cool tool. On desktop, that's not a thing yet, but I think it'll probably be a thing at some point. So that's another pretty cool feature. There's also certain things like these overlays that you're looking at. They're actually baked into the app for me. It's not a thing on iOS. Android will be coming soon. And same thing with desktop. Max, are the gas prices hard for your storm chasers? I think the gas prices are hard for everybody, not just storm chasers. I mean, literally anybody. But obviously, their occupation does require them traveling thousands of miles. So it does cost a lot. Costs a lot more. It's about double what they're spending on gas. And I'm not sure what the average, you know, the average like price of gas is for like 1,000 miles for a chaser, but it's probably like, and I mean, they travel more than 1,000 miles. They probably like if they wanted to go chase this event today, like Connor, for example, he probably drove like at least 1,500 miles here and probably back. That's 3,000 miles. Let's say your car gets away on 10 tanks basically, or 8 tanks or something like that. 8 tanks, multiply that by like $80 or $100, whatever it is now. It's probably $800 for your gas for your trip versus maybe 400 a few months ago or something like that. So it definitely has an impact. I was trying to do quick math. I think it's something like that. Hey, Mooches for the super chat. Also Sim for the super chat. Appreciate that. We are still watching rotation right now here west of Columbia. It's a only storm right now that's rotating. That has a legit tornado risk. Still nothing tight. It's all rain-wrapped rotation, but we are monitoring this situation as it is approaching a fairly populated area. We're getting close to $5 in northern Illinois. Yeah, gas is pretty expensive right now. $6 a gallon in California. California, everything's just more expensive there. Doesn't matter what it is. Gas and everything else. Will the Weatherfront app on all platforms have storm chasers live streams? It will. Yeah, it will soon. That could be soon. I'm not sure how soon it will be, but it will be a feature at some point in the very near future. We have it on our end right now. Granted, I don't think any chasers are live anymore, but we have it on our end on desktop. But it's a very basic version. They're working on something much more concrete that'll be more applicable to all the other platforms soon. A real splash for the $5 super chat. You should do a chaser awards at the end of the year. Do this channel, but Tornado Pagey might be the GOAT. She's on every storm, or she's at every storm. I don't do awards. I know there's like, you know, like the Chaser Summit, the National Storm Chaser Summit. They do awards. I'm not going to do awards though. I mean, I'm not trying to. I would just give participation trophies to everybody. I'm not trying to give like somebody a better award than another person, because everybody on our team, in my opinion, does great in their own aspects. I mean, you know, you got Tornado Pagey, they've drawn through tornadoes. Connor has some incredible video and drone shots and all this other stuff. He's a great chaser all around. Cannon Calton's a newer one for us, but he's been on that, like the tornado emergency, that large tornado in Indiana and Illinois. He had some crazy videos of that too. I think everybody's done something crazy. The Hailinator, he drives into hail. I'd say if we did an award, it'd be for hail, and I think Ryan Scholl will win that by a long shot. Bro just drives into every hailstorm. Any chasers using EVs? There's at least a few probably, but none of our chasers use EVs. It's not a very sustainable way to get around. This is some of the damage from earlier, from Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton. From the tornado that hit near, this is the one that went to Monticello, just out of Brookhaven on I-55. Had significant tree damage. It was widespread. There are horrific scenes. Again, we cannot show you most of the pictures that we've seen because they're just so bad, but there has been some major damage from this outbreak here tonight. There's a video here from Austin out of Millbrook, Alabama, of some flooding, considerable flooding threat over in the city of Millbrook. Alabama had a lot of roads blocked off. A few of the roads have actually been washed away. We are starting to transition a little bit more into a flooding risk in some areas. That's one of those examples. If you guys do have any photos or videos, you can send it in to us. We've seen some, again, terrible photos that we will not be showing on this stream. There are, again, multiple fatalities that have been reported. We don't know the exact number, and we will not know probably until tomorrow, but yeah. Hey, Josh, for becoming a member. Max, do you agree Tornado is moving? No, not moving. I'm not going back into that conversation. That might be one of the worst conversations to have with me now. It's usually about something else. What else? The underpass stuff, I guess, might be one. It's definitely, we're definitely getting to the point where the whole Tornado Alley shifting thing is probably at the top of the list. Tornado warning here for Columbia has been condensed, only includes Marion and Jefferson Davis counties now. So the rotation right now is on the west side of Marion County, moving into Columbus here in a short while. And the tornado warning also to the west has been condensed. It only includes Walthall County now. Rotation still pretty strong. It's pretty rain wrapped, and there's no debris signature. But if we have a tornado, it'll be coming up into the city here pretty soon. It's approaching the Hugh White Memorial Highway, which will be Highway 13. Everywhere else right now, kind of more a widespread view of everything. We got flood warnings all over the place. And some pretty significant storms just across the board, but nothing tornadic anywhere else at this moment. This is the MRMS radar site, or radar, so you can see the entire view of everything. The amount of rain that's coming down is pretty concerning. Flooding risk is increasing across the Dixie Alley, Alabama, and western Georgia, getting slammed by heavy rain. The green polygons are going to be your flooding risk, which is still very elevated at this hour. Where are you guys all tuning in from? Let me know in the chat. Where are you guys all tuning in from tonight? Shout out to Josh for becoming a member of the channel. Really appreciate that. If you live in Columbia, now is the time to take shelter. Rotation is now coming into the town here over the next few minutes. It's been mostly wrapped in rain, but it will be moving into the town here within the next 5 to 10 minutes here. Gotta be taking shelter. North of Kokomo. If you're in Kokomo, you're no longer in the warning, but north of you, you are in the warning. That's people tuning in from Australia tonight. Got Wisconsin. Got Macomb, Mississippi. Hey, Rollin for becoming a member of the channel. Got Idaho tuning in. California, Illinois, Maine, Florida. Hey, I'm in Florida. Thank you, Josh, for the super chat. Summerall, Mississippi. Got people everywhere. Memphis. I'm pretty excited to be able to have all the locations on this map here soon. That'll be a feature coming soon. Be able to show you guys where everybody's tuning in from, literally on this map. Be able to toggle it on and off and show you the more details and stuff like that. Thank you, Vintage, for the super chat. How will South Carolina fare from the storms? I'm anxious to go to sleep. Appreciate all you do. I think South Carolina will be okay. There's mainly strong thunderstorms for that area, in my opinion. Hey, Jeff, for the super chat, just a tip. Appreciate that, Jeff. Max, I ran into a friend from literally 20 years ago in your chat. Turns out he's a meteorologist. That's kind of funny. It is a small world. It's pretty wild how many people we reach. I mean, today's event, we don't have a huge audience in the Mississippi River Valley to begin with. It's a pretty small audience. I think we've definitely grown our audience tonight here in Mississippi, but generally speaking, this is not an area that we've covered much of this year. And our audience is very large in Wisconsin, Illinois. I know Missouri, Kansas, Oklahoma. This entire stretch right here that I just outlined. There's a lot of people that watch in this area. I need to draw a better circle here. Kind of like this general area. Iowa, I think there's a decent amount of people, but like this is where our highest.
Max, should I roll out of bed for this tornado warning I'm setting for me?
Ooh, just talk to me. Is Ryan Scholl? Wait, Ryan Scholl is in bed right now. Is he in Columbia? Are you in Columbia?
We are in Hattiesburg right now.
What about Ryan, the Halinator, bro? He's in bed. Should he roll out of his bed for this tornado warning? What do you guys think in the chat? I don't know. I don't think it's really worth it. It's also nighttime. What do you guys think? It's over in Hattiesburg. Bro, there's a lot of people saying yes. Some people are saying no. My chat is pretty 50-50 on it. I would say no, in my opinion. I don't know if this is gonna be that tornadic. It's very messy right now. I'd just say set an alarm for 20 minutes from now and then decide from there. That would be my opinion. I'd just say 20 minutes from now. Maybe. Just like set an alarm or something. Or just sleep, one of the two. Thank you, Anthony, for the super chat. What made you move from Texas to Florida? College. I've never done a storm chase. Other than, I did one. It was like for a hurricane. It was Hurricane Nicole. It was like 2022. Thank you, Ryan Reynolds, for the $20 super chat. Tuning in from Albany, New York. Also took a cool picture of the clouds yesterday. How do I send it? Go to reports.maxvelocitywx.com. There's also a QR code on your screen if you have photos and videos. Thank you, Kevin, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. What are your thoughts on smoothing? I can smooth the radar. It's just not something for, in my opinion, like it doesn't work well for what we're doing. I don't like having smoother radar. I'm just not a fan of it. It makes the radar look visually pleasing, but you can't tell with this, like, is rotation strong or weak? Like, you can't really tell with smoothing. That's the problem. I'm actually curious, if we went back like hours ago to that tornado that happened, what we would have been able to see here. Yeah, so like when this tornado was on the ground in Monticello, guys, like this is what I'm talking about. Smoothing is not useful for at least velocities. Like you can't tell if that's on the ground or not. Now, if we go and take smoothing off, you can tell with CC radar too. You'd see the tightening. It's a whirlwind of a difference. For reflectivity, I think it's fine. Reflectivity, I think, is okay. I just think for velocities, it's not useful at all. But even then, you can still not see every single feature of a supercell, even with this. You can't even tell what's going on here. The hook echoes back here. If you go over and take it off, you can't really still tell, but yeah. Just in my opinion, I'm not a big fan of smoothing. I was a big fan of smoothing for a short stint, probably back in like 2022, 2023. For just reflectivity, but then I kind of learned it's just not the way to do it. It's just, it looks good on radar, but it also does not fully benefit what I'm doing, which is trying to identify tornadoes and stuff like that, and outflow boundaries and whatever else there might be. Hey, Stanky, for becoming a member. Hey, Gilbert, for the super chat. Stayed near Little Rock after seeing your video. I'm a truck driver heading towards Georgia, and glad I did. Yes, he should get out of bed. In my opinion, like, if this looked any more significant right now, I would say get out of bed. I'm not very confident this is going to be a tornado producer. The reflectivity is way out here. Got our rain way out in front of it, and our rotation is very well wrapped in rain. So even if he went to chase, he probably wouldn't see much. Probably be pretty wrapped in rain. So I'm not sure if it's worth it. Maybe in about 20 minutes once it gets closer to Hattiesburg, I mean, maybe something happens, and for at least Ryan Scholl, maybe he does go chase. This is what it looks like in Columbia right now. Hey, AF, the sewer chat watching here from New Jersey. Your streams are always super helpful for simplifying and explaining everything and providing so many angles. Well, I can help. Thank you for the super chat. I got my food. It's almost here. Hey, Robert, for becoming a maximum velocity member. Huge shout out to all the members of the channel. Ain't almost 100 today. I remember a tornado going past this camera last year. We were live for that. Yeah, we were live for that tornado. Went by the camera. I think it was like January or February. That same camera that I was just showing you, there was a tornado on it. For those, somebody just asked in the chat, like, what's the point of becoming a member of the channel? I will say, like, if you are a member of the channel, you are directly supporting our operations and being able to grow our team. Because a lot of what we do here is funded by you guys. Like, being able to have people, like, you know, we're hiring a designer here soon. We're going to be hiring a meteorologist as well, another one. Like, we're actually doing some pretty big expansions right now. So, you know, if you become a member of the channel or donate, like, a lot of that just goes right into that. Like, we're expanding our team, our chasers as well. We've been expanding that network too. So, you know, being a member of the channel is super duper beneficial for us to be able to do what we're doing here. More than ever, especially with all the expansion stuff we're doing. Thank you, Sarek, for becoming a member. Thank you, Mezomap, for the $10 super chat. Advice on how to get through Calculus 2 and 3 to get my degree wrapped up. Pray. No, not actually. I mean, just go to, like, office hours and stuff like that. That's, in my opinion, the best thing to do if you're struggling with professors. What color tables do you use? I am going to put them on Discord probably tomorrow. So join our Discord server. I'll try to remember to do that tomorrow. So you guys can have them. Also, if you are a designer that wants to potentially apply to work here, you can reach out to us on our website or anything in general. That's one of the things that we're looking for right now. So we have a contact page on there, maxvelocitywx.com. It's a live shot in Columbia as the storm rolls in. I mean, there's literally so much lightning. It's wild. We got nonstop lightning here in Columbia. Hey, John, for the sewer chat, what are the odds of tornadoes near Columbus, Georgia? Very low tonight. Not zero, but very low. So the storm's rolling into Columbia. The downtown area of Columbia is no longer in the tornado warning. It's only the north side. What are the little white dots mean on the map? That's lightning. Look at the wind pickup here in Columbia. Storm's coming into Columbia now. Conditions are deteriorating. And the wind is actually fairly strong. See the wind back there. It's pretty strong right now. Here's another live shot. Look at that, guys. Look at the wind. Very intense wind. Definitely pushing 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts here in downtown Columbia. And that camera just went out. Might have lost power. I think we lost power on both of them. Both of those cameras just went down. So it does look like the most significant threat is going through Columbia right now. Power likely just went out there in downtown Columbia from a very strong area of damaging winds. I'm surprised we don't at least have a severe warning kind of covering this area. I would expect we'll probably get one here in at least a few minutes. Hey, Josh, for the sewer chat, that tornado in February last year hit our office. Really? It's a really small world. I remember covering that. That was a wild day. Hey, Melissa, for the sewer chat, what about Lumberton? Where's Lumberton? Lumberton over here somewhere. I don't know where that's at. We only have one other severe warning. So we have one severe warning. We got one tornado warning. That severe warning here is for Laverne and Brantley for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Am I done with Radar Omega? We're not using their app anymore, but we're still like, again, it was more than anything. It was kind of like a mutual, decision. There wasn't any like bad blood or anything like that. I mean, there's no drama, nothing like that. We're just moving on. And again, we're kind of just looking forward to the future. So, and again, Omega's still a great app. Like, I have no problems with it. Like, we used it for literally 3 years on our live streams. It is a really big change for us. I'll be honest. Like, changing weather apps it's a big change, and with it being a 3-year thing, like we were with them for 3 years. That's a long time. That is not a short stint. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I want to talk about these last two storms that I think that have tornado potential. So if we take a look at our STP again, we basically see that we have basically two areas where we have a maximum, and both of our storms are currently inside of that. I do think we're probably going to continue to see some sort of a tornado threat here from both of them as they move off to the east-southeast. I do think the most concerning one is this storm that's near Columbia. You can kind of take a look at it, and it does look like it has a little bit more of that supercell type presentation. Meanwhile, this one over here near Waynesboro is a little bit more linear. I do expect that this is probably going to be a little bit more of a tornado threat down here towards Hattiesburg over the next 2 hours as we continue to see it move through that favorable environment. The biggest thing that we are watching with this storm is the shape of it. If it manages to keep that inflow notch clear, I do expect it to produce a tornado sometime at least in the near future. Taking a look at the upper tilt of that storm, it definitely has a very strong mesoloft, and that is going down to the surface. It's just not the most organized right now. It is going to eventually probably try and organize into a storm that's a little bit more favorable of producing a tornado. Right now, we do see that bow echo. However, I do expect that at some point we're going to see inflow match up with that, and it's just going to turn into a situation where we do have a tornado. If I'm in Hattiesburg, I'm making my preparation plan for a tornado now, so I know what to do if a tornado warning is issued for my area.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Guys, breaking news. DoorDash did not give me a straw. What's new? Thank you, Clayton, for becoming a member. And also, thank you, Josh, for the $10 super chat. Ryan Scholl needs to get out of bed. We just got a new severe warning for this. Quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds with a tornado possible tag. We get that Wingstop? I did. So, I got a drink. I actually have a McDonald's straw for some reason here. Hey, Nightmare for the $10 super chat. Hailing from Georgia. What? Been watching your streams from time to time. Always been relaxing and enjoyable. Well, I'm glad they are relaxing. For me, they are not very relaxing. There's a lot of stuff going on all the time. Hey, Riley. What soda did you order me? Can you check?
Max, the saxophones are getting louder. I think I might need to get out of bed.
Bro, what did Ryan Shoulders say? There's no way this guy's actually getting out of bed. Can you give me a refund? That is not Diet Coke. That is 100% Coca-Cola. What'd you just say? Hey, Derek, go for the super chat.
You heard me. I might be getting out of bed for this one.
Bro, what is he getting out of the bed for? Are you really getting out of bed for some quarter-sized hail? Like, bro, I don't think there's that much of a tornado risk with this right now. I'm gonna be honest. Rotation's gotten very wrapped in rain.
Yes, do you expect any different?
From you, no. Bro, Chase is literally everything. Thank you, Mason, for the super chat. Bro, the fries from Wingstop are so good. Their fries are legendary. All right, so my meal was a Diet Coke. That's wrong. The fries are right. They look like fries. I got ranch. Can't go wrong with their ranch. I didn't try ranch until literally I got Wingstop like a month ago. I never had ranch in my life until I got Wingstop. And I got some barbecue tenders, and I also got their garlic parm tenders. Now the barbecue tenders, they're really messy, so I'm not eating those right now. But I can at least eat the garlic ones. I'll eat them at some point, but I have literally no desk space. It's getting bad out here. The amount of space I have on this desk is at an abysmal level. It's like nowhere to put anything. Thank you, Mike, for the $10 super chat. How is Loosedale looking for the rest of the night in Mississippi? Where's Loosedale? Oh, right here, Loosedale. I think you guys will be mostly looking at a damaging wind threat. The tornado threat should stay low. Looks like Scott here is on the scene of damage over in Lincoln County. This is where that significant tornado happened earlier. He's currently kind of in the midst of some of that damage. A lot of people are on the scene here trying to help out. Very significant tornado happened there tonight. Clean your workspace, bro. I know. I have to. It's actually not that bad. I just have too many like electronics here. There's not a whole lot of space to begin with, but yeah, I definitely have to move some stuff. Because right now, I have this like package of Vienna cookies just sitting here. I got Oreos and a package just sitting there too. Got some crackers. Oh, I got fan mailed a sippy cup. That's also on the desk right now. Somebody fan mailed me this. If you're a member of the channel, you guys would have been able to see that we opened fan mail. That was one of them. If we don't have any tornado warnings, do you guys want me to do more fan mail? I have 5, I think. I have 4 packages right now. I could do a members only stream for it, but at the end, like near the end of the stream, I could do that if we have no tornado warnings. What do you guys think? There are 4 packages right now. I don't know what's in the boxes. I haven't opened them yet. It'll be a surprise to me. A lot of the time with fan mail, I will open it like well ahead of time just to make sure like there's nothing crazy in it, but I have not opened them at all, so that'll be kind of interesting. I'm glad that I've never been shipped anything like absurd. Like the worst thing I've ever been shipped, I think, was the Max Velocity underwear with my face all over it, which is quite something. But I think the second worst now is this sippy cup for an adult. It was called an adult sippy cup. Somebody mailed me. Absolutely absurd. Hey, Gilbert for the super chat. Yeah, I think you guys will be okay if you go to Atlanta tomorrow. It should be okay. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning, I think, or an update. Some alert just popped up. What alert just popped up? I don't think anything really changed. The storm over here near Goshen is producing ping pong ball sized hail now. There was a warning that just got updated, I swear. Maybe I'm tripping though. Flood warning? Oh, that was a flood warning. Why did it not pop up on my dashboard? I need to fix that. Oh, I just noticed something that I did not know. I have like a dashboard that pops up with all the warnings. There we go. There's a flash flood warning for like 1 billion counties in Alabama. It's this one right here. There we go. It's the ranch. It's the ranch. That tornado warning in Mississippi should be allowed to expire. How about the end of streams, add a segment with FaceTime interviews from chasers and hearing their reports, even if it's just brief? Yeah, we could. Not something that we can't do. I also wouldn't do FaceTime. I mean, we'd just do like some sort of Zoom thing, but yeah. Wedge tornado from video tonight on news. Yeah, there was definitely a wedge. I saw Reed. I think Reed Timmer had a view of it. I didn't see it until like 20 minutes ago on Twitter. I was scrolling it. It was a huge tornado. All right. We literally only have one tornado warning, but this warning should just be allowed to expire. The main concern right now is damaging winds for Hattiesburg. So while we wait for any sort of new radar scan or anything new to happen, I'm going to start doing this fan mail stuff. I got a lot of like random fan mail that you guys have sent me. Most of them are Amazon, I think. This is a package.
I just sent you a video of some of the lighting we're seeing outside our hotel bedroom.
Dude, there's no way. Ryan Scholl is just looking outside the window. All right, he's not chasing, at least. I'm about to say, if this guy's chasing. This is the lightning over in Hattiesburg. Beautiful video here from Ryan Scholl. While it's on the screen. Let me see what's in here. Somebody got me a t-shirt that says shame on it. No name with this, by the way. It just says shame. That's it. It's just a t-shirt with shame. It's actually kind of diabolical. I have shame merch, by the way. I don't have a word, but we don't have it with just the word shame, but we do have merch that has this on it, so. Thank you for sending this, though. Adding to my collection of merch stuff that's been sent. Nike is not Nike. All right. I am doing lightest to heaviest. That was one of the lighter ones. This is another light one. There's a really heavy one. All right, this was from No Name. I don't know how, like, this has literally no name on it. It says it was shipped to me. Hey, Dalton or Daltino for the $20 super chat. Very quiet, calm winds in Sandersville, Mississippi. I got hail, but no bad weather showing on radar. Why is that? I don't know. Is your radar app working? Is it like updating properly? All right, I got a little gift bag. It's from Amazon. I don't know if it says anything in this like little card thing. This is from Emily saying, thank you for your team for all your hard work. You will reach the stars and beyond. Good luck, Sir Max. Check it out. I'm surprised they still continue this tornado warning, for the record. Thought they would cancel it. What in the world is this? Oh, it's like a little tornado spinning thing. Look at that, guys. Got a tornado and a little glass. I don't even know if you guys can tell. Beautiful. Thank you, Emily, for sending this. A little tornado spinny thing. I don't know if I'm doing it right. Oh, there we go. It's a little bit better. Very nice. All right, we got two more. We got one that's kind of lightweight, and then the other one is really heavy. And I don't know what is in the heavy one because it literally feels like it's a brick. Actually, if somebody just mailed me a brick, and that was it. Give me a little brick. I haven't seen one of those in quite a bit of time. I don't know the last time I saw one. This smells like it was shipped from their house. This is from Missouri. Somebody in Missouri. It doesn't have a name on it, but it's from Missouri. Is Alabama safe? Alabama's not safe. The risk of severe weather is pretty low, though, at this point. It's not zero, it's just low. Man, I cannot get this thing out of the package. There we go. I got a thank you card, which I'll get to. Let's see what's in this box thing. By the way, if you guys ever want to send fan mail, there's an address in the description. We'll probably do more of these either on members only streams or at the end of streams. Thank you, Donna, for the super chat. Or near the end of streams. I would say this is the end, but not far from it. My goodness, what is in this box, bro? Like, this is what it looks like. I don't know what's in this thing. I can't get it out. Hey, Charles, for becoming a member. I literally cannot get this thing out. You guys hear that? It sounds like Legos. Oh, we're doing box inside of a box. All right. Oh, there we go. What is this, like a mint box? I don't even know if I want to open this. They kind of smell minty, I'm not gonna lie. Somebody get me mints? Hey, Cow, for the super chat. Remember the last time somebody sent you a $50 bill and learned that they made $50 bills at that moment? I'm old school, I do remember that. They gave me 2 boxes. Oh, they're not. What is this? What the heck is this? I got some lip balm? I don't know if I can even legally show this on stream. I don't know what's in here. Bro, what in the world? I'm gonna keep it a buck. I don't know what's in there. I'm not showing it. I can't even show it. I don't know what it is. I don't feel like risking anything. All right, they gave me a card too. I don't know what it is, guys. I have no clue. There you go, Hunter, for the super chat. How does it look for North Carolina tomorrow? I think North Carolina will be okay. Looking at just some thunderstorms. Maybe your card explains it. Yeah, I mean, that's the only thing I can think of here. I can barely read it. Very proud of you, Max, and all that you do, that you've accomplished. Starting a brand and business is hard, but growing it is a lot. You're going places, Max. Keep up the great work. Doesn't really explain what it is. There's a much larger note inside too, but thank you for sending that. I don't, again, know what it is. That's the problem, so I'm not going to show it, just in case. All right, we got one more. This is, like, literally, it feels like a brick is in here. I think their name is Siny. I think that's their name. I think that's what it means on the front. All right, let's see what's in this thing. Just look off screen. I did look off stream. Trust me, I was literally looking at it, and I was like, what in the world is this? All right, this is a massive brick. What the heck is this? Bro, I'm getting confused by this fan mail. Somebody sent me a book? What is this book? This thing's literally super heavy. It's see you next year. What does that have to do with anything? About Halloween? Anybody have any clue what this is? Like, I don't know if this is a sign, if this is like an insider secret or something. I've never gotten randomly mailed a book that feels like it's 10 pounds. I've gotten this is some really random fan mail today. I gotta say that the shirt was the most normal thing, and also this little tornado thing. The last 2 things were very questionable. This is a very heavy book, is all I gotta say. Someone didn't want it. Looks like a Halloween book. That's what it says on the back. It's like a Halloween book. Well, that was eventful. Thank you for sending fan mail. If you guys want to send in fan mail. I don't know if I don't even know if I want people to send fan mail anymore, but if you want to send fan mail, there is a mailing address in the description below. We still have one severe thunderstorm warning out there. It is for Purvis and Hattiesburg. Rotation is fairly minimal right now, mainly a damaging wind threat. Pretty intense thunderstorm will be moving into Hattiesburg here over the next few minutes. We do have a live camera. Looking at a live shot of the storm currently. A lot of lightning here in Hattiesburg. Open the book? I'm not opening that book. It is wrapped. So it's probably just a new book that somebody did not want, or there's some reason why I got it. I don't really know. Very random is all I gotta say. But thank you to whoever sent it. Very, very thoughtful. Advertise from the author? Maybe. Donate all unwanted to charity? I will. Somebody has been mailing me like a Bible every single week for the last year. And I don't know if I'm like on some subscription that somebody signed me up for. But like, I don't need a Bible every single week. I think one was enough. Otherwise, I'm just going to donate them. Like, I just keep showing up to my mailbox. Almost every week. Every week is very funny. It's not. It really is not funny. I have to go pick them up every week. Or whenever I go to pick up mail. It just shows up. Get a Bible every week. I don't know what the point of it is. I don't know how expensive that is. I think that's going to cost some serious money to ship a Bible all the time. They're telling you something? They can call off the super chat. Can I sleep in the Atlanta Metro? Yeah, you guys can sleep. No longer a tornado watch. Just got some strong thunderstorms rolling through. Got maybe some very weak winds going through Atlanta right now. Tornado warning expired. It did. It did expire. Or it's gonna be allowed to expire. Yeah, so it's gonna be allowed to expire for Marion County. It technically will go away on the counter here in about 10 seconds. Let me just send the chat. They're gonna send me a brick. I do not need to see a brick show up to my mailbox. You donate the Bibles to a church? I can donate a lot of stuff I get. I've never actually donated anything I've gotten, but if it does get to a point like the Bible thing, it's got to stop because I literally got to go donate it at some point. Otherwise, it's just a waste. Just sitting around doing nothing. Can Summerall, Mississippi go to bed? Where is Summerall? I had somebody ask about that earlier. Where is it? Isn't it like north somewhere? I don't know where it is. If you are north of this line, though, you're chilling. So unless you're down in this little quadrant here, you're pretty much chilling. Who all has downloaded the Weatherfront app here? I know a lot of you guys have Android and you can't download it yet, but how many people have downloaded Weatherfront on iOS? In case you guys are wondering, we do have a new weather app that we're using. It's called Weatherfront. It's 100% free to download. It's on iOS right now. It'll be coming to desktop and Android soon. If you want to download the app, it is the top link in the description below. Coming soon to other platforms too. A lot of people have downloaded it in the chat. It'll be pretty cool when it comes out to Android too. Hey, Dackle for the super chat and Caleb for the super chat. Max, a tornado emergency was issued today. We had like 4 different tornado emergencies. There wasn't just one, there was like 4. Started church with those Bibles. Oh my lord. Did Riley ever refund my soda? Where's my phone? I don't think Riley ever refunded my soda. He just got off for the night, and I don't think he refunded my soda from DoorDash. I got the completely wrong soda. It tastes terrible. I'm so against Coca-Cola. I love Diet Coke. I just do not like straight up Coca-Cola. All right, he's getting back on to do it. Get him a photo too. How do you feel about Dr. Pepper? I like Dr. Pepper. I won't have it again, probably. I won't have it for a while. It's only on a very occasional basis. I used to drink it all the time and when I lived in Texas. I prefer water. I do too. But it came with the meal or whatever. Just kind of got to do what you got to do, sort of thing. Hey, Cheese for the super chat. I'm sending you a cookbook on a step-by-step guide on how to cook a grilled cheese. Thanks. Appreciate that. I kind of miss line time. We just had a line time. We'll do another line time. North of this line, you're basically chilling from anything too significant tonight, tornado-wise. I'm booked on the Route 44 Cherry Limeade from Sonic. That has a lot of sugar in it. Is there gonna be like anything coming up after this? I was looking at the models, guys, and it actually looks incredibly dead right now. Beyond like this stretch of weather here. Like, I'm looking at the future right now. It looks like this jet stream pattern is actually like really good when it comes to not having severe weather. Got a large ridge that's going to build, it looks like, during the middle of May. If that happens, there's not going to be a whole lot of severe weather to talk about. Won't be much to talk about, honestly. There might literally only be a video like every 2 or 3 days if this pattern looks the way it looks right now. It looks so incredibly just dead. Here's the future radar here.
Max, we just had a lightning bolt like a quarter mile away from our hotel. It was freaking...
Dude, Ryan Scholl just scared the crap out of me. There might be some severe weather this weekend. I'm looking at Saturday and Sunday. I wouldn't be surprised if we got a little severe weather threat over there in Oklahoma, Kansas, and Texas. Hey, man, after that, there's just like not much to look at. And Scholl just wants to chat. Oops, wrong button. Not mean to request that sounding. Bro has some lightning. The lightning has been pretty crazy today. Stay safe in your hotel, man. Love how Ryan keeps popping in. I can't believe bro's awake. The severe weather senses were tingling. The risk at this point is pretty low in this storm. Yeah, we're mainly looking at this point just some damaging wind and hail potential. I do think the tornado risk is again not 0 for the rest of the night. It's just pretty low. And there's always a chance too that there could be a strong tornado like, late. We could have one at 2 in the morning or something. Which is why I do recommend, if you need an extra way to receive weather alerts for tonight, to check out Max Alert. It's maxalert.net if you want to check it out. It's basically where I give you a phone call if you're under one of these tornado warnings or severe warnings. So definitely recommend checking that out if you've not already. And if you need a weather app to stay ahead of the storms too, you can get the Weather Front app. What we're using right now. Now, this is actually kind of funny, but if you need a little forecast for your city, on the tilted view on desktop, which you can't do this, but on desktop, you can see like almost every single city if you're at a certain angle. I came across this yesterday. It's actually really funny. They should just keep this in the app. If anybody ever needs like a snowfall forecast for every city, this is what you need right here. You gotta have every single city labeled on the map. I think it works for almost everything. Visibility too. No, visibility doesn't work. That's cool. It's not supposed to be like that, I don't think, but it's pretty funny. One of my favorite things to look at on this app is literally the satellite. Like the satellite is just so incredible. This is our geocolor satellite right now. What's my satellite loop on? Let's be longer. Let's do the last 6 hours. Do a little 6-hour loop. Actually, longer than that. Let's go 12 hours. We're going to do a 12-hour loop with a geocolor satellite here across the Dixie Alley. You see the storms blow up. Those are the tornadic supercells over there near just north of Hattiesburg. Pretty cool to see that all simulated. Now with the Weather Front app, if you do get the if you download the app, again, it's free on iOS. They have the GOES 19 geocolor satellite, which is what I'm looking at right now. It's completely free, and they also have some other things that come if you get the subscription on the app, which you get a 1-week free trial to. But there's a lot of other cool things that you can look at too, satellite wise. A lot of it's not really applicable right now because you need daylight, but you got water vapor imagery and stuff like that on here. Clean IR too. This is some of the highest quality satellite you're going to get on a weather app. Like, I've never seen high quality satellite like this on any other weather app. It's pretty cool. Do you think there'll be reported casualties? There's been 2 unofficial fatalities so far reported. There's probably going to be more from tonight's tornadoes. Let me put this back to a 3-hour loop. Any chance of severe weather tomorrow? We got a little severe weather risk. It won't be enough to go live for, I don't think. This is tomorrow's risk of severe weather. They do have a 2% tornado risk, actually, for Alabama, Georgia, and Florida. It'll be mostly during the morning. I think the risk here is going to be low enough to the point where there's not going to be a live stream. It would be mostly morning, early afternoon. It's really about it. And then tomorrow, or Friday, I mean, there's another risk of severe weather here across Oklahoma City, Springfield, and Columbia. I do think there's a very low chance of a live stream on either Friday or Saturday. I'd say it's a very low-end chance. Not very confident we're going to have anything too crazy, but you never know. And then this is the excessive rainfall outlook here for today. Where was the worst reported tornado today? Probably back over here. I mean, there's 2. I think the Brookhaven one that went through went towards Monticello was probably the one that was worse. There's another one that went just south of Boone too. There was really 2. We're not going to know which one was actually worse until tomorrow. I would say probably the one near Brookhaven that was worse just because of the population density it impacted. Looks like Hattiesburg has mostly gotten hit by this storm. A lot of it is rolling through your area right now. The severe warning will continue for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and some quarter-sized hail. There is still a tornado possible tag on this. We're looking at this storm to go down towards Leakesville, Loosedale, and as well as Wiggins. Tornado threat is continuing to be pretty low right now, which is always good to see. tornado emergency the highest level? It is. Is it available for BlackBerry? We just said BlackBerry in the chat. Are you still using Radar Mega? We're not using the app anymore. No, this is Weatherfront. Is Columbia safe? Columbia, Mississippi, you guys, I think, are chilling for the rest of the night. If you do live in this area, though, anywhere in this tornado watch, definitely have extra ways to receive alerts. Max Alert's a good extra solution as well. I wouldn't say it's going to be a necessity to, you know, be staying up late tonight, but it's always a good idea to have extra ways to receive alerts as we do approach midnight. That is a really tiny severe warning that just issued. Got a French fry severe warning here for Perry and Forest counties. It's going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. That is tiny. Well, French fry they just put in there. When will the EF rating be announced? It'll be sometime tomorrow, probably. It can take multiple days, too. It's not always an instant thing when it comes to getting new, you know, intensity ratings and stuff like that. So it might take a little bit of time for that to actually come in. Brandon, I'm not sure. I mean, I think it's a collective thing. I think there's a lot of reasons why people park on our overpasses. I think it's more of natural intuition. I don't think it has a lot to do with like videos that have been out there in the past. I am literally eating French fries. As I said, this was a French fry warning. Was not intentional, by the way. It will be interesting to scroll through Twitter tonight with all the craziness that has happened. I always scroll through Twitter at night after severe weather events. It's always a lot of crazy stuff. Would you ever move back to North Texas? Maybe at some point. Not now, though. Maybe sometime down the line. You never know. Trying to look for something on Twitter and I completely forgot. Oh, yeah. All right. Back to the chat. Guys, see what your weekly screen time is? I have no clue. It's probably pretty bad. My screen time's got to be astronomical. North Alabama has thunder. Got a little bit of lightning up there. Nothing crazy. Got a couple of strong thunderstorms up there. Nothing severe. We got a lot of flooding happening near Montgomery. Luckily, the rain's starting to wind down near Demopolis. Really, the main concern still is the storm near Hattiesburg. This is really the only concern that I see. I think a lot of you guys can go to bed. I think the weather's starting to chill out here. How's my night been? It's been pretty crazy. We've been live for almost 8 hours. We're at 7 hours and 40 minutes. Thank you, Am I, for the $20 super chat. It's hard to, I mean, for some chasers, like, it's not necessarily, if there's a car that's flipped and people need help, like, it's different, but, like, there's a lot of the time where, like, 45 minutes to an hour after a tornado happens, like, it's not always the right thing to do when you go to a site where there's already first responders there. That makes sense. Like, it doesn't make full sense to go, like, drive to, like, a damage area, like, an hour after a tornado happens sometimes, because there's already people there, and sometimes that can just cause more chaos. Like, if there's already first responders on the scene, you usually don't have to, you know, the chasers don't always have to just, like, go over there. Some of these chasers, too, it's not, like, they don't know what to do in that situation, so it's kind of like a mix of people. There are a lot of chasers, though, that do have, like, first aid and, like, you know, credentials, and they know what they're doing, but, like, not everybody does. So I feel like it's not for every chaser. And you don't want to be that person that's never done anything before, like helping people out in that regard. Like if they're like really injured, like you might not know what to do, and it might not be the best thing for you to get involved unless you're the only person there, sort of thing. Or any pictures sent in of damages? We've had a lot of pictures sent in, but all of them were way too graphic. Like there was a lot of graphic photos from tonight, which is why we've not shown any of the damage photos that we've come across. There's a reason why we've not shown you guys anything. A lot of them were pretty graphic. Thank you, Mezzo Matt, for the $10 super chat. My friend Mars absolutely loves your streams. We're wondering if you could say hi to her real quick. How's it going, Mars? Dude, I just got an email on my email saying somebody just ordered me some more Bibles. Can we stop ordering me Bibles? Like, bro, I get one every single week from some random person out there, and I'm getting more, apparently. That's unbelievable. Who in the world's using my email to do that? This is a legit email. Bro, please allow 4 to 6 weeks for your order to arrive. So it's like 4 to 6 weeks for a Bible? Where are we shipping this Bible from? Four to 6 weeks is a long time. Hey, am I for the super chat? Riley went to bed. Riley's still in college for another week and a half, I think, and then he's done. Definitely not Amazon? No. Max, what do you do with the chairs in our closet? Anyway, Cags to the sewer chat. By the way, I want to be clear for those that are like thinking I'm anti-religious or something, or I'm part of one religion or another, or assuming things. It's not the case. All right. It's just when I get fan mailed upwards of almost 40 Bibles now, it gets to a point where like we don't need more. I'm one person. All right. I do not need fan mailed a bunch of Bibles. All right. I don't care if you support one religion or another. It's great, but please leave me in peace. I don't need more. It's at 40. I don't know. It's up there. I mean, I literally have like 10 sitting on the ground right here. So, and those were fan mailed. I didn't open them up on stream. It was off stream stuff like a few weeks ago, but yeah, no, it's I'm being serious. Like it's gotten bad. I'll end up donating them probably at some point. Just a matter of time. Return to sender. You need to see the Bibles. I have a stack of other fan mail on top. Actually, somebody sent me this cat light, which is pretty cool. Somebody sent me this. This is on our members only stream. If you're a member of the channel, we'll do some more members only streams down the line. We opened up some fan mail on that huge announcement stream. Hey, Harry for the super chat. When is Riley's graduation? Does he have a PO box? Send him a card or a gift? Send it to me. Yeah, if you guys want to send Riley like graduation stuff, send it to me and I'll get it to him. Send it to that fan mail address in the description. Because I can get it to him. He comes here occasionally too, but at the bare minimum, I can mail it to him too. The stream has really made my night. Bro has 37 Bibles and 48 foldable chairs, pretty much. Everyone send Riley a Bible. All right, no, that that is not what I meant by graduation gift, bro. Imagine he has a bunch of Bibles too. Just gets a big pack of them here soon. All for graduation. We're gonna like a big graduation gift, and that's what it's gonna be. We got to keep this on the low, though. I didn't tell Riley that he's getting anything for graduation. Got to keep everything on the low, including the Bibles. He's not watching the stream. I'm pretty sure he's sleeping now. Why Bibles? Where did it originate from? I have no clue. It's crazy. He's graduating too. It's hype. It is hype. What is his major? Hydrology or something? I don't really know what it is. Something to do with water. Has something to do with water. That's all I know. Have I ever been to Minnesota? I did. I was actually there last summer. I think I'm going up there for another golf trip this summer too. Pretty excited about it. As long as the weather's chill. I like Minnesota and Wisconsin. They're beautiful states. Did a little golf trip with Riley a little while ago. It was pretty cool. I like being there. How old is Riley? 22? I think he's 22. I feel like he's 22. I don't really fully remember. Yeah, I think he's 22. I'm 23. I think he's 1 year younger than me. Yeah, I will say, there was somebody that sent me Bibles. This is a different person that sent me Bibles. They actually engraved names on them. One of them said Max Velocity. One of them says Riley Dibble. So that was a little bit different than the ones that just kept getting shipped every single week. That's why I have so many Bibles. Somebody sent me one every single week, and then I got somebody send some custom ones. So there's a lot going on. Did you and Riley grow up together? No. I've only known him for like 2 years. I think. Yeah, it's been about maybe 2 years or so. Hasn't been too long. This is a graduation gift, bro. Pretty much. You're only 23? I am. I thought you were much older with the kind of aura and commanding personality you have. My aura? My aura makes me older, apparently. I got some nice aura. Is Riley going to stay on stream after he graduates? That is the plan. He's probably going to be working full-time for me. He basically already is, but he'll be working full-time here pretty soon. Am I still getting a lot of straws? No, not really. Now, our fan mail for straws, it's been at a low. We haven't had very many fan mail straws recently, which is a good thing. I don't need more straws. Thank you, Debbie, for the super chat. What would Riley like? What do you guys think Riley would like for like fan mail? Or for our graduation gift? I have absolutely no clue. I don't know. Golf related, maybe? I think golf related probably would be it. Golf, maybe fishing. That's all I really can think of. Bibles? Not Bibles. Max Verstappen merch? Oh yeah, he's into F1 too. Another thing. Those are like 3 ideas for you guys. Green Bay's yeah, he's a Green Bay Packers fan too. There you go. 4 different things. If you want to send him, not Minnesota Vikings merch, no. Those are 4 different things. All right, 4 different ideas. So if you want to send him some graduation gift, you can send it to my fan mail address. Bottom, it's linked in the description. Or it's not linked in the description. There's literally an address in the description. That's only 4 things I can think of, though. A white hoodie? Well, he likes hoodies, too. He has way too many clothes. He does not need more clothes. I think that's the last thing he needs. What's my handicap? I have no clue. I usually shoot around 90, though. Yeah, he's into F1. He wanted me to go like an F1 race in Miami the other day, and I'm like, no, I'm good. When's the next major weather event expected and where? I have no clue, man. Thank you, Anthony, for the super chat. I have literally no clue. It does not look to be that active, honestly, anytime soon. Like, we might have some severe weather on Friday or Saturday. That's the only stuff that I see right now. Let me go over to the 0Z GFS and see if anything's cooking here. Like, I'm looking at maybe severe weather Friday. Maybe severe weather on Saturday. Severe weather on Sunday looks pretty unlikely. Monday, Tuesday will be pretty sloppy, I think, in the Midwest and the Ohio Valley. Midwest could see some severe weather on Monday. It would probably be mostly hailstorms, if I had to guess. Same thing with Tuesday. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday look pretty dead. Mesoscale days might return to the Great Plains by Friday and Saturday. This is one of the most dead May patterns that I've seen in a while, though. April was so active, and May just looks like a big hump here on the jet stream. There's like nothing going on. So I don't know. We'll see. Things could change, obviously, but if we have a big ridge develop in the Great Plains, it is going to be a very quiet middle of May, but we'll see if that changes. We'll have a video tomorrow morning talking more about it, see if anything changes there as well. We'll have more details tomorrow. Have I dumped any smoothies on my carpet recently? No. What states are in the path of severe weather? Pretty much anywhere in this tornado watch here. So if you're in the purple, still have to have ways to receive alerts tonight. I will not be live until when this watch ends, which is 6 a.m. That is when the watch ends. It's 6 a.m. Central Time. I will not be awake that late. But, you know what will be awake is Max Alert and our 24/7 live stream. If you need an extra way to receive weather alerts tonight, check out Max Alert. It's where I give you a phone call if you're included in a severe warning or a tornado warning. You can get it on maxalert.net. The QR code's also on your screen. It's going to be on the left side of your screen there. So if you want to sign up today, very affordable service. It's really helpful. And this is an extra way to receive weather alerts for some extra peace of mind tonight. And if you want to watch our 24/7 live weather stream, there will be live weather alerts, live weather radar. There will be storm chasers and cameras. All of that stuff is on our 24/7 stream. And after the stream is over, you'll be redirected automatically to the More Max Velocity YouTube channel where you can watch that 24/7 stream. So those are kind of 2 resources to use tonight. And if you need a live weather radar for free, you can download the Weatherfront app on iOS. And then Android and desktop are coming very soon. With how quiet the weather's going to be over the next couple weeks, you might not need it after tonight, at least when it comes to significant severe weather, but we'll see. What do you expect Weatherfront to be on the PC? I would say probably 1 to 2 weeks. I think that's probably reasonable. I don't know exactly how long it's going to be, but I think 1 to 2 weeks is probably when it'll be out. I will give you a phone call if you're sleeping. It's automated. So my voice will talk to you. It's a pre-recorded message. It's not AI. It's pre-recorded. And it's my voice telling you what to do in a tornado warning or severe warning. And somebody just said it's AI. It is not AI recording. It's literally my voice. I pre-recorded all those lines. But yeah. That's about it. I'm going to go ahead and wind down the stream. But again, stay on the stream. You'll be redirected to our 24/7 live weather stream. Thank you also, Joey, for the super chat. Would Max Alert be worth getting to, or should I wait till next year? In my opinion, it's worth getting. It goes all the way until May of next year, pretty much. It's a 1-year thing, so I definitely recommend getting it. But yeah, thank you guys all again so much for watching. Stay safe tonight. Have ways to receive weather alerts. We'll be back with a video tomorrow morning, and we'll be live maybe Friday, Saturday, possibly. I don't know if there's really much to stream, but we'll see if there's something there. If there is, we'll be live on one of those days. But otherwise, it'll be a video tomorrow, and then maybe another video on Friday or Saturday. All right. Thank you guys all again so much for watching. Have a great rest of your night. Stay safe, and make sure to download Weatherfront. It's linked in the description, and also check out Max Alert. There's a link down below as well. And we'll see you guys all